Yo, how's it going, people? How's it going? Um, it's gonna be a sleep deprived stream again, but that's just how the game rolls. I was out today, and I got sunburnt, so I look a little weird because it's like the top half of my face is like sunburnt. Um, how's it going, folks? How's it going? To start us off, I saw some very like strange fucking story. Another all-nighter. Yeah. It's not really because I woke up at 10 p.m. Um, this is coming out of England, where, as you know, we might be, they're not American, but at least their schools aren't always getting shot up, right? But apparently they have a different issue on hand, and it's this one, I guess. Interesting stuff. That's a way to get someone's attention. That is certainly a way to get someone's attention. Um, I can't tell. They said he's using is that a blowtorch or is that the old classic deodorant lighter trick going on here? $5 from Godspeed. First tip of the stream. Thank you so much. It sucks streaming days because you make the least amount of money streaming during the day because the people that can give you money are at work. But thank you so much to Godspeed, kicking it off right off the bat with a $5 tip. I'll make you a deal, get channel memberships, and I'll cancel the one I have with Parry. Um, I'll get channel memberships for me. When I just have so many VODs that are fucking copyright. What I might just need to do, because I also get worried about TOS shit, I might just need to make an Aiden archived channel, delete like all my VODs off this one, and upload all the past VODs onto there, so there's no like outstanding copyright claims or anything, and I can get memberships and not have to worry about TOS shit. England is not a real country. England is a real country, and we love it. I've had only great times there. Only great times. Makeshift blowtorch. Um, yeah, I've never actually properly done that myself, because I'm like a pussy. But looks like the whole handheld flamethrower meta is like looks kind of fun. What is this? I got sent a court document relating to a trial for a 764 member. Congratulations, you have our attention. Society is shocked and appalled at your actions and your NVE ideology. Society is aware of the permanent physical and emotional scars you and 764/HM members have given to the vulnerable young teen girls all over the world. Society is aware that you made sport of placing young minors in your own special hell simply for the crime of being an insecure teenage girl. You will receive a sentence that reflects the seriousness of your crimes. Wherefore, the United States requests this court to impose a 924-month term of imprisonment on the defendant, followed by a lifetime term of supervised release and any forfeiture, fines, and restitution the honorable court deems fit. What the fuck did this person do? Nux announced he's demonetized on main? You're kidding. You're kidding. No shot. Dude, I thought today couldn't get any better. No, I'm kidding. Listen, I don't give a fuck who's monetized and who isn't, but if there was anyone to get demonetized, that guy would be the top of the list, okay? Top of the list. And he's gonna watch him come out and he's gonna say, they're like, he does the whole like targeting bit, like YouTube's targeting me for no fucking reason or whatever. And it's like have you not seen your content? Like it's actually crazy you've gotten away with what you've gotten away with for as long as you have. It's all like overtly sexual. Aiden hates the. I cucked your Streamlabs donut. My bad. Yeah, I can't get Streamlabs to ever work properly. And so I tried to disable the TTS, and I just can't fucking hear it when it chimes. We'll try to get that sorted. But if you tip and I miss it, just tell me. Thank you, Martin, for the 5 from last stream. Read this aloud. You were rejected. You were abandoned. Now start splitting. Perhaps split your body in quarters and spread those to the corners of the earth. Bye, bitch. She will suck Destiny's knotted phimosis dog dick given the chance at the first opportunity. I'm kind of glad I didn't read that to her, but thank you for the 5, Martin. Anyways, I hate that I now know what the term "not" means in like the context of fur. I learned that months ago, but like I almost like I got fucking nauseous when I figured out what that meant. 764 members should get automatic death penalty, to be honest. Although I can appreciate the sentiment, my one of my strongest political positions is unilaterally anti-death penalty. But if there was anyone to get it, it would be these people. It's crazy how it's so obvious like what's going on now. Anytime you see one of these like new mass shootings pop up and they've written on the gun and it's like the same age range and you hear their alarm, etc. It's and then the left tries to pin it on the right tries to pin it on the left. People pin it on literally everyone under the sun. When there's like for all of these like recent massacres, there's like an obvious explanation and an obvious sort of like thing that ties all these people together, and it's loosely just these ties to these like nihilistic death cults. What is the term for it? Like the ideology that groups like 764 or like adjacent groups adhere to, where it's like they go out of their way to be as evil as possible. Typically when you have like crimes, evil crimes that are perpetrated, there's a motive, right? There's like, you know, you killed and dismembered somebody because, and even though this wouldn't be like rational, you owe somebody money, so you kill them and you dismember them, or you know, it's a horrific crime, but there's a reason that drove you to do it, right? And the horror was just a byproduct of trying to dispose of the body. With the 764 types, the horror is the goal. They want to make everything they do as disgusting and repulsive as possible. So they'll take things like innocence, like the innocence of children, and groom children into harming animals. They'll like, there's no coherent like paraphilia either. They'll gore, CP, necrophilia. They adhere to like, they take some right-wing aesthetics, but none of these people seem to really be like coherent with what they believe exactly, besides like, I hate the world and this is how I'm gonna take it out. It's like this sort of like post-ironic, nihilistic, like death worship. Like that's the best way to like describe it. Similar but different ideologies. O9A is just nihilistic sadists at the surface, but the deeper levels believe you get closer to the godhood by doing evil to cross spiritual barriers or some shit. Yeah, but it's also like, I know there's the O9A angle, but there's all these like other groups that are not 764. It's just like a bunch of like nihilistic, death worshipping like teenagers getting together on Discord and doing shit like this now. And you have groups like UTTP that go and spam people with like CP and shit. Like it doesn't even, it's not like a centralized thing. It seems like this like trend and like pattern. They believe in transcending humanity through evil acts. 764 is purely just nihilistic says. Yeah, I doubt the kid, like, for the kids that are doing it, I'd imagine that their pathology is similar to previous, like, mass shooters, but with the exception of they sort of got accelerated into that position through falling into these, like, online collectives. But I doubt, like, they all believe in transcendence, or there's any coherent belief. It's, like, essentially these people just hate life and hate humanity. And this is their solution, I guess. But it's just crazy, like, how, I mean, and they're all intertwined. Like, the Antioch High School shooter was linked to the, I think her name was, like, Natalie Rupna or Samantha Rupna. I forget what her name was. The one that did the school shooting. I think it was like Abundant Life, I think, and she was in contact with a dude that was like in California that was also planning a massacre. Like I've said this before, this is like an ISIS level threat. Not in terms of ISIS had the terrorist attacks, but like ISIS's main killing was done through the expansion of the caliphate over in the Middle East. But in terms of the harm caused by ISIS terror attacks, like Lone Wolf, or not Lone Wolf, like, you know, ISIS actors coming into other countries and then attacking or whatever, it's very comparable. It's very comparable. And it's yeah, I just seems like a legitimate extremist threat that every country, like literally every country, should be concerned about. I mean, this has been linked to like shootings in Russia and the fucking U.S. Arguably worse. Well, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like a comparing like the absolute bottom of humanity. ISIS was pretty bad. ISIS was worse than Al Qaeda in the sense of like the pure like brutality of it. Like they like genocided they genocided, I think it was the Yazidis, and like sold the women as sex slaves. The just like sheer like yeah, ISIS, yeah, but ISIS was like exceptionally bad. ISIS just wasn't bad, even for like terrorist standards. ISIS was really fucking bad. I'm wrong and gay for saying. I'm sorry, I didn't realize someone would disagree with the take. ISIS is exceptionally bad. That's my bad. Now, anyways, we were watching a video from Rob's Media on ChibiReviews the other day before Duckbringer and some DGG fans called in and debated me. And once again, people, my call-ins are open to anybody who disagrees with me. Well, that's not true. If you're like a fan of mine that can't hide the chuckle, like when you call in, you're obviously bullshitting to get a conversation, then we're not doing it, right? But if you're somebody that legitimately disagrees with me and wants to debate me, call-ins are open. But anyways, as I was saying, fuck you, Toki. This Toki guy, man. Toki's the real terrorist, if you think about it. Alright, so, to start us off, I was looking for shit to... Well, let's finish this ChibiReviews video first, by Rob's Media. Because if you don't know, ChibiReviews is he's one of the only, like, popular lolcows. He's one of the only, like, popular lolcows that I am actually, like, interested in. Him and Tectone. Alright, I think it's here.
He only made the situation even...
Stop flirting with Toki?
In November 2020...
How am I flirting with Toki?
24, Samantha May tweeted,
Dude, that doc is... What doc?
2 years ago today, I was in the worst relationship of my life. I was constantly taken advantage of, neglected, treated horribly. It's pretty vague, though she did mention in the replies that he was very toxic to her and unfaithful. I honestly wouldn't have even mentioned this in my video because there really isn't a lot to go off of here. No evidence, just a couple of tweets. But months later, right as he began the fundraiser, Chibi made a 30-minute response video, and instead of clearing things up, he only made the situation even worse. You know how an obvious sign of someone lying is when they over-embellish a story? They'll add unnecessary detail to make it seem like they're telling the truth. This is the best way to sum up this video. He does pull
That's not like that there's like a common like pop psychology stereotype that's always a tell. There's some people that just tell very detailed stories, or like remember like they can, based on how they remember stuff, like specific details like stand out to them for like reference to put themselves back in the situation. But we know what we know about Chibi is a habitual liar.
Up some of their text messages and tries to add context.
Like Chibi's tell is like when he'll say, look, X thing happened on X website or whatever, and then he'll post a screenshot that follows that shows Y happening on Y website. It's like the polar opposite of what he's claiming occurred.
But his explanations are laughably bad. When it comes to the claims of physical abuse, he shows messages where she says he hit her with a shovel. He explains that—
But as I try to understand this man, The lying isn't even, I don't think the, like, some of the, like, I think he knows how bad some of the lies are, and that's, like, the point. Because as I said before, it is my opinion that this guy has, like, he either has a humiliation fetish, like, I know everyone says that about everyone. With him specifically, this is one of the most, like, probable cases I've seen of somebody potentially having a legitimate humiliation fetish. It's either that, or this is like some, I'm not a fucking doctor, as I said, but the best thing I can think of is like Munchausen's by internet. Like, he likes being the victim. He likes being hurt, and he likes being the victim, and he likes people sympathizing with him, and it's an addiction that he pursues despite it conflicting with his, like, despite it conflicting with his reputation, his interests, his career, etc. He will purposefully say and do rage-evoking things and then utilize the response that he knows he's going to get every time to further cement himself into that victimhood status. And he learns nothing from each situation and just does the same thing to evoke further hate, because for him, avoidance of hate isn't the goal. It's actually to garner it.
He didn't hit her, and she instead sat on the shovel.
Firstly, it fell on you because when you sat down, to give context, I want to do it. Basically, in my front yard, there was a fire pit, and there was plastic chairs. We were raking leaves and digging a hole or whatever for a fire pit, and I forget if it was a shovel or rake, but basically, it was put on her chair. She sat down, and when she sat down, it caused the rake or shovel to shift, and then it plumped right in the head. I didn't do it, just literally, it moved and hit her head. Obviously, I did what you're supposed to. I comforted her. I was like, are you okay? Do I need to take you to the doctor? You have a concussion, all that type of stuff. But basically, she blamed me, saying, obviously, I hit her in the head with it.
This sounds like something right out of a cartoon. Next, you're gonna tell me that Chibi painted the wall to look
I
like
didn't know about this. Wait, I didn't know about this. Huh?
Obviously, I hit
How do I not know about this?
head with it.
What's his excuse?
Just literally, it's the rake or shovel to shift, and then it plumped her. She sat down, and when she sat down, it caused the rake or shovel to shift, and then it plumped right in the head. I didn't do it, just literally, it moved and hit her head. Obviously, I did what you're supposed to do. I comforted her. I was like, are you okay? Do I need to take
You know what? I believe him for some reason. I actually believe him on this. I don't know why, but I completely, I don't know why, like, I actually don't think he hit her. He just, maybe I'm wrong. We don't know what happens behind closed doors. I don't get the hitter vibe from him. I mean, the guy's like, what? The dude is literally like 5'1", right? I mean, I know you can be short and physically abusive. That doesn't change anything. But I get a very, like, I don't see, I just don't see him as the type, I guess.
doctor, you have a concussion, all that type of stuff. But basically, she blamed me, saying, obviously, I hit her in the head with it.
This sounds like something right out of a cartoon. Next, you're gonna tell me that Chibi painted the wall to look like a
The other thing, too, is typically aggression comes from those with higher testosterone. And ChibiReviews is actually completely lacking in testosterone. It's actually a medical condition. So it's hard for me to believe he could become physically violent.
landscape, and she ran through it. You think this is something? You think this is bad? This chicanery? He's done worse. That shovel. Are you telling me that a woman happens to sit on it? No, he orchestrated it. Chibi. She also explains that stuff like this happened a lot, and he asserts that she's clumsy. But the example he brings up is their dog stepping on her face, which has nothing to do with her being
It's literally what weak men like him do. It is. I've covered so many, and I've covered when people have denied that they did it and were obviously lying or whatever. And I'm biased against Chibi here, but there's just like, maybe it's just vibes. For some reason, I just don't conceivably see him doing it. Maybe I'm totally off on it.
clumsy. Where in these messages does she even mention a dog?
You wobbled it, and it smacked my eye, like, all.
I've never seen these allegations before, so if there's other details to, like, substantiate, that would be surprising to me. But I'm open to that possibility. But yes, I know weak dudes do shit like that, right? They hit on people that don't fight back or can't fight back.
ways. Now, what you
However, in his case, I think most women can fight. He's 5'1". No, I'm kidding.
means by always,
Chibi doesn't come off as physically violent, more like a yeah. It's purely vibes. Like, he could have done it, but I'm just not. I don't get that, like, vibe from him.
I don't know how it happened, but most of the time she was clumsy, and sometimes my dog would walk in the bed, and sometimes, she would accidentally step on her face. It happens. She's a small dog, my little Shiba, Casca, but it happens, and I would get blamed for it, basically. That's what she's trying to say. But yeah.
You wobbled it and it smacked my eye like always. Wait, hold on. Why would he need to do this like elaborate like wobbling thing to why wouldn't he just turn around and sock her in the face if he was like trying to why would he need to wobble something so that it fell on her to abuse her as well? Like once again, my vibes are like predisposed me to not necessarily buying into this. But second of all, if this was like purposeful, she's saying that's how it happened, that he wobbled it, and why didn't he just go and punch her? If, like, it was his goal to be physically abusive.
To give full disclosure, I'm not trying to hide anything. That's basic.
Plausible deniability? I mean, I guess. It's like a game of, what's that game? Mousetrap or whatever it's called? Where, like, you have to set off, like, a chain of... I mean, maybe he did... Maybe that's how he did it, I guess. But why would somebody... But also, why would somebody... Like, the thing about physical abusers, like, it is... Like, many times, it's a pattern. Many times, obviously, they cannot control their temper, and they take it out on people that won't fight back, etc. But if he had that pathology, it would probably be a regular occurrence, right? So why would he need to give himself plausible deniability? Like wobbling a rake so it falls on her.
What happened.
But what even started this in the first place? Well, apparently they had some big blowout argument, not over anything important. They were verbally duking it out over astrophysics or some bullshit.
This goes to show just how crazy.
Like, I view him as like a weak, like fucking meek, like cuck that would never confront anyone on anything. And I know that like weak men also are the types that beat women, but it's a different kind of weak man. It's a I don't know how to put it into words.
Easy and toxic the relationship was. The reason why galaxies are randomly being brought up here is that prior to this, like a few days later or earlier, before all this went down, she was arguing with me about galaxies and how, like, one of the main galaxies are galaxies going around a supermassive black hole, basically. And she was saying, nah, it's not real, that's not true, or whatever, and I showed her articles, she didn't want to believe it. It was something along the lines of that, and then she argued with me and then ghosted me, basically, for days.
I'm struggling to believe you don't understand this. That's what weak cucks do. Some weak cucks do that. Some do. Some do. But he seems more like the type to scream out and whine to his girlfriend. Also, from like somebody that's comfortable with perpetrating physical violence against their significant other, I don't know why he would need to wobble a shovel to do that if he's somebody that has the pathology to engage in like physical violence and abuse against his like spouse. I don't know why he wouldn't just do it overtly. I mean, he could be just like a sociopath that keeps doing it in ways to give him plausible deniability or whatever, but I don't get those vibes.
And it led to this situation right here. Once again, you can see how toxic the relationship got.
And this is how he begins to paint her as the abusive one. But the only other thing he has on her is an incident, in which she grabbed his neck in the car after getting angry with him.
So she was running because of stuff like that, and, you know, she, upon her adrenaline, she does physical harm to me.
Upon her adrenaline. Dude, that is such a great quote. He really is just cobbling random words together, hoping his audience doesn't realize how dumb this all sounds.
Obviously, I didn't take a picture of it, because I never expected I would be sharing this with anyone online, but the replies alone basically showcase
Did his fiance, this is not the same person as his fiance, right? Did the fiance or any other women he was with, because this will also probably maybe help, did any other women accuse him of physical abuse? Because off of the exact scenario she's describing in these texts, what I think Chibi is a person, an aggregation, I'm more likely to believe these are just like, these two are like in the trenches looking for like dirt on each other, and they're just like trying shit out.
He just admits that she physically abused me, but downplays it to say she didn't physically abuse me.
Dude, it's explained in those very messages. She did not do it to hurt you. She was demonstrating something her previous partner had done to her because he was being aloof. This I completely believe based on how Chibi conducts himself. He then claims that after they broke up, she got pregnant with his kid. No text evidence for this. It's all coming from his mouth. They did have one phone call about this where she revealed she aborted it without his knowledge.
I'm assuming she was just gauging my expression, seeing what type of person I was.
Oh,
she then tells me,
I was like, this guy has a kid out there? No, please. Please. God, do not tell me this guy is a kid walking the earth.
I aborted it.
Wear protection.
Forgive me for that. She literally called me to say she was pregnant, and then when I started asking what to do, she said she aborted it.
Call her evil all you want, Chibi, but I don't blame her for doing this. In fact, she did the whole world a favor, cause in no way should this guy breed and allow his offspring to run amok within society. Though who's to say this is even real? He could easily show his phone record to prove this phone call happened, but he won't. He'll complain.
To be fair, that is a kind of real thing to be sad about. No, he has a right to be sad about that. He has a right to be sad about it. This is like my take on abortion, right? I think that abortion, women should absolutely be allowed to have it. I don't think that it's murder. I don't view a fetus as life. But with my understanding of being versus becoming, I understand that a fetus will develop into life. It is potential life and a potential human with DNA that, you know, dispose it into becoming somebody. You know, even with the facet that it's not murder, I still think that the potential life and the prospect of what it could have become is something that has, you know, inherent emotional value, and I can understand sort of understanding the significance of that decision and potentially being sad about it, right?
About his ex making unsubstantiated claims against him, but he's doing the same thing right now.
But why? But then why tell the whole internet about it?
Not exactly siding with her either, but Chibi's conduct makes me really suspicious of him. I can't say he's guilty, but I won't blame someone for thinking in that direction. He even ends the video grandstanding about all the support he gets from his fans, and brings up his relationship with his fiancée.
Thankfully, I have a very supportive fiancée that loves me a lot. Without her, I don't think I would be able to handle it.
Dude. Age, he needs to like immediately after this, you just need to follow up with the clip of him saying, "My fiance was having sex with men in our bedroom next door."
Everything that continuously happens, I'm gonna be blunt. But I can, thanks to her.
Despite mentioning over and over again how his family is getting harassed, weaponizing that claim against his critics, Chibi can't help but show off his fiancée any chance he gets, making unfunny Twitter posts about their weird fetishes, oversharing to a
I don't understand, unless they're like an essential part of the content, I do not get like what the value in like identifying your significant other for YouTube like is. I don't understand that. Same thing with like people, as I said before, I've talked about people bringing their kids on or showing their kids on their streams. Why? What is the you're just creating like so much unnecessary risk.
A ludicrous extent. In February of this year, one of these posts caused doubt, with one person asserting that he faked the relationship, so he doesn't seem like a pathetic loser. In response, he shows off her engagement ring, which totally isn't something an insecure guy does in response to a random Twitter comment. But this post aged incredibly poorly not even a
Okay, buddy, you gotta the guy that just typed, "Why does his girlfriend look like a gender swap of himself?" You gotta come back on another fucking account. There's no way you could type in here with that name. Come back on another account. That's an insane ad. I don't even know how that got on onto fucking YouTube.
week later, as one night, he cryptically posted, "I wanna die." His next post was just as confusing. Deleted the post of my hospital armband. To clarify, I am fine, and was discharged this morning from the hospital. I had a mental break and I did almost die last night, but I was saved at the last moment. Honestly, don't want to elaborate too much further on it, if I can help it. He then posted one of the craziest tweets of the
W name Toki love it? Toki does not. Why would Toki love that?
year, which reads, "Just lost my fiance, my best friend, and my entire friend group in 24 hours. I have never been more alone than right now." And then he uploaded a video titled, "I lost everything," which really is the cherry on top. It's the epitome of, "I'm a sad, lonely fat. Here's some embarrassing information about me. Please don't bully me with it."
Maybe I'm oversharing.
No, but with Chibi, this is how he operates. Get rid of the don't. Put in the please bully me with it. The controversial thing that I'm doing right now, the super embarrassing info I'm giving you, like the obvious like shitty argument I'm putting out there that's contradicted by the evidence I posted to supplement it, please take all of that and attack me and bully me with it and make threats against me, and so I can then screenshot that and post it on my account and talk about what a sad, pathetic fucking victim I am.
Sad, lonely fat. Here's some embarrassing information about me. Please don't bully me with it.
Maybe I'm oversharing.
Like, he's not, please don't. His mindset, I used to think he was like that, where he's just so stupid, he, like, doesn't realize that what he's doing is actually his efforts to cope with and deal with the hate that he receives as a result of his, like, various controversies causes more of it. I thought he was just too stupid to realize that. No, that's the point for this guy.
This will be used against me to mock me or whatever.
Ding 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 ding. Wow, mate, you know us really well. So what happened here is that Chibi's fiance was cheating on him the whole time with his best friend, who we'll just refer to as the Bull. It's
so
very
how is that not considered sociopathic? That could be histrionic, that could be Munchausen's, that's not indicative of somebody having antisocial personality disorder, necessarily, right?
For him as he spent
I don't think ChibiReviews is a psychopath or a sociopath.
much of this video crying, with lengthy intermissions of dead air as he sobs.
I discover my fiance cheating on me with my best friend of 10 years. I confronted her about this, and she apologized, and I, being with her already for multiple years, and then finding out my best friend, so much betrayal.
Now, I'm out here thinking, did he know about this the whole time and didn't say anything? Because Chibi is the type of guy who would enjoy being cucked. This guy has gone on Twitter multiple times talking about how he enjoys NTR, which I've come to learn is a type of hentai that involves cuckoldry. Though
Okay, dude, of course.
conflictingly, he said that he doesn't enjoy it, and previously denied being a cuck. I just don't believe he didn't know, as his fiancée was sending nudes to her bowl, along with random men on Discord.
He was sending her nudes, and just the
Chibi emphasizes
I forgot how bad this video was. I forgot how fucking, like, I forgot how, dude. It's just, like, not only did he record it, and this is why I don't think it's intentional, like, this was, like, a multi-step process. I think his emotions are partially real. Like, as I said before, I don't think he's a total sociopath. I don't think he's faking it at all. I don't think he's faking it. I think he is probably a little hurt by it, but he's addicted to the reinforcement cycle of victimhood and negative attention that results in said victimhood. So this is just the addict using this to go pursue his next score.
Emotional damage this has had on his life, as he viewed this best friend as like a brother. Makes sense, as his real brother is buried in a cemetery somewhere.
He's smoking on Eddie. What really hurts? Best friend 10 years. He knew everything. He knew my life story.
He also knew every inch of your fiancé. Rob, why are you being so cruel to Chibi?
If you have a friend for more than 10 years, you should just end it. Because it's gonna fall. You're gonna fall. All friends fall out eventually. Might as well get it over with sooner than later. I don't think I have a single friend that goes back 10 years. You you turn into different people. It just ends in a giant fight, or they end up cucking you. They end up having sex with your fiance.
What did he ever do to you? Nothing yet. This guy is just an overconfident
Please watch the video of him announcing his engagement after this. All right.
scumbag, and seeing him like this is really funny to me. He was apparently such a douche that his own friend group sided against him in this drama, choosing the bull over him because he sucked at playing League of Legends.
They admit to me they don't care, basically, what my used-to-be best friend did. They prefer gaming with him, and I thought these guys were my friends. I did. And they more or less, they just cared about gaming with him, and they didn't care about everything. They're completely okay with everything. And so, more or less, I lost my whole friend group. My best friend. That I basically called a brother.
Imagine how terrible of a person you have to be for all your friends to pick the cheaters over you. All of this was a breaking point for Chibi, who decided it was time to end it all. He began by storming out of the house and heading to the liquor store, buying a pack of beers.
I went to the liquor store. I bought alcohol that was the same alcohol, the last alcohol, that I drank with my brother.
He claims he wanted to drink himself to death, but I doubt he drank more than 2 beers before giving up. This guy is way too egotistical to kill himself.
The last alcohol I drank with my brother. Beer? I mean, when was the last time like, I doubt that's why he picked it. I'm sure he picked it because that's just the alcohol that he likes.
Drank.
Yeah, some of this is like, I think that he is, like, upset about the fiance shit, but he's also motivated. He also wants to cry because he knows it's gonna, like, elicit, like, the sympathy and further victimhood status, and he is playing it up, like, when he's saying it was the last alcohol, and it's just, like, a common alcohol that he probably can, like, beer or some shit.
Drank. And drank. Just sitting there drinking. And I was inches.
My online former friend group kicked me out for thinking racism isn't cool. Well, it's probably good you're no longer friends with them then.
From death.
Rob, he's drinking himself to death, and you're laughing. You're laughing. He's pulling a King Cobra JFS because of what you did. This guy is too incompetent to actually pull something like this off. It's like expecting Boogie to end his own life. He'll never do it. He's got anti-CSAM laws to stop.
Yeah, I know Rob's Media took inspiration because Destiny said to Boogie, like, you're too egotistical to kill yourself or something. He just, like, copied that verbatim.
Have you guys ever seen The Room by Tommy Wiseau?
How much is it?
It'll be $18.
Here you go. Keep the change. Hi, doggy. You're my favorite customer. Thanks a lot. Bye.
I don't know why.
You know, I saw this movie. You know who I watched it with? It was me, Green, and Coke Cata. We watched the Room in VC once. That's what I remember this movie from.
But Chibi's life has so many similarities to the main character, Johnny. It's about a weird oddball who somehow has friends and a loving fiance, but things are crumbling apart behind the scenes. He's accused of abuse, and his reaction to it only makes the situation worse.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hey, Johnny, what's up? The whole time, his fiance is cheating on him with his best friend, which he's somewhat aware about.
To keep your girl satisfied, she will come to me.
Dude, I got so tired while I was watching this that, like, the end was, like, sort of, like, profound for me for a second. I was like, shit, man. I wasn't expecting it to end like that. I was thinking...
Get out my house.
I kill you. I'll bring him in front of everybody.
Stop it!
I kill you, you bastard.
You'll kill me if you try.
You betrayed me. You're not good. You're just a chicken. Chip, 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 chip.
His response is to get really drunk and act out, ending with him taking his own life.
Everybody betrayed me. I don't have a friend in the world.
Why? Why is this happening to me?
Yeah,
Why?
when I got to this scene, for a minute I was like, wow, man. Wow. I mean, Lisa's a bitch, but, like, it didn't have to happen like this, man.
It's over. God, forgive me.
But Chibi never fully went down that path, as he was saved by none other than Nicholas Light and Tectone.
Oh my, what is this lineup? Holy shit. Has there ever been, like, a more, like... If you are a minor or a woman, your life is in danger being in this VC. Who do we got here? We've got ChibiReviews. We've got Lucari. We've got Tectone. We've got Nux Taku. I don't know who these two are, so, I mean, apologies if they're stand-up guys. I don't know who this guy is either, but I know he did some shit, okay? How? Couldn't tell you. But this guy definitely did some shit. Maybe it's a combination of the unmade bed and, like, disgusting dysgenic room, and, like, the greasy, like, wearing a bathrobe with, like, his weird, like, his neck beard and, like, greasy, like, what is he going for, like, the comb over?
They called a wellness check on him, and a police officer managed to send him to a mental hospital.
So, I'm getting messaged. Somehow, Nicholas Light has my number. He saved me, it's fine. And then Tectone, apparently, he gives me a call as well, and they're worried about me. And so many others reached out that I didn't. Thank you. I do. Just oh.
You can
Nicholas
thank them personally.
Light is another degenerate anime YouTuber.
What did this Nicholas Light guy do? I mean, based on, like, listen, I don't do guilt by association, but, like, in that lineup, like, 5 out of the 8 people there who I do know are, like, sex degens who have various allegations against them. So, like, for the other 3, I'm not really having high hopes.
Who had his secret OnlyFans leaked. Ironic, since he's spoken out against women who do it. Gooners together strong, I suppose. Though I bet Tectone had his back.
Dude, the most annoying shit... listen, I'm not, like, some... It's just, like, how hypocritical it is that, like, pisses me off so much. I'm not some, like, bleeding heart, like, feminist, like, sitting here being like, let's treat women... I mean, obviously, treat women great, but, like, I'm not saying, I'm like, let's treat women great, guys. I love women. Or whatever, right? But the anti-OnlyFans, like, girl shit is, like, the most annoying thing on earth. Because it's, like, they've just all obviously, like, taken every woman they've had an issue with in life, and women in general, and just, like, scapegoated it onto people who, for financial benefit, or, you know, work, or using their bodies for work or whatever, and none of the criticism or heat that they have for these women, like, ever seems to apply to the consumer.
As Chibi has been one of the few creators to defend
the only reason that this is so, like, financially, like, appealing is because of the consumer.
His rape abundance. He ended up deleting some of these tweets when Ms. Kiff called him out, though some are still up where he guzzles the guy.
I mean, no, I am a feminist, technically speaking. I'm just not one that, like, calls myself that, because, cringe or whatever the fuck. It's not, like, my main issue, but...
I'd assume unconsensually, as that's how Tectone likes it. I'm sure he only helped this guy out, because he doesn't want one of his few remaining friends to drink himself to death. Who else does he have? Nuxtaku? Think Before You Sleep? Legal Mindset? It's like assembling Hitler's top guys. Speaking of which, Chibi was soy out about the hate he was getting, reposting a drawing someone made of him being insulted by Adolf. He could have simply ignored all of this, but he has to read and respond to every single hate comment.
I am still here, and I have read everybody's comments. I have seen what you have said, and I plan to respond to as many as I possibly can in the upcoming days.
I don't know about them, but I like seeing ass for $2. Good one, good one.
He soon made this long-ass post, which garnered him even less sympathy. He shows his support for ICE and ends it with that, I bid farewell for tonight, which is the most Redditor shit I've ever seen.
So, with that, though, thank you guys. You have a very blessed day. And
I think illegal immigrants should be in the country because I am a Americo-Hispanic accelerationist. I believe that this country is making desperate efforts to fight its future when they're like, the Mexicans are going to take over or whatever. You know, that's probably, you know, there's probably at some point, I think, I don't know exactly how, like, demographic predictions are going to go. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. I am a Hispanic accelerationist. I think that everybody should be leaving school speaking fluent Spanish, and I'm a hypocrite pulling the ladder up because I don't. And it should become an official language.
And,
We are an American country. We're part of the Americas, and I know there's like Canada up north, and maybe Guyana, and Suriname, and Belize. But besides those guys, the Americas are Spanish, or in Brazil. All right, it's time we start speaking it.
thank you. I just, yeah.
In his update video, Chibi claimed he wanted to go on a brief hiatus in order to emotionally recover, but it didn't take him long to start posting to Twitter again. A lot of it was him LARPing as a changed man, posting pictures of himself at the gym. Was successful. Feel exhausted after the 2-hour workout. Definitely out of shape and needs to get back.
I don't. What is the what? Why are the Groiper types, or why are they like anti like Hispanic immigration as well? Because it's also like, if they're all like Catholic, like trad Cath LARPers or whatever. So aren't like Hispanics like some of the most like vehemently Catholic like people on earth?
Better at it, yet not a single drop of sweat, despite using the stepping machine. What was he doing? 1 step every 2 minutes? Every step represents the amount of thrusts his bull did to his fiancée? Nobody who's actually getting a good workout does it for 2.
Except the Argentinians, okay? Except we're open to immigration, except from Argentina, okay? Except for the Argentinians, everybody else can come.
Hours. If you're by yourself, you should only need to work out for like 45 minutes tops. Though maybe Chibi spends half his workout posting to Twitter, seething at anyone who calls him a pedophile. Starting in late March, Chibi would begin beefing with Schlepp, a YouTuber known for his predator-catching content. He made a post rightfully pointing out the link between lolly and pedophilia, which quickly pissed Chibi off. He downplays lolly as simply fictional content, claiming the witch hunt against it will distract from quote-unquote actual criminals hurting people, though this tactic doesn't work on Schlepp, as he actually gets these people arrested. So instead, he speculates that Schlepp might be a predator himself, something he has no evidence.
Yes, this is one of the, as I was telling you guys when we were watching the first half of this, there's like a go-to, like preloaded arguments that the people defending Lolicon, and they're almost always Lolicons themselves, like to use. And one of those arguments, besides the argument they use, fiction isn't reality, as if that's what anyone here is saying when they're calling Lolly pedophilic, denoting that the traits exhibited as inherent to the genre of the artwork for the sake of arousal fall under pedophilic fantasization, and would make you a pedophile, or the colloquial description of pedophile would be perfectly okay in that context, right? But the other argument they use is pedo-jacketing everybody that tries to talk about Lolicon. They have these like pre-recorded videos that they repost on Twitter where it's like a bunch of people who like say Lolicon is bad. We don't even know if some of the tweets are real or not. And then like them getting arrested for some shit. And it's like this, most people who know, without like seeking it out for the sake of arousal, if we were to probably tell most people what Lolicon is, most people would probably be anti-Lolicon, right? It is such a widely held position with such a large sampling size that you could probably find many people who hold that widespread position who've done horrific shit themselves. It's cherry picking.
For besides vibes.
And in fact, most of the time when people are this adamant about lolly content that are basically saying it is the equivalent of actual real people, most of the time for what
Never said that, so it's attacking a straw man.
I have seen, they turn out to be some form of like a problem or criminal themselves, or they have
It's
skeletons
all
in the
projection.
closet. Something is going on there.
I mean, not only is this hypocritical, it's just retarded. You see this a lot with lolicons. They like labeling their critics as antis, and claim they're the real pedos for pointing out the obvious.
Yes.
It's just projection because these guys are insecure little freaks. Even Rape Tone, who has his own lolly-related controversies, couldn't defend Chibi here, causing him to vague post on main about how the guy is a traitor. This whole drama led to Chibi posting this meme trying to poke fun at the antis, leading to this now infamous tweet from Kiwi Farms user TaxedBrass. It's just a drawing. Compelling argument. I'm digging up your brother and turning him into a chair. This was the tweet, the one that really broke Chibi. He soon posted,
This was like funny the day I saw it, and then it immediately stopped being funny. Like, doesn't even elicit a smile anymore because it's just so fucking over years.
if you see that post, please report it.
There needs to be like a rule where like the usage of like certain jokes after a given time period will result in your arrest, because some of the shit is like overdone so much that like you just like it's not even funny. Parry beat the joke to the ground. True.
Police in the area are investigating and on watch right now. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, then leave it at that. Yeah, he called the police over an obviously AI-generated image made by a troll. Remember when he complained about police resources being wasted to go after lolicons? Well, here's the pot calling the kettle black. If you don't know, this bit comes from Big Bungie's Chibi video, used to poke fun at his ludicrous argumentations.
ChibiReviews, you are an ugly, dysgenic pedophile. And he says, it's just drawings. Hey, it's fictional. It's not real. Well, okay. I'm gonna go dig up your brother's corpse. We're gonna turn him into a chair.
And this is TaxedBrass taking the joke to the next level, using an already public photo of his brother's grave and making memes out of it. You can say it's kind of fucked up, but I can't help but enjoy how absurd and hilarious this all is. It's not even the joke itself. It's getting the supposed free speech absolutist to squirm, showing his inconsistencies. All fictional content is okay to him, unless it hurts his feelings.
Let me turn you into a human chair. Let me just, cut you up and
Oh my, how old is he in this?
put you into a chair. I mean,
How old is he?
you'd be fine with that, wouldn't you? I mean, come on. It's not bad. I mean, you just die and you turn into a chair.
Like 17?
He immediately got his fanbase to mass report the tweet, claiming his brother's grave was
How old is he now? That's actually better. I don't even know how old he is now. Wait, I'm looking it up. Is he on famous birthdays? I think I'm still on famous birthdays. Hold on. He's born in 95. Oh, shit.
doxxed, despite how public it all was thanks to Chibi
He's 31.
himself. In spite of this, the tweet by Brass still remains up, replying, "Report it all you want, Chibi, it won't unchair your brother." Instead of ignoring this, Chibi capitalized off the situation, even posting a now deleted YouTube video titled, "My brother's grave was just doxxed and millions saw it. Great way to make sure people don't find the dox."
There's no point in me even censoring this picture, because millions of people have seen it. My big content creators already hate me, already spreading this around either for retweets, quote retweets, or just...
You know, they say your voice doesn't get deeper after you hit puberty, but you can see you can hear the difference in his voice compared to that past video. So all I'm saying is it's not good at all, actually. It hasn't changed for the better, it just changed. There is still hope. There is still hope for me, because one day I'm just gonna come on stream, and I'm gonna have the voice like the Allstate guy. Okay, I'm telling you. I'm gonna lock in and manifest it.
tweets in general mocking me and my deceased brother. It is absolutely horrific and ghoulish, just how people are.
Ghoulish. Ghoulish? Do you got who has been here so long that you remember the ghoul arc? You remember the ghoul arc? We were like ghoul maxing and shit.
How far they will go to try to drag someone down. Because you want to know what they really want from me? These people want me to die. That's what they want. They want to drive me to the point of insanity to be done. That's what they want.
Chibi, everyone knows you're not gonna end it all, man. You apparently tried before and it failed. And that was before the internet even knew your girl was getting plowed by her bull.
And if it's not that, which that is definitely what they want to just run me off the internet. Either A, by canceling my YouTube channel, like completely shutting it down, shutting down my social medias, completely just being completely done with it. Basically, their objective.
I don't want him run off the internet. I think like this guy like making everybody mad like once every other week. I think it's great content. I hope he scams more of his audience, so that they can understand how stupid they are eventually. I hope he's around for a long time.
Is to run me off the internet completely.
I think he does wonders for like the anti-lolicon side, because he takes all the like arguments the lolicons make on Twitter, and when he packages it in his video format, you could just see how like bad faith and fallacious it is. And like, I think he's a net positive.
Sign lets me get me to stop talking.
Listen, dog, I don't want you deplatformed for any of this shit. That cuck video alone is enough for people to want you to continue. This guy is like a cautionary tale on how not to be a YouTuber.
This intense, like,
Of course, this guy finally decides to start hitting the gym, and the gym that he decides to start hitting is Planet Fitness. Dude, Planet Fatness? Me and my friends were making fun of Planet Fitness before it was cool. Did you guys ever, oh. Why am I getting... I don't have a dog. But thanks for the, advertisement. I don't have a California accent. I've only lived here for, like, 3-point-something years. Where is it?
You ready, bro? Let's get 6 of them, alright? 6.
This is the most ridiculous fucking thing on earth. Like, who in corporate thought this was a good idea? It's like a whole ass alarm.
hatred and slander against me, people throwing random buzzwords against me for 2 years at this point now, is because—
Oh, and they also, at Planet Fitness, they have Pizza Fridays. Who the fuck, who's showing up to Planet Fitness Pizza Fridays?
I started defending fictional content because I'm anti-censorship, because I think restricting artistic expression within artwork, literature, and just being able to have it in video games as well, I think it's wrong to try to restrict that.
Chibi, how are you gonna be saying all that? You're restricting Tax Brass's artistic expression.
Yeah, it was super interesting. Although I found the brother shit like funny initially because it was so absurd. What it did was he immediately went back on all of his like pro lolly arguments. He immediately contradicted himself through all of his rhetoric to like play victim and bitch about the joke about his brother.
His tweet mass flagged. This man made some beautiful art, and if you don't like it, I'm gonna call you a pedophile. I think you get the point now. You can't be Mr. Free Speech and want all these posts making fun of you taken down. Though despite people telling him this, his behavior worsened. He began beefing with the gossip forum Kiwi Farms and its owner Joshua Moon. This started because of a post on the site's Soyjack Party, where someone joked about putting pictures of Soyjacks in Chibi's mailbox. Instead of pinning the blame on this website, he pins it on Kiwi Farms for simply reposting it, and adding on a couple of jokes about sending black guys to his house to have sex with him. He claims this— sorry, this is fucking—
Well, not only does he lie about what site that it came from, he completely makes up what the threat was about. The original Soyjack Party post was a threat, or it wasn't even a threat. It was a bunch of guys that were like saying to this kid, like, you should like put Soyjacks on his like porch or something, or in his mailbox, like images of Soyjacks or whatever. And he went and told everybody that was an assassination threat.
boosting it, and adding on a couple of jokes about sending black guys to his house to have sex
I
with—
guess this guy's like such a weak pussy that like a printed out JPEG of a Soyjack on his doorstep would kill him. So maybe that's what he meant.
He claims this— sorry, this is fucking stupid. He claims this is a full-blown assassination attempt, and that the farmers are the main guys responsible for the harassment campaign against him. I'm sure he'll get some flack for this, mainly from the left-leaning people in my audience, but I am going to defend Kiwi Farms here. While I don't
Bro, Kiwis are so cool.
like them posting people's personally identifiable information, the site does have rules. They very blatantly discourage targeted
My life will be complete when I see a Kiwi in person. If I get to see a Kiwi in person, I can die a happy man.
harassment, as it's just really a gossip forum where randos talk shit. Yes, they
There's like no fucking reason these birds should be alive. Like evolution, or well, there is a reason. Because New Zealand, if I remember correctly, we watched a documentary on it when I was in like middle school, is like so separated that like the evolutionary chain, a lot of like birds evolved to take the role of the typical role that mammals would take in other continents. So they have such like a diverse range of like birds.
They very blatantly discourage targeted harassment, as it's just really a gossip forum where randos talk shit. Yes, they say
I'm
mean
sorry, I think I'm autistic. My bad.
things, but a lot of the big claims against them have been fabricated over the years. If you have extra time, I highly recommend watching this video by Tactical Consumption, which goes over a lot of this. The only evidence Chibi actually has against the farms is this post, which was quickly deleted by moderators for breaking their rules. The only reason he got the screenshot shots is because he reads his own thread 24/7. He's staying up at night, waiting to see what DickButt427 says about him. If you don't know what he's doing here, Chibi is pulling a Keffels. He wants to distract people from his multiple different scandals, so he's trying to divert attention to kiwi farms in order to garner sympathy. Though, while Keffels portray the farmers as a bunch of right-wing chuds, Chibi's fans are under the impression that it's being run by deranged leftists. The harassment that he is getting is
A deranged leftist runs Kiwi Farms is an infamously left-wing platform. So true, so true. I'm just inundated with progressive ideology the second I step foot on that place.
coming from other corners of the internet that he's too scared to mention. Call me crazy, but I don't think people on Kiwi Farms are actually going to send a bunch of black guys to his house. The only thing that got sent to his house is a letter in the mail, which he asserts is one big death threat. However, the only thing even remotely close to that is threatening
Yeah, this is just a threat to take. This is also not a death threat. It's just a threat to take down his accounts.
to get him banned off YouTube and Twitter. Maybe to someone as egotistical as Chibi, that means the same thing.
They were going to take my YouTube from me, they were going to take basically my Twitter from me, and then in between the lines, if you look at it, it's a very veiled threat that they also potentially want to take my life.
Instead of ignoring this, he chose to post this person's address to get a dunk on them. Typically, I wouldn't care about him revealing this person's identity, as they willingly gave this information to him for malicious reasons, but the problem is that
I don't use Kiwi Farms, except for that one. We don't even need to reference it. But I don't use it, but I notoriously very much hate everyone involved with it. I think it's a horrible site. I think there's usefulness to it, but all the bad sort of outweighs the good with it. And I think that yeah, it's just obviously it's a fucking horrible site, right? Even like parts of the rules that used to be redeeming about the site, they've all gone back on. Like they used to have a thread, or they used to have a rule about not making threads on minors. Apparently they've gone back on that, and they're now okay doing threads about minors and shit. Yeah.
this name and address don't belong to a troll. They belong to someone else entirely, knowing Chibi would leak it. I'm not gonna say whose info it is, but there's some degenerate pedophile VTuber, one that Chibi would probably defend if he knew who they were. He should have looked into this, but because he didn't, he essentially became a weapon for these trolls and could potentially
I think that, like, if you're covering or, like, so invested, because, like, the dudes on there, it's, like, actual, like, hate and shit. Like, I cover people all the time, but there's not, for the most part, anyone I've ever been covering where I'm thinking to myself, I want this guy to kill himself. Like, I actually want him to do it. There are people on there that is actually, like, their end goal or, like, a satisfactory result to them, which I think is just, like, evil. Obviously.
And harm more people. He's like a nuclear warhead being piloted by a chimpanzee on bath salts. But the more of a victim he came across, the more he'll try to justify some extremely vile behavior. It doesn't matter to Chibi if he's lying about this stuff. All he wants is for things to escalate. That's why I think he's been lying about being swatted. This photo he posted was most likely from a wellness check called on him, since he loves threatening self-harm. Why would he lie about this? So he can justify similar actions against his critics. Important advice. Don't throw stones at people when you're dead. Nah, if they're gonna low blow you, you return it back 120%. Given the chance. Having rigid pacifism only crumbles into bloodstains on the dirt.
Yeah, sure. You responding has done wonders for you. You just keep responding, and the trends show all the hate stops, right? Oh, wait, it doesn't, and you know that, and you keep doing it because that's what you want.
The only victory you achieve is being a coward while suffering alone. Not only is Chibi engaged in doxing, but also mass flagging and targeted harassment. Unlike many of the claims Chibi has made himself, there actually is evidence for this, though it's hard to find for reasons that will become very apparent soon. For some reason, multiple videos covering Chibi's antics have been removed or obscured due to violating community guidelines. The YouTuber Shamu, who had been covering Chibi on various live streams, would have a Twitter video mass flagged only 20 minutes after it went up. He correctly assumes
this doesn't need to be from ChibiReviews himself. The lolicon adjacent types, the fans specifically, are notorious mass flaggers. One of my accounts got flagged because I took on, like, the Rev Says Desu fan base or whatever. Their go-to is to flag. So that literally could just be, it doesn't necessarily have to be him personally. Just being fair.
This was due to Chibi, as the guy had blocked him shortly thereafter.
The edit that I played before all these Chibi segments, it got hit so quick. Like, within 20 minutes, I was blocked by Chibi, and it was labeled adult content, even though it's just clips from Chibi's own YouTube channel. I mean, it got flagged into oblivion.
And all the video really is an edit of Chibi saying embarrassing shits with GTA music in the background. But apparently that's too mature for Twitter. Not the softcore porn Chibi posts to it every day. Chud Logic also had a video taken down that discussed Chibi's Mimi Yangaji defense, though the original video he was reacting to is
And this stopped him from streaming on YouTube.
still up on YouTube.
Now, here's the thing. I don't know whether this was AI moderation. I don't know whether it was a normal report. I don't know whether...
How much has Chud's viewership dipped since he moved to Kick, by the way? Like, what does he do I haven't watched a Kick. What does he do concurrent-wise on Kick?
I got mass reported by Chibi, and apparently that was going on with ChibiReviews. I've got no clue why it is.
I feel like he's completely disappeared off my radar since he's moved to Kick. Like, I don't watch the Kick streams. But I don't see them get clipped and like put on X or anything. Or
that this video got reported. I also don't understand why the video got taken down, or what it was about my video that was a reason for them to take it down.
Diesel Patches would have multiple of his videos mass flagged as well, with them being hit for child safety violations.
609. Damn, bro. I remember when this dude was like, it never dipped below 1,000. Shit.
This was after Chibi made a tweet slandering Diesel for being a pedo, additionally uploading a video which echoed the same talking point.
Coincidentally, ever since
He's just racist now, and I don't think it's a joke anymore. What do you mean? He had this problem where he had a big subset of like, because the thing is, despite myself being like a leftist or whatever, I'm non-traditional in the sense, we're like the dirtbag type, the leftist types, I guess, where we're like, you know, okay with certain types of jokes, that, you know, a lot of people in the mainstream of wouldn't be okay with. But the problem is, like with him, that seemed to make a lot of like righties feel like at home. And he's a very, I'll say this about Chad, he is a very audience captured person. Okay, whoever made that criticism in hindsight was correct. He is very audience captured, and he made attempts to placate and appeal to this like growing subset in his audience of like right wingers. And I'd imagine as TOS got relaxed, his move to kick has probably gotten worse. Starfish Duder with the 5. This is late, but I think there's Kiwis at the San Diego Zoo. I want to go back to the San Diego Zoo. I haven't been to San Diego in a while. His audio... It's a different level now? I want to take a look at that. Maybe there could be a debate between me and Mr. Logic in the future if he's gone right wing. He's overtly and unironically pulling out the great replacement theory the other day. Can you link that if you have that? No shot. No shot he's gone that right wing. He's like, full great replace. Are you serious? I know that his coverage and what he was choosing to go was obviously attempting to placate like to the righties and shit, but
Chibi alluded to me liking
he went on a rant about the gays a few times now. This is like group polarization as well. Like even the strongest people, when you've surrounded yourself with an audience adhering to a certain ideology, your viewpoints that lean towards that ideology will get stronger. If that's just all you're exposed to day in and day out. And obviously the media he's consuming and the content he watches is tailored to what that audience is going to be into. So the polarization, like he like would further, like if he was starting off, you know, lefty or like he'd probably, this almost certainly would probably be pushing him, whether subtly or whether he knows or not, to the right. $2 from Gunner42. Smaggle would go to the zoo with you, buddy. We still don't know. That is the biggest commentary mystery. Okay? Out of everything, that is the one unanswered question. Okay, that and who passed me the blunt at VidCon 2018. But the other biggest mystery, why was Smaggle banned from the zoo?
little anime girls.
I've never figured it out. I question him on it in private. It's a very sore subject for him. So my mind naturally drifts to a few places.
I've since had 2 random videos of mine get mass flagged and removed from YouTube for child safety. One video about Pokimane, and another video where I criticize EDP. I don't know for sure who flagged these videos, or if it has something to do with Chibi, but regardless, I'm not going to take that risk.
Now Diesel did get in contact with Chibi, to which he showed his flagging history. There apparently weren't any videos there, but Diesel believes the videos are being targeted by Chibi's fans.
Yeah, I don't think that ChibiReviews is flagging this himself. If you've had any experience with like the lolicon types, their go-to is to flag. I don't know who they adopted it from. I thought this was Revs of Desu's fan base, but it's a go-to of theirs, right? So this could just be happening inadvertently. I don't know if he's doing it himself.
He is 100% correct in believing that, as a group chat was recently leaked, which shows his fans organizing mass flagging campaigns. It's strangely called the MILF and Lolly Guild, and it only got leaked because of a guy named Von Dragon. He's one of Chibi's pedo friends who got exposed for sending porn to minors, and he quickly gave up the chat's existence. In here, Chibi's legion of gooners conspire to take down posts and videos making fun of him. One user brags about getting a Twitter account banned, to which Chibi...
Wait, what are his... taking a look at his second channel. Okay, dude, but some of these... The Jesse Ridgway, that's crazy. I don't see the video you're talking
replied,
about.
"Good shit for getting him." Another account is taken down.
Oh wait, no,
and they
I
all
got
celebrate.
it.
Chibi
I got it. Dude, this is literally indistinguishable from. Okay, it's not all. This is just like one video, but like it is like this. I would expect to see this on like an Asmongold like clip channel or a Cheeto or something. You know what I mean? Like this shit. You'd expect to see that on like one of their channels. I think that like it's okay to like maybe agree with the right as it pertains to humor, but if you're actually like I feel like you have to kind of like stand by your values if you're making them feel like they're at home amongst your like audience. The thing is, right? Actual racism is very different than jokes. But the two can be intertwined. Actual racists utilize jokes to obscure some of their beliefs and are naturally tied to jokes that poke, you know, along those lines. And if you're okay with those jokes in general, you have to kind of make sure that you're not doing it in a way that's like making legitimate bigoted people feel like they're at home or you actually believe these things.
These harassers is shot down. Well, he's gonna be dropping the soap soon. I hope his booty hole hot safety. These guys.
Why do you hate DK? I mean, I don't. It's not like a real hate. Okay, it's like a fucking. I play it up. He just he friended me on Discord once and waved at me, and I didn't respond. And then after that, he started going into Chud's chat, talking about how much he hated me, and he was like timing me out every time I like showed up. To the point where like Chud had to like keep something to unhide me on the channel.
Let's also talk about deplatforming other YouTubers, including one with a video that only had 1,000 views on it. During the Schlepp drama, users were even given instructions on how to mass report tweets, sending links to specific posts.
I think that DK is a brilliant, not a propagandist is the right word. I think he understands the audience, and understands the audience. He understands the audience. That's like my best, I guess, compliment towards the guy, and he's very good at what he does. So I respect him as an artist, despite my feelings on him as a person.
Want it down. So with all that in mind, how is Chibi any better than he claims Chibi Farms is? He's doxing people, he's organizing his fans to take stuff down. Chibi just sounds like a new Keffels. He's calling the site out for all this heinous shit, while doing worse, while justifying it through lies and deceptions. Don't even be surprised if this video gets hit, as even posts showing these group chat messages are getting taken down. How this is even happening is beyond me, especially since it's over quote-unquote violent speech. Again, this is the free speech guy, the guy who made a whole video complaining about getting mass flagged on Twitter.
What a time, man. I guess it was all those doxers and all those reports I gotten over the past few months that probably finally did me in. I would assume this is probably a false flag situation. I mean, I've been getting a lot of reports against my account, definitely. There's no way I haven't, especially since what happened, you know, back in October with Don and stuff.
The guy who recently called out the quartering for his mass flagging escapades. While I was writing this video, Chibi and his fans were going after Internet Anarchist's video on him, spamming its comment section and dislike button. Now, to be fair, there were 2 tweets briefly shown in the video that are confirmed to be fake, and it was justifiably called out. But these people were going above and beyond to attack Internet Anarchist. One of Chibi's top defenders showed a fake tweet.
Yeah, we checked out the video. Most of it was accurate. It was just he did, and this was like he dropped the ball on this. There's no for somebody that has been like for somebody that apparently is paying whole teams to like produce his videos and shit. There's no reason like fake tweets should be making it into your video.
Paint the guy as a pedo himself, to which Chibi reposted it.
Aiden, I sent you a DM.
He's trying to fight fire with fire, but while Internet Anarchists may
Wait, hold on. Huh? It's fucking weird.
made a simple mistake and cut that part out, Chibi is doing this maliciously. He only backed down when his hypocrisy was called out, but he spent the next day raging out on Twitter. Yet still, he was fine with his fans mass reporting the video. Chibi even threatened to sue the guy, claiming he's spreading misinfo from Kiwi Farms. Again, this is another Keffels tactic. At the end of the day,
Notice how he ignores the alt talk? What alt talk?
I don't think this is going to inconvenience Internet Anarchist. He's a soulless slop tuber known to plagiarize videos.
What's your question? Just ask your question.
He only cares about the money, which I bet he'll use to buy Thai prostitutes with legal mindset. Half of Chibi's problems would be solved if he just deleted Twitter, but he can't help it. He's even going—
It's not his, like, if you're still looking at this as his problems, you're not looking at ChibiReviews correctly. I can't say it enough. This is the intended goal. Everything he gets is the intended goal of his behavior because he's legitimately addicted to it.
to Schlepp's DMs to get him to back down, which stemmed from the guy
99 alts? I had like 12 alts at my peak.
making a bone chair meme. This image will haunt him forever, and I find that so amusing. It's just stuck in the back of his mind, like everything else being said about him online. Who wants to bet that Chibi has Google alerts sending him notifications whenever someone makes a cuck joke about him. That by itself is just fun to laugh at. But the part that turns him from your standard lolcow to an active threat to other creators is the doxing and mass flagging. Yes, some of the things people are doing to
Okay,
Chibi are kind of fucked
We
up.
don't know.
But
We don't know if he. I don't know if he's doing the mass flagging himself. I don't. I would like. As a result of the audience he's garnered and the position he's taken on, it's filled with lolicons, obviously. And as I said before, that audience is predisposed to just mass flagging people.
he wants it that way. He wants to be the victim. It allows him to
Just
go after
being
anyone
fair.
he wants, including those unrelated to the harassment. But that's not the only reason he does this. He does it for money. You see him constantly bragging about the revenue he gets from Twitter, yet that's not all. Stuff
12 alts? Like, that's normal, Lamafau. I made 12 to troll. It was to troll Chud's chat in like 2020, like late 24, early 25. For the sake of like trolling and trying to one guy on under aliases, for the sake of my own amusement and the amusement of others, makes perfect sense.
like this allows him to make more pity me videos and scummy fundraisers. Yes, he's made another one, but this time it's not for a legal fund. Instead, he needed to move out of his house, the one that he publicly linked to under all of his YouTube videos.
Now, I'm not asking you guys to donate. If you don't want to donate, you do not have to. But I will have a link in the description for a gift.
Go back and read the group chat screenshots. Oh wait, did I fucking miss something like glaringly odd? Like I'm sort of listening and looking at something else on screen. Hold on. Is it? Wait, hold on. I think Rob says group chat, right? Something out of MILF. Wait, I'm clicking. Wait, hold on.
Apparently weren't any videos there, but Diesel believes the videos are being targeted by Chibi's fans. He is 100%
Okay. Isn't Pedro the GC admin that got suspended? He's a good guy, alongside not
Correct,
giving
I'm believing
attention to
that.
like
As a group-
Pedro. Fuck it, I'm making it.
chat was recently leaked, which shows his fans organizing mass flagging campaigns. It's strangely called the MILF and Lolly Guild, and it only got leaked because of a guy named Von Dragon. He's one of Chibi's pedo friends.
Yeah, what does this change? His Lolicon fans are organizing mass flagging on people. Was he in the group chat? Unless I'm missing something.
I hope his booty hole hot safety.
Okay, maybe I missed this.
A Twitter account banned.
Oh wait, no, he is in the group. Okay, I missed this. My bad. I kind of zoned out.
He's one of Chibi's pedo friends who got exposed for sending porn to minors, and he quickly gave up the chat's existence. In here,
Never mind then. Good shit for Okay, so he's in the group chat. He's in the group. Okay. So he's
His
basically
legion of
it's him.
viewers conspire to take down posts and videos making fun of him. One user brags about getting a Twitter account banned, to which Chibi replied, "Good shit for getting him." Another account is taken down, and they all celebrate. Chibi's harassers
I tuned out for a sec, I guess, on this part specifically. Yeah, never mind.
is shot down. Well, he's gonna be. You are a fucking retard. This money will be wasted. Chibi is
I had one. Okay, it's one slip up. Come on. This entire live stream is ruined for me because you missed a fact.
wasted. Chibi is scamming you. He thinks you're a gullible loser, and
Donate, you do not have to. But I will have a link in the description for a Gifts and Go, where you could donate as much as you want. Now, you don't have to donate.
that by itself is just anyone he wants, including those unrelated to the harassment. But that's not the only reason he does this. He does it for money. You see him constantly bragging about the revenue he gets from Twitter, yet that's not all. Stuff like this allows him to make more pity me videos and scummy fundraisers. Yes, he's made another one, but this time it's not for a legal fund. Instead, he needs it to move out of his house.
This one is built on a total lie, okay? The lie is, and I've explained this before, that he claims that the police are working with him to scrub all of his details off the internet, and if, as a result of those details being scrubbed, him moving will prevent him from being at risk because his current address is known, and the assumption would be that they're helping him scrub his details so when he moves, the new address won't be known. The problem with that is, and keep in mind, the police scrubbing his details is a key premise that he's using to elicit money for the GoFundMe. The cops don't do that. That would be personal. That'd be a personal thing you can do, right? The cops aren't gonna, just because you're ChibiReviews or whatever, the cops aren't gonna work on public time on a publicly funded salary to go help you with personal ventures.
The one that he publicly linked to under all of his YouTube videos.
Now, I'm not asking you guys to donate. If you don't want to donate, you do not have to. But I will have a link in the description for a Gifts and Go, where you could donate as much as you want. Now, you don't have to donate. Do not feel obligated.
And it just dawned on me. I gave up after the first day of covering it. The police department. The reckless Ben guy seems to not be, based on what I saw. He was being an idiot, legally speaking. Right? He was doing shit that no lawyer would advise you go and do. But as a result of that, he inadvertently discovered what appears to be legitimate, like, departmental misconduct in Utah or whatever, and there's now a greater conversation happening amongst the sort of role that the Mormon Church plays in the state, which is something that I've talked about. If you go back to a year ago on my streams or before, it's something that I've sort of referenced or talked about, like, briefly or whatever, but, like, this is getting public eyes on that fact, but I haven't been following it.
But what that donations will go to be completely blunt, it's basically to go to paying bills, to move, be able to basically pay movers, different stuff like that, just to be able to be in a safe spot. That's legitimately what it's about.
This is coded language for, I'm gonna spend the money on chicken nuggets and Gunnar anime figurines. Yep. If you give money to this guy, you are a fucking retard. This money will be wasted. Chibi is scamming you. He thinks you're a
Which is why I'm not angered at all by this scam. This one that he did is so fucking obvious that it's like, I honestly, there are some people I think that are too stupid to have access to funds. So I hope people went broke giving him money for this scam, because if they were stupid enough to fucking fall for this, God knows what their second option for that money was.
Loser, and he's right. This guy has weaponized his victimhood for maximum revenue. And I know he's only raised 10 grand so far, but that's 10 grand too many. You'd be better just putting all your money into Save the Kids token. At least the ad for that was well directed. Chibi just films these walking around the Aokigahara forest.
I think there's someone hanging right there.
And Chibi, I know you're watching.
Okay, what's going on, Rob? What are these fucking 2018 ass references?
I know you're seething and crying about all the mean shit I'm saying. I know you're gonna go to your Hugbox group chats, begging them to brigade my comments section and file false reports. None of that changes the fact that you're a dysgenic cuckold pedophile who got abandoned by all your friends. I doubt even his parents love him. They probably just pity him like a kid with drug problems. But instead of getting high off meth, Chibi gets euphoria off looking at cartoon children getting raped. And none of what I'm saying is slander, Chibi. Threaten to sue me all you want. Make your gay ass fundraisers. $10,000 won't do jack shit legally. You'd have better luck finding me at VidCon and beating me up. But nothing you can do can—
Is Rob well, everyone's I forgot that VidCon was going down. I saw, for some reason, I forgot I was subbed to him because of the drama. I saw a post from Cameron F305 announcing that he's going to VidCon or whatever. I'm not going this year. I'm not going this year because I have really, this is my I know it's like gay to say this, but I am on like my Ultimate Fortress arc, so I would be blacklisted from literally everything. Especially since like I'm not cool with like people like Diorio anymore. So I would not be. I can't link here. No, if you want to link something, put it in the inbox in the server. London changed you, Matt? Well, yes, that's true. But there are people that I do like that are in town, obviously. Like, I got a call from somebody that I know, like, right before stream, saying they were going to VidCon or whatever. They're like, I'm in LA. I'm like, oh, where are you? They're like, oh, yeah, I'm in Anaheim, which is where VidCon is. And it's like, you're not in LA, bro. You're not in LA. Like, I'm not going, like, that's fucking Orange County.
unshare your brother.
I'm not going down there. Fuck a fan I don't know who's talking about this whole fuck a fan raffle, whatever. It is not real. It is not on the table. We're not fucking a fan. Liam DM'd you? No, I haven't spoken to him in a very long time. What were you trying to link? Person that asked if they could link stuff in here earlier. Cal is selling tickets on your back. Yeah, I'm gonna I did not sign up for this. I did not sign up for this. Thank you. Aiden, come to a party this weekend with some IRL streamers. Maybe. Depends on who's going. And where. And when. I don't know if that's something I want a day off to say. Sounds like actual AIDS. Anyways, let me just pee really quick, and we'll be right back. We've got some good stuff going on today, people. So, wait, fuck, I didn't mean to cut the cam. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. Yes, I washed my fucking hands. And, yeah, goodbye to the 50 people that just left, because I, dared pee. So give me 2 seconds. Oh, hold on. We're here. Aiden is gonna... Great entertainment. Great music. Great clips. Oh my god, dude. This is ridiculous. 216 to 222. Did you mean 2 hours? Yeah, 2 hours. 216 to 222. Let's take a look on my good old pal Chud. I've not spoken to him in a very long time. And I've not watched him in a very long time. Oh my... Dude. No shot. No shot.
Chow. Ah, it's a good dinner, bro. Agreed to go to the dinner. It's Sog Chow.
Oh god.
Dude, that's a funny meme, bro. Oh my god, man.
Yo, thank you so much for the
God,
5.
So fucking,
It's you. It's you. Thank you for the 5. Fell off. It's Uwop. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh man. These people are so humorless. It's unreal. You're not looking at that and laughing, even as a Jew. Come on, man. Lighten up a little bit, will you? Lighten the fuck up, bro. Lighten up, dude. Why are you so fucking up?
Goy slop? I agree. The whole Goy slop discourse is like so fucking dumb. There's no like, who gives a fuck about the term Goy slop?
It's a little funny meme. Okay. Okay. Old video, bro. What is this?
So, 216.
Exactly.
Renee is hitting the schnitzel hard, and I see he has opted for the egg on top.
So Cologne, proud of its...
This is what they're linking him?
Artists, different cultures. Germany's accepted somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 million refugees. How do you realistically say, welcome to Germany, and we're all going to learn to live together? Can that be done?
It could be done, of course, but I hope that all the right-wing people will not develop. And this is, for example, a job for an artist. Maybe we should go out 100 people with Nazi uniforms and walk through the city. Maybe this kind of actions will just make the people remind on the time and what our grandfathers did wrong. We really have to take care that we don't fall back in these structures.
Wait, so what is he gonna say?
We are on the way.
We're necessarily. We're well on our way.
I'm allowed to be naive.
God, I hate the kick UI. I hate the kick UI. It's like,
it's a kind of utopia. Just the fact that the whole world will mix
I'm
up
trying to
with each other. That in, I don't know, 70,
why is it? So like if I click this,
50 years.
okay, the spacebar does pause it. Why did it take two clicks of the spacebar to fucking pause it?
There will be no white people anymore, and only cappuccino colored.
Look, that's all.
Bro. Why is this something? This was one of the biggest L's that Progressives ever went along. The fucking mixed bag of sludge race fucking mentality.
Oh my dude. Okay. Dude, I was thinking it was just gonna be like a joke. It was just gonna be like a joke or some shit. Like to play into it, give the righties their laugh. The biggest L per what?
When I hear stuff like this, I am just unabashedly anti-race mixing. I'm like, okay, well, fuck it then. Whites for whites, you know, blacks for blacks. Let's call it a day. This idea of turning into some fucking brown sludge just so there can be no white people anymore. Also, is this not basically like the progressive version of the one-drop mentality as well? The progressive side of it. What's going to be some flavor of brown? Well, you're a racist. I don't think I'm racist. I think that there is some value in race. Yeah.
No. What? Huh? Like there's historical value in race. Race is relevant insofar as it was made by people prior and today. It was a real distinguishing, or it was a relevant social category that people were placed into that affected their given treatment as a result. So the value of race is important in like a historical analysis to understand how different groups were viewed and treated and why this was and the ideologies of certain peoples and governments, etc. But in regards to, I don't think that's what he means here. I gotta be honest with you.
No, I do think there's some value in retaining a race. I don't think that you should have the goal. I mean, if an interracial relationship happens, you know, I don't have a problem with that. It's more so just, no, we should intentionally try to
There's
breed
value.
out
No,
the white
there's
race.
value in maintaining a culture. There's value in maintaining a culture, right? Cultures offer things. I like living in a world with different cultures, and I like having as many options of cultures to explore and experience as possible. So the death of a culture in its entirety is obviously unideal. But culture is something tangible, something, you know, you can, there's food, art, history, etc., language, right, that are part of that experience. But insofar as what race is just a social category off of a grouping of visible characteristics that would group one into the dominantly European grouping of white, and then the grouping of black, Asian, etc. But that's always been fluid. There was the at one point there were there was the Mediterranean race and the Nordic race, and it's ever flowing because it's based off of social categorization. Do you believe that some cultures are better than others? Well, culture is multifaceted. Depends on what. Do I think some cultures have better food than others? Yes, but that's subjective personal preference, right? Do I think some cultures have better artwork than others? Insofar as it's the type of artwork I personally like, yeah, but I'm sure that if somebody from that given culture would prefer what comes from their culture than whatever it is that I like.
Or, you know, Europeans or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Is that racist, bro? Is that actually racist?
Yeah, when you're saying when you're talking about what he said, if he was saying what he was saying along the lines of Europeans or whatever, I think it's a dog whistle, but I'd understand a little more in the sense of like, I like going to Italy, I'm sure, and experiencing Italian culture. I like going to you know, France, experiencing French culture. I don't like the people, but I like experiencing French culture. And, you know, obviously to have a given country that is a main bearer of like a certain culture in our culturally diverse world completely dissipate in its maintenance of that culture, you know, that's a net negative, because the more cultures out there, the better, the more diversity in artwork, etc. So I can understand maybe not wanting to see that die, but that would be an argument for like, you know, are the immigrants that are entering, are they able to appreciate and adapt to and the given cultural standards of the country they're in, right?
I think there should be a continuation of, you know, the Anglo-Saxons or whatever fucking you want to call them. Because I know white is a bit complicated.
Yeah, but it
Who
sounds
the fuck
like
is even trying to do that?
the value he's placing is genetic. Like when you talk about race, like obviously when it sounds like he's putting value in the actual like existence as being somebody with, you know, unmelanated skin that descends from the peoples that inhabited Britannia, right?
Wait. We're literally...
So you don't think there's any tangible relevance between people with inherent genetic traits that bear similarities, maintaining a culture through continued breeding and the maintaining of cultural... No? No, I've seen like you could go to Europe and you could find a black guy in Italy who speaks Italian, eats pasta, eats late, maybe even an adherent Catholic, etc. That, you know, the color of his skin didn't change him from adapting to that. That was predominantly social, right? Predominantly social. What was driving him to adopt that? What were the we understand genetics are not a barrier to the adoption of cultural standards, because you can find an example in every given culture of an outsider becoming a part of it. So obviously it's going to be socially influenced.
We're watching the video of a guy talking about it right now. Bro, what? It's so funny. These fucking progressives can listen to a video and then you go, oh yeah.
I mean, isn't culture
like... He's
like...
even trying to do that, but talking about...
By definition, like based off of learned, observable, not things you're hardwired to do. I just finished my anthropology class or whatever. But like we're discussing culture in the context of great apes, and how culture is defined in that context as the observable patterns of behavior that are adopted by the given population over time across generations. But it's based off of it starts with the observation of a behavior exhibited by an individual within that populace. There's no, I mean, unless you could, like, if you could show me the genetic code that predisposes, like, explain to me what genetically predisposes Italians to, I don't know, the tendency to certain types of artwork or food, etc., then sure. But the only thing that genetics would probably influence culturally is, for example, only certain peoples maintain the lactase enzyme past the weaning period, whilst others are like generally like, so maybe cultures where, you know, where the lactase enzyme isn't maintained past the weaning period probably maybe have less dairy in their respective foods.
About it now, they're literally frothing at the mouth. This Bourdain guy's Jewish, I'm pretty sure. Frothing at the mouth at the thought of the white race getting eliminated.
Anthony Bourdain is half
Jewish,
and I think it's on his father's side.
Only way. This is the only solution. My way of thinking. It's our only hope.
I loved Anthony Bourdain. I watched when I was a kid. I'd watch Parts Unknown at night. That's actually what motivated me to go and travel and shit. That was like the fucking worst celebrity death for me that I could remember. I was like, when I like heard that he just killed himself, I was like, fucking. Dude, and the person he killed himself over as well. I know it's like very reductionist to say that suicide was caused by one person or whatever. There's probably depressive and predisposed to it. But how it happened was he was in Strasbourg in France, and I think her name was like I forget what her name is. She's a famous actress. She's one of the first in the Me Too movement that announced that Harvey Weinstein had raped her at the Cannes Film Festival. And I think they were having some fight or break, and he texts her like, so is it over? And she says yes. And then he just goes to the closet and hangs himself. And it turns out that she herself was actually cheating on him at one point with a 17-year-old boy. It's a really fucking weird story.
so hopelessly intertwined, but we're a long way from it.
Who's even doing this? Who's even doing this, though?
Asia or Argent. I'm saying that wrong. That was her, not Rose McGowan. No.
Literally watching a clip of someone advocating for that exact thing. And progressives should be like, what are you talking about, Chad? You're crazy, bro. You're fucking crazy. Now look, I said this is an old video, fucking Anglo Pigeon video, okay?
So does he not identify as a progressive anymore? I mean, he's calling like the idea. He's saying this is where progressives took the L on like this idea of creating like race mixing like sludge or something. Like I forgot exactly what it was that he just said. That is like even like for conservative standards, that is a pretty fucking right-wing viewpoint to have. Yeah. Great, well, not so great stuff happening over after the move to Keck. Sad stuff. Trouble in paradise. Old man sees single clip and changes entire world. It's crazy how many people operate like this, man. You can't even like combat it with like arguments or because they're constantly being inundated with an algorithm that like predisposes them to these biases, and like whatever you do in that argument, it's not gonna outweigh the like Nazi regime levels of propaganda that is inundated in the most successful propaganda dissemination formats ever, social media algorithms, every single day. I remember, this was in like 2023 or 2024, I was getting inundated with anti-immigrant content on X, just constantly. And I remember at one point, I had some like negative like judgment about some story I was reading, and I realized like I was like slowly becoming biased like in the direction that I've actively avoided there every other, and it was just because I'm being constantly like fire hosed with all these fucking like clips, and I had to stop myself and reassess it, which is what you should do. Anyways, in other news, before stream started, I was looking for something to cover because it's a fucking slow news day or whatever. And actually, before we do that, apparently Nux Taku got demonetized. So let's take a look at this. I honestly can't figure out why. At Team YouTube, please look into this.
So I'm not gonna.
This guy uploads a lot. Holy fuck. Coming clean. So he's finally admitting to being a pedophile?
So I'm not gonna do like a whole long, drawn-out outro, just gonna cut to the chase. Give you an update on what is going on. I've been doing YouTube for over a decade now, and all of my channels have been demonetized. That's right, terminated from the monetization program.
God, I just, like, with the poorly blurred, like, lolly bestiality porn in your thumbnails and, like, the hentai reviews, I can't see what got him demonetized.
And the reason they gave me was harassment. They gave no...
Did you look at the Owlish leaks? No. Huh? What? I didn't hear anything about this. If you have, put that in inbox. I'll definitely cover that, like, right now, if you have that. I didn't know there were Owlish leaks.
No examples. They just said harassment. So just letting you know, this is a mistake. Obviously, I do not harass people on the channel.
Really?
Yeah, I make...
That's what got him? Harassment?
Make fun of ideas a lot, but I do not tend to go after immutable characteristics and stuff like that. But obviously,
I guarantee you, if we were to go through this guy's entire backlog, he does go after immutable characteristics, and he probably tries to disguise it in the way these guys typically do, in the most subtle manner possible. So he'll, like, for example, they'll make a video, like, they won't, the only person that titled it overtly, and you have this group of people that are obviously racist, yet still do the appeal to I'm not racist, like, sort of cope or whatever, when they're very obviously racist. And Achito was one of those, but he's so fucking stupid he didn't realize the plausible deniability cope doesn't work when you've titled your video Black Fatigue and you're calling it that throughout the video. You can't do the it's about the culture cope when you're literally the trait you're attacking in the entirety of the video is black, right? An immutable characteristic. I'm sure that he goes after immutable characteristics in the most, like, subtly disguised manner possible, probably overt in some instances, where he's just like making negative comments about entire groups like women, minorities, etc. And maybe doing the bare minimum to like dress it up.
Obviously, I'm a right-wing channel. I don't lie, and therefore I am subject to this stuff. It happens to a lot of people, actually. I'll be real. I wish I was surprised. The impressions on my channel have been going down for a while now, even though the views have basically been going up, because the average click-through rate of my videos keeps getting higher, meaning more people clicks on the videos if they actually see it and they're recommended. It just doesn't get recommended as much. Now, I know YouTube has been clamping down on this kind of thing. This is not surprising to me. In fact, the reason why I pivoted to this is because, honestly, it's important to talk about. Now, I am not saying this to stir up a public shitstorm or anything. Obviously, that's, the nuclear option, and we will discuss it probably, hopefully never. I'm going to try my best to be diplomatic about it and work.
Yeah, he's going to say, he could, listen, YouTube, you don't, Nux has his army on standby, ready to attack if you don't reverse this decision, okay? The dicks out for Nux movement is on standby. It's coming
on
soon.
Things behind the scenes if I can. I just wanted to give you a bit of an update. The truth is, though, while my content is perfectly fine according to the community guidelines of YouTube, and I do believe this is an error due to a mass flagging campaign where YouTube got bombarded with people being like, oh my god, this guy's harassing people, which I don't do. So hopefully the
IDF is on standby.
Will be rectified.
I forget that he's Israeli. Like, he's straight up, isn't he like just straight up Israeli? Like, he lives there, doesn't he? I know he's like Canadian as well, but
eventually. YouTube also owes me about $80,000, which they say they
I'm Israeli and this is my channel.
Will not be able to pay back. At least not until I'm back in the monetization program. So retroactively, I'm being punished for this too. So I wanted to take this moment to say, we're coming back to streaming, boys. That's right. Every single day. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Probably not Friday and Saturday. I will be streaming on Kick at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be doing this today. I probably will not be doing it for the
Kick, the go-to the Third Reich live. That is Kick. That is literally Kick.
Weekend, but I will hopefully be back on Monday or Sunday even, and we'll do our best. Now, before getting into the details, the theory that I have as to what exactly triggered this, actually, my first thought was obviously, you know, I get tons of death threats from like the Hassan Piker community because that entire community loves terrorism.
When are you going to overtake the ADL from within? I'm not. The ADL is already like an organization that's just predisposed to. If I actually ran the ADL myself, there could be a useful thing to do if you're actually trying to prevent anti-Semitism, and that would be just to, because I see a lot of times, historically, there will be just, like, images, schizo images with, like, text that make, like, easily verifiably false claims about, like, for example, there's one that goes around a lot that says 93% of slave owners were Jews. This would be statistically impossible, not even close, based on, even if we take every Jew that was occupying the American South and the slave states at the time, if we're to assume every single Jew was a slave owner in the American South, which is obviously ridiculous, but we're including the women and we're including the children, they all also individually own slaves, it still wouldn't even be close to 93% based on total slave ownership.
And I don't, so therefore we don't get along very well. And that is still, it's still on the agenda. It's very possible. I know just recently Tectone, if you're reacting to this Tectone, love you, man. Nice shiny head you got there.
So, like, I would just post, like, you would just direct shit like that just, like, breaks down misconceptions.
Keep telling the truth. You know, when Hassan Piker slanders me or Tectone or Asmongold or anybody else that they can come, that's totally fine. That's acceptable. That's acceptable.
No, not even close to. If you actually need your brain checked, if you think in the antebellum Confederate South, 90% of the people owning slaves were Jews. There were not many Jews in the Confederate South. There were the ones that were there were already predisposed to be more likely to own slaves because the Jews that were in the Americas at this point were wealthier Jews. The poor Jews, the Jews that couldn't afford slaves, were mostly inhabiting the areas of like Eastern Europe and stuff, right? The Jews that were in America at that point in time were the descendants of Sephardic Jews who were already wealthy, and wealthy people obviously were the ones that could afford the slaves. So there probably was like a disproportionate amongst the Jews that did live in the antebellum South. There probably was disproportionate slave ownership, but it was not even close to. It was below probably in the sense of like total slave ownership. It was below 20% probably.
did by YouTube. Bro, the Jews got me. But apparently not being a huge fan of grooming gangs in England, that is a step too far. And the reality is, that is my leading reasoning as to why this finally actually happened now. I've been talking about the grooming gang situation in England for a while, over the last week or two, ever since the gigantic report that was dropped. 250,000 children that were molested. And I guess that insults the
200. Okay, did the inquiry actually find 250,000? Is that even true? I doubt that's real, obviously. I haven't followed this, like, the fucking, I just, anything to do with England, I just don't read it. Is that true? I don't think so.
Immutable characteristics of rapists?
Yeah, it's not, obviously.
Perhaps, I don't know.
That's, like, such a ridiculous, like, even if I'm thinking about it, like...
Exactly. But I wanted to let you know I will be continuing making content, telling the truth, and hopefully this will get fixed, because it's obviously a mistake. The major reason why I think it is the UK situation is because I've actually had a video taken down before.
And also, what is the range of time? What is the range of time of whatever figure he's referencing?
A strike on my channel a few months ago.
Over 30 years. Okay, that makes a little more sense. If it's over the span of 30 years, that can make a bit more sense.
Oh, because I call...
Even then, I don't know if it would be that high, though.
Because I called Keir Starmer the F-slur. So now, me getting my entire monetization suspended in the midst of covering this situation at detail over the last week is not the most surprising thing in the world, even though obviously it is a mistake. They've been censoring everyone for years trying to cover the situation up. Why would I be surprised that they would try to censor me? So, content...
Yeah, because Nux is the real threat to the Matrix, the woke cabal that sits at the top and controls it. Nux, they're sitting there at night panicking that Nux Taku is exposing them.
Will continue. It will be done via live stream. We're going to be doing that every day, hopefully, at least 5 days a week if we can, unless something comes up. And your support is immensely appreciated. My entire income basically just dried up. And yeah, I am going to be breaking Jew stereotypes, by uploading videos for free. But, honestly, I think saying the things that need to be said.
It's also so funny, too, because this guy, whenever... It's weird. A lot of the, like, overt Zionists or whatever, that, like, make it a big part of their, like, content, they're just, like, totally fine being buddy-buddy with people that legit... They'll talk about... Like, they'll try to anti-Semite jacket leftists who are, like, vehemently anti-Israel. They'll always, like, switch out when they're describing what the leftists said. They'll switch out the word Zionist, a political belief, with Jew, an immutable characteristic, to make it look like the people bringing those criticisms were anti-Semites. Yet... the people that probably occupy this guy's chat are many people who probably hold negative sentiments against Jews as a collective for that immutable characteristic. Like, so it's funny to watch him, like, sit there and, like, posture about fucking anti-Semitism.
Is honestly more important. That is why I greatly...
I rarely have seen, like, very rarely have seen, like, legitimate anti-Semitism coming from the left. Unironically, there's like probably the examples that I could cite offhand would probably be enough, like, I could probably list on just my two hands.
Appreciate any of your support. It is not necessary. I don't want to obligate anybody here or anything, but it is very appreciated. I have a Patreon linked in the description. Anything you could donate there helps immensely. I am considering bringing back a lot of fan requested stuff for Patreon exclusive, like maybe Adventure Time or other things that people have been wanting me to look into. I will probably start doing more debate situations, and for people that support me on Patreon and on Kick.
Debates! He'll be doing debates!
Will do my best to incorporate their ideas somehow into the content. Another thing...
W? If he does debates, that's a W. That's a step up from Asman.
That you could do that would help immensely, and this is literally for free. If I get like a sponsor or something, if you could click the link in the description just to like look at it a little bit deeper, right? It's literally free and it helps me a lot. Just click the link every once in a while.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, who's gonna sponsor this guy?
That would be huge. I'm trying to come up with ways that I'm not financial.
GiantBlackDildos.org sponsoring Nux Taku now on Kick.
Devastated, where I am also not an imposition on any of you, and where I could still make the content that I very much enjoy making and very much feel like needs to be made. I appreciate all of your support, Patriots. I do not want to waste too much of your time. I will be taking this unpaid opportunity as an opportunity, honestly, to make my content better. I have a few big ideas.
He only debates people who agree with him? Like Parry. Like Parry. Parry's reasoning now for not debating me, by the way, is because he doesn't like me. I'm sorry, since when do we... is that like an admission he only debates people he likes?
I'm gonna actually try him. And last but not least, I wanted to thank God. Thank you, God, for giving me the ability to do what I do. To quote Isaiah, God, use me. I hope I can continue to be somewhat of a good messenger. I'm gonna try my best. I'm grateful for all the blessings that I've received. And honestly, I am grateful for the trials and hardships that are put before me so that when I overcome them, I'll be better on the other side. IF. faith that this is for the best, and I also know that we are winning.
Yeah, you're winning so hard, man. Aiden, watch Connor versus Destiny debate on Darius's stream. Is it happening right now? What's Darius's at on YouTube? Oh, from 9 hours ago. Oh, happened 2 days. Was it If I didn't hear about it, it probably wasn't very interesting. Okay, apparently... Whoa. You know, I'll just ask Morale directly for these. I'm not gonna watch the secondhand coverage. Do we have to? No. Oh, hold on. Morale... Connor did not do well. Yeah, there's a reason I haven't, like, gone full on with the brick clams. It's just, I don't know how strong it is. Regardless of what I personally believe. Oh, thank you, person who decided to link something in Icy Chat where if I wasn't conveniently scrolling, I would have never seen it, and not putting it in the inbox because you hate me as a person. What is this? You really can't hate drama tubers enough. Most of these people are beyond bias to absurdity and then still try to present the information as neutral. I am not neutral, obviously, and I don't give a fuck. All of the chibi hate started with their takes on Boruto, which is a garbage anime, by the way, and Dan. Then the toxic corners of the anime fandom couldn't let it go and had to defend the honor of these anime. What followed was an endless deluge of harassment, doxing, swatting, death threats, and so on. The video goes into his Patreon drama in 2017 where he expressed financial difficulty, but the reality is, this is part and parcel of the online content creation world, where many creators ask for support during income dips despite, is this Denal? Despite all the expensive collections they have, pretty weak attack in my opinion. Rob is another anti who frames fiction as potentially harmful and uses edge cases as the main point of arguing that real children are abused, like Shadman using real children for their art. The vast majority of lolly content in Japan is safe for work with no sexual content and often uses adult models styled as younger. Okay, what is this cope? Adult models styled as younger. What does that mean? That, like, you said it's a 2,000-year-old dragon, but it's obviously depicting a child? Automatically thinking something sexy when looking at an illustration says a lot more about you than anything else. No, we could just take the self-reporting of the self-proclaimed lolicons on Twitter. They admit they engage with this content for arousal. They admit that this is, like, sexually appealing to them. Especially when too many of these antis are later exposed being predators themselves. Oh, checks off the box. Shall we start the clock again? The video leaves out the real and actual CSAM that was illegally placed on his DeviantArt account by his haters who hacked it. It was not fake CSAM. There is plenty of third-party info showing it was hacked and that illegal material was used to defame him. I'd love to see that. The video also claims that the $17K raised for a lawsuit was used for surgery instead, but no public accounting exists either way. We know that he never went and sued somebody. This lawsuit was done with the support of legal mindset, but they should have known that a lawsuit of this kind would have cost $100,000+ and likely more, and more like the $500,000 range. Here, $17,000 would just vanish in just 1 or 2 legal consultations. Abuse allegations from the ex are weak at best. Okay, I agree with that. Then the video calls into Chibi's fictional enjoyment of NTR content as ironic, considering his fiancée cheated on him. Fiction stays fiction, and anyone who thinks just because they enjoyed it in fiction will enjoy it in reality as a porn-brain degenerate with a mental illness. Now, here's the thing. To some extent, I do think Chibi overshares, but the common wisdom, to some extent, such hard-hitting criticism. This is like Diorio criticizing Ethan. They're like offering this little token at the end. To some extent, I think Chibi overshares a little bit. But the common wisdom of staying quiet about the haters also doesn't seem to work. Eventually, they keep escalating until a reaction is extracted from the victim or something worse happens. The collective silence that a lot of content creators do versus the hate they receive is just the old wisdom of don't feed the trolls. It's 2026 and the trolls aren't just internet edgelords anymore. People have died. taken their lives and conducted attempted assassinations of content creators. In some cases, creators were murdered by their haters or worse happened. When? I can think of, there's one big example we can all remember. This was Christina Grimmie. And this was a case of not a hater, but a like stalker. The type of stalker that you would see stalking female celebrities in general, not specifically YouTubers. Like, what's her name? In California, Rebecca Schaefer, famous actress. There was a guy that was, you know, following her everywhere, obsessed with her. He showed up to her house and shot and killed her or something. It was similar to that with Christina Grimmie. Somebody had shown up to a fan meetup and killed her. That's the only one of like a YouTuber that I can think of. That wasn't a hater. Speaking up becomes more fuel for the haters. Keeping quiet leads to more escalation by most unhinged. The best approach is better awareness of how online hate works. In 2026, we're not in Kansas anymore. Expose the haters for who they really are, and the most recent hater exposed for having multiple felonies of abusing a minor, an actual real-life pedo, aka Foxy T, aka Calling, others were exposed for endorsing political violence, and the Chibi haters side with the real pedo and the violent activists. It really speaks volumes to the character of the average Chibi hater. Yes, start the clock. Okay, so what do we see here? We see, I mean, holy fuck, that's a lot, right? We see horrible arguments like, the amount he raised would have never sufficed for completion of the lawsuit. Okay, then why did he ask for that money? And why wasn't it refunded when he didn't raise the amount that would have been necessitated for a lawsuit like that? And how is that fundamentally different than a scam? And if you're implying that he actually did use that money on legal consultations for a lawsuit that he never went through with, then surely he could put all the haters to the guy that overshares, the guy that shares everything, surely would have no problem sharing some evidence that he used the money, or where the funds went and how those funds went towards legal expenses. In regard, does the cherry picking thing where it's like some people that don't like lolicons are also bad people. All the antis are pedos, right? Does the fucking cherry picking argument they do. And then the whataboutism and false dichotomy, where it's like you either support Chibi or you support like the horrible people that just happen to also not like him or some shit. So yeah, horrible post. Check inbox. How long is this?
This isn't.
What is this?
This is an illegal settler within the Palestinian territories.
Holy shit, that's loud.
Now maybe we'll see him with the normal uniform, but in the night he wear the soldier uniform and he come back and start searching houses and interrogating people.
He is one among hundreds of thousands of people who've migrated from either Israel or abroad to assist in the active colonization of Palestine's West Bank, which begins...
Yeah, so for those of you who are unaware, and not super locked in onto the history of the region, we could quickly do a quick explainer here. So these are the modern borders of Israel, and then what is acknowledged to be okay. So you have the Golan Heights, which belong to Syria, right? That's also being occupied by the Israelis. They're now also occupying parts of Lebanon. But this part right here, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, are recognized internationally as Palestinian territory. The West Bank is governed by the PLO, who historically, for the sake of Palestinian liberation, did utilize like violent tactics, but then they started playing ball and now have like a policy of non-aggression, and they govern the West Bank. Now, despite them not being violent and etc., the Israelis believe that they're entitled to the West Bank. They'll call it Judea and Samaria, right? Making references to the Bible and how they believe because of that, all the territory belongs to them. The government of Israel, in accordance with this policy, has expanded illegal settlements, which are basically areas of the West Bank. This is Palestinian territory, internationally recognized to be such, where Jewish settlers, typically right-wing, violent settlers who are armed, move in to establish little collectives, communes, and cities that are protected by and enforced by the Israeli military that is illegally exercising its authority in the occupied West Bank. They have no right to be there. It's funny, actually, that we bring this up because this is where the whole drama with Hila came from, why Hassan said secretaries are valid targets or whatever. Hila voluntarily went on a raid to Ramallah, which is part of the West Bank. The Israeli military has no right to be there. They are building these settlements. They're building these settlements with the end goal of effective annexation of the West Bank in its entirety. And the whole Hamas is who governs the Gaza Strip, right? And the argument you've been hearing over and over again is, but Hamas. Hamas doesn't govern the West Bank. That's the PA, right? Hamas doesn't govern the West Bank. Yet the settlement policy has continued and expanded despite the nonviolent policy undertaken by the PA. It's obviously not about protection or violence, they believe that they are entitled to all of this territory and they have biblical justification to do so.
Is less than 20 miles east of the Gaza Strip. He lives in a makeshift compound or an outpost settlement above a Palestinian village with a group of mostly teenagers who spend their free time attacking, terrorizing, sometimes killing and burning the homes of Palestinians at all hours of the night and day for reasons of their own.
I don't give a shit. The settlers are typically part of the Israeli far right. They admire people like Meir Kahane, who was the founder of the far right Israeli political party Koch, and also the founder of the Jewish Defense League. I think Jewish Defense League, which is a terrorist organization that's responsible for a myriad of, in the United States, assassinations, political violence, etc.
So a settler is a person who decided to move to Palestine from the United States or any other part of the world because they are privileged that they have a Jewish roots in their families.
Isn't it technically in violation of the 1967 agreement for these settlements to exist?
Yes, exactly. And today when you hear in the news about what they call it the two-state solution, it's just a bullshit.
We must chart a course for a two-state solution.
There can be a better future.
France is pushing a three-pronged plan to make statehood a reality.
The PA's official position is for two states now. They want two states.
منها اللي عم تساعدنا ما حدا مساعدنا على انه بس يردعوا عنا اليوم الصبحيات دعسوا من الدواجن بطه وقبل فتره دعسوا كلاب وغنم وكانوا يجيبوا لنا فطايس من عندهم يفطسنوا ويرموا لنا اياها.
Yes, and while the Israeli military enforces power and authority over this territory that they are not allowed to or supposed to be in, they will literally use any tedious methods at their disposal to make the lives of the people around the settlements, the Arabs, a living hell, because the goal is to get them to move and expand the settlements because they want the West Bank, right? So they'll use things like fake zoning violations to justify the demolition of houses, military checkpoints where to go from one place to another. You have to go through all these fucking ridiculous checkpoints, searches and seizures, moving in aggressive, violent settlers who are protected by the military with the end goal of further expanding once again and displacing the Arab populace.
Palestinian communities, brutal assaults, calls on camera. Oh, come on, drawing international criticism.
Whenever you see videos of settlers attacking villages around here, where are these settlers coming from? Are they coming from nearby colonies, different countries, from inside the state of Israel itself?
Most of these settlers are actually coming from abroad.
Our pre-production advisor, who has extensive experience filming settlers, told us that while quite dangerous, we'd be safe around them as long as we kept the cameras rolling.
Your camera will have an almost prophylactic effect. To some extent, a cone of safety, because the settlers and the IDF who are protecting them don't want to be filmed.
At this exact moment, he is thought to be brandishing a firearm, likely a handgun provided by the Israeli army at the direction of the country's Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, an outspoken religious supremacist who believes in the total annexation of historic Judea.
This guy, who is a mainstream politician in Israel, had a framed photo of a mass shooter on his wall who shot up the Cave of Patriarchs.
As it was once called within the Kingdom of Israel over 2,700 years ago.
Welcome to Israel. We are the landlords. They came with much pride, as big heroes. Look at how they look now. Not heroes and not anything. Terror supporters.
Itamar Ben-Gvir taunts activists who'd been detained from a Gaza aid flotilla.
Well, what happened was post-October 7th, Ben-Gvir authorized the release of larger numbers of...
Who cares? I live in America. It's already... You should, because your government, our government, funds this. So it kind of is our problem, yes. We have funded it, we have upheld it, we've acted as mediator in the region. The crimes being perpetrated there are also our crimes.
high caliber firearms, so virtually all the adults in the West Bank would have qualified for a kind of machine gun. So they were just awash with these.
Destiny said these kinds of videos are made just to milk Palestinians for money. What does that even mean?
Guns, and you know, thinly supervised at best.
طبعا هذا العمل العادي يعني احنا هذا بنهتمش فيه كثير جدا هذا لانه روتين عادي.
The villagers say they're doing their best to ignore the kid because taking
How is he milking Palestine? What?
in any way could be a fatal mistake. The settler, they say, is on an intimidation run, hoping to provoke a reaction of some kind, after which he'll call in the army and have people arrested.
In a few minutes, maybe he will go there and he will call the army, the Iowa. Yeah. And he will tell them, he will just lie, like people are attacking me, and there is also visitors also try to attacking me, so to make it more complicated for the people here.
هو الحين حزمق وزعل عشان احنا ما سوينا اي شيء.
And Palestine, we already knew they got unequal treatment in law. Like we already knew that, but now it's the unequal treatment is part of official policy, right? There are legal penalties imposed on Palestinians that wouldn't be imposed on Israelis for comparable crimes.
قتلوا كل شيء اي شيء
The death penalty.
بيشوفوه بيعتقلوه وحشية ولا زيها في العالم اي شيء بيلقوه بياخذوه.
Villagers say that the Israeli soldiers who arrive shortly after to make baseless arrests are typically just outpost settlers themselves in different outfits, which may seem a bit strange unless you get what this whole routine is about. It's about clearing the area by any means necessary.
Have you considered somebody threw a pebble at an armored vehicle, so we actually have to come in and tear the entire village up?
And as for the settlers, they've been given a broader license to kill than Klansmen who enacted racial terror in the American South after the Civil War, with 95% of police investigations immediately dismissed and not a single jail sentence ever handed down to an Israeli settler involved in the murder of a Palestinian.
He can do whatever he wants. He can raid this motorbike or whatever. He can.
They do shit like olives are a big in the West Bank of America. They're like a huge like agricultural part of the agricultural industry or whatever. Olives are like incredibly important to Palestinian farmers in the region. Settlers do shit like destroy the crops and destroy their ability to cultivate the land without any fear of legal consequence, just to further their aims of driving Arabs out of the region or getting the Arabs to comply with Israeli political authority.
Have sheep. He can build whatever he wants. He can...
Like, yeah, it's true that Israel itself has Arabs in it, but those are Arabs who typically would not, like, they're okay with Arabs that shed the distinct Palestinian national identity and comply to the politics and status of the Israeli ethno-state.
Do whatever he wants.
And all of this.
The goal is the genocide of Palestinians as a people.
I mean, all of this is funded by U.S. tax dollars.
I think it's allowed us to do enormous things.
That really is a great honor.
But on a brighter note, welcome to our Palestine series. You're watching Channel 5. These episodes were arranged in collaboration with the Lajee Center in Bethlehem.
Us is Lajee Center. Lajee is Arabic war, is mean refugee. We run different projects here. The circus school, which is at the moment there is a training for the circus school. Also here we have also boxing classes, training, it happened here. Hello, welcome to Aida refugee camp. Today is about 5,000 people live in this camp. Half of this number are young people and children. Aida refugee camp is the same story of all the Palestinian refugees camp, was established in 1950 after the catastrophe in 1948.
Aida was initially established by the United Nations shortly after the Nakba or the catastrophe of 1948, which the Israelis call the War of Independence.
The Jewish state will include the ports of Haifa and Tel Aviv.
It began when 5 Arab nations launched attacks on Jewish cities and settlements within Palestine, most of which had been under colonial British rule through the Balfour Declaration, until it expired on the midnight of May 14th, 1948.
Britain's civic administration is expected to withdraw by May.
The State of Israel, or the Jewish state, was declared the very next morning, along the lines of a partition plan approved by the UN a year prior.
The plan was accepted by 33 votes to 13.
This sparked outrage within the Arab world, jump-starting an inevitable conflict and causing Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, and their Palestinian counterparts to invade, but they were not successful. Israel ultimately won the war, and as a means of collective punishment, they created the Nakba, the catastrophe, forcing 750,000 Palestinians from their homes and onto places like the West Bank and Gaza Strip.
Here, 27 names of the villages, which is the families who live in.
I mean, it basically, yeah. The other thing too is, right, like the reason Israel's like, so people are like, they like to do this whataboutism to, like, for example, and it is comparable to the forcing out of Native Americans onto reservations, or in South Africa during apartheid, they had what were they called, Bantustans or whatever. It is comparable to that, but people that are defending Israel will use those things as like a whataboutism, like you only care about Israel because it's Jews doing it. The thing is, the examples you have to draw from, this is like anachronistic, the examples you have to draw from to do your whataboutism all come from decades, if not centuries prior. Like, this is occurring in an incredible... from once again as well, a country that has propped us up to us as a westernized nation like us, part of the developed, progressive ideals of the West. These are like the actions and crimes they commit you would expect to see from like some authoritarian dictatorship in like Africa or something.
They came originally from, or lots of families, they're still keeping the key, and even though they know all their houses destroyed it in 1948, but it still gives them a hope that one day they will back again to their homes.
Do you know which village in particular on the occupation side your family first came from?
Yeah. Beit Jibrin.
Beit Jibrin was just one of around 400 villages depopulated during the Nakba. Today, it is a totally renamed kibbutz.
Welcome to Beit Jibrin,
which is the Israeli version of a socialist commune, completely inaccessible to any Palestinian.
I always heard about it from my grandparents in my childhood. They used to tell us lots of stories about how was life, how many lands they own there. There's a graffiti, tell the history of the Palestinians.
Have you ever been to Israel? Just curious. No, I've never been to Israel. I've been to the United States, Mexico, Slovakia, Czechia, Austria, Italy, France, Spain, England, Malta, Vatican, somewhere else that I'm totally forgetting right now.
How they were living before 1948, before the catastrophe, as a farmers, and then when the catastrophe happened, they moved them to the refugees camp and they built the apartheid wall.
Germany.
Surrounded the camp.
The massive wall surrounding the camp was built in 2004 in the midst of a bloody conflict called the Second Intifada. The conflict took upwards of 5,000 lives. The Israelis say the Palestinians started it by targeting police and protests that turned violent, whereas the Palestinians generally place blame on the collapse of peace talks at the Camp David summit in 2000, as well as a provocative visit by Israeli politician Ariel Sharon to the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, the third holiest site in Islam, which happens to also be built on a plot of land called the Temple Mount, which is the #1 holiest site in the Jewish faith. Total nightmare.
After they finished the wall, they built more than 7 military watchtowers. In this road here, we have lost 3 children from these watchtowers. Muhammad, he was in his home here in this building, 10th of November 23. He was killed from the watchtower in front of us by a sniper. He shot him a live bullet in his chest. He did nothing. He was bleeding for 10 minutes. Then the father decided to take him inside the car and take him.
Let me guess. He threw a pebble? He threw like a pebble or something.
Into the
it's like they always have these like justifications for a given killing by the IDF, and then you look at the justification, it's like it just makes them look worse. It's like some kid like threw a rock. It's like you're in like armored like Humvees and like Jeeps and shit. Like that doesn't necessitate lethal force.
When he drove down, another group of soldiers stopped the car. They took the body outside of the car and they arrested the father. They didn't give any first aid even to his child. After that, they took him to the military base. The Israeli commander called his father and he told him, come pick your son. And he doesn't know what's his situation. When they give him his son, even they didn't come with an ambulance. They came with a normal truck and he was in a plastic bag and they throw him in the ground and the soldier left. It's not more than training for their soldiers.
Places like Ida were never supposed to be permanent. According to UN Resolution 194, which was signed by Israel, Nakba refugees would eventually be given safe passage back to their villages, and those who chose not to return would be given compensation in the form of a reparations package.
But that resolution, just in paper, nothing changed. After more than 77 years.
God, the UN is so great, man. The UN is so great at stopping international crises. Like in Rwanda, for example, everybody knows how great the UN did there.
Years under this colonization, we're still looking forward to go back to our home villages.
I tell Musa that we'd like to see some.
What's the UN's game plan to just keep asking Israel very nicely to stop?
Of the illegal settlements that people have been talking about.
22 new illegal settlements on Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank.
My only exposure to their existence thus far had been through.
Aiden, let me send you Destiny's argument on why throwing a small rock. That's not real. No, there's no shot. That was his actual argument.
Louis Theroux's recent
This is Daniela Weiss. She's also another Israeli far-right politician that sort of, she doesn't even like try to like disguise. Actually, it's crazy because in America, the overtly racist politicians will always make some effort to dress it up to some extent. Like, for example, if they're talking about black people, they'll say it's the culture. It's about the they'll never say like, given group bad because of entire, like, or sometimes they do, they slip up, right? But there is at least enough mainstream sentiment against racism that even amongst the racists in mainstream American politics, they have to do subtle disguises of it. Now, obviously, people with basic intelligence can see through it when the conservatives do it, but there's still an effort made. In Israel, they're like right-leaning politicians, people like Ben Gvir, they don't disguise it at all. Daniela Weiss just says Arabs. She talks about driving all Arabs from the region.
Documentary Settlers, where he was able to gain rare access behind the curtain of these ultra-nationalist enclaves, which he claims contain people even more extreme than those he interviewed in South Africa after apartheid.
Like, a lot of the policies in their most extreme form obviously did occur under the right-wing government, but there's also an effort to sort of cleanse the society of any guilt or crimes by pinning it all on Netanyahu and his government. I've seen a lot of Zionists say, they'll be like, that Netanyahu guy. Yeah, Netanyahu's obviously horrible, right? But this is a problem with the society. It's a problem with the society. It's a problem with the premises of the state itself. This is not just a Netanyahu problem.
I'm so
the settlements did not start under Netanyahu.
uncomfortable using the word Palestinian because I don't think that it exists.
Just the lethality of it and the extent to which the objective of the settlers is to for many of them, it's to drive the Palestinians out. Like under apartheid, the white South Africans, they didn't tend to say like, we want to drive the Africans, the black Africans out.
You can have Johannesburg. Is that Johannesburg?
Yeah.
Okay, I give it to you tonight.
Okay. They wanted to subject them to a punitive and degrading legal regime, but they weren't routinely, as I understand it, every day. I mean, I want to be careful how I say it because I don't want to be minimizing any aspect of apartheid. But what I saw in the West Bank was a life that was day-to-day unlivable, where you couldn't really, endless check hours.
I don't know a whole lot about the. They were called Bantustans. I don't know a whole lot about how those like necessarily function in apartheid South Africa. For the comparison, I just know the general. I know about the existence.
Hours to get anywhere, if you could get anywhere, a sense in which you were just a stranger in your own land.
How much time are you going to stay in Israel?
Hang on, but I don't think we're in Israel. Are we in Israel?
You're in Israel now?
Are we?
Yes.
In the West Bank? No?
Hey, what's up, you guys? In today's episode, we covered the situation on the ground in the West Bank. But right now, I want to turn the attention over to Gaza to see how the mainstream media is covering.
The other big dog whistle, whenever anyone calls, this is essentially like neo-fascism, or like, it's like obviously not the same thing as the fascism you saw in the 1940s or whatever, 1930s, 1920s. But it's the closest damn thing to it, and it borrows from a lot of the elements, right? Some of the original right-wing paramilitaries that were responsible for perpetration of things like the Nakba and actually produced, I think Menachem Begin, I think his name was, one of the prime ministers. He came from Lehi, I think, or it was either Ergun or Lehi, and this group, not only this guy called Jabotinsky, I think his name was. They were inspired by he like adopted fascist aesthetics, but they actually there was with this guy called, I think his name was Stern. He ran the Stern gang or whatever that combated the British in Mandatory Palestine. They actually tried to cut a deal with the Nazis. They actually wanted to work with the Nazis Jews wanted to go work with the Nazis to fight the British. Obviously, the Germans turned them down on that offer. But a lot of the elements, or in a lot of the sort of political rhetoric you see in Israel is fascistic, right? Even drawing to like ancient biblical like rights to the territory.
Things over there. So to find out, I'm going to pull up Ground News right here on my phone, which is a dope ass news aggregate that I use every single day. Channel 5 has been partnered with Ground News for over 2 years now. And honestly, it's the best way that I've found to cut straight through the noise and see exactly who's covering what, not just in America, but globally.
This is the context of the clip Mr. Mooten was watching. You probably should watch it first.
Was there another angle for this video? There was. White flag, Palestinian, civilian, shot.
Okay, Kathy, you're horrible with linking stuff. What do I watch up to here?
This. Oh, like that. It sounds like multiple shots. I think. I don't know. I don't know actually. I'm sorry. I don't know. The term Hollywood implies that.
All right, and then we go to this clip. Okay.
Far away. Would you be fired?
What am I watching and why? We were watching a
Wait,
video.
Were these journalists? I think I remember this.
This was faked and.
Or wait, hold on. Let me just go to the tweet. An unprecedented TV investigation by CNN captures some of the. Yeah, I remember this video. It's in 360p. Carrying white flags. Okay, there was citizens carrying white flags.
Video on, we were watching a Fern video about Israel killing fucking journalists, intentionally or not. And then somehow we got into Pallywood. And then I was curious of your Pallywood stuff. That's pretty much it. I assume...
Did they unironically use the term Pallywood?
I assume you don't believe every fucking video is Pallywood because you're not retarded, but you believe that some are, and then that, you know, you need to be skeptical.
Oh my, so so they're actually just like using the same terms that the Israeli far right uses.
The videos to make sure that like it's not because it's happening. I assume that's the fucking take.
Firing 3-round burst, or wouldn't you just be firing 1 or 2 shots?
Hello.
Wait, what are you watching?
We're watching your analysis on.
Oh, listen. This is what I mean when I say Pallywood. Okay, ready?
Hold on, I can hear you twice right now.
Okay, this is what I mean when I say Pallywood. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that there's like you and your friends are walking around outside, and one of you guys has your phone on, and then you get shot by a soldier. Okay, that's like horrific. You post it online. It's like, damn, that's fucked up. Okay.
That ain't good. Yeah.
Let's say that there's like
That's what he means. Because the term Pallywood, what that means is when they use it, that the videos of Palestinian atrocities that or atrocity against Palestinians that have inundated like your timeline and shit that you see, that term is used to basically imply that these are staged videos utilizing actors, and the harm and the nature of it being presented in the video is not real. It's staged, right? People using that term are not just referring to videos of atrocities, period. That's where the play on Hollywood comes from, that it's acting, that it's staged. That's what that term is trying to convey.
a line like 100 yards ahead of you, and there's a bunch of soldiers standing there. The line says, "Do not cross. If you cross, you will."
All right, Kathy, I'm not just
be shot.
Yeah.
And then you and your friends look at each other like, oh shit. And you turn your phone on, you're like, okay, run across the line. And then the guy runs across the line, he gets shot, and then he comes back, he's like, oh shit, that's Pallywood.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So you just feel like a lot of the times like war is going on and war is happening, and then the people in Gaza will push the lines and then get shot
They do things that they know are 100% are going to get them shot. Yes, correct. A really great example of this was around the Palestinians called the Great March of Return, the Israelis called it the border riots. But like basically kids would go to the front lines with slings and start trying to sling shit at soldiers. Eventually they would get shot, and people were recording like, oh my god, they're shooting kids. Ah.
Bro, can you guys please figure out who I'm dating, because it's getting complicated. What? Who's talking about who you're dating?
Just like that.
And then what gets pushed in like Western media is like, look, the IDF soldiers are shooting kids, and it's not like, well, we're in a war zone.
That's obviously not what anyone means when they use that term. They're implying that it was staged. They're not talking about actual video, like.
Was there another angle for this video? There was. White.
Fuck, I don't want to watch.
Frankly, it's the only site that I use to get my news. Let's see what we can find out about Gaza. So by typing in Gaza and ground news right here, I'm finding this news story. It says more than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces since the Gaza ceasefire. It's got 95 sources, indicating that it's probably a legit story, but let's check ground news to see how exactly the story is being framed. Using the ground news bias distribution panel, I can see that most of the coverage is from the... Before, I use this every single day. It's been the perfect...
Go back. No, I'm not doing the context. So the context that you need and it's some if you have like a 5, 10, 15 second clip does it, you could link it. I'm not doing, this is not a Destiny segment. I'm covering this.
Partner for Channel 5.
Okay, I watched exactly what you put in inbox up until the exact point you told me to watch. It's not, we're not going on a fucking scavenger hunt for like the most anticlimactic, like he has bad takes about Israel. We understand.
For over 2 years, because our missions effectively align. Game, recognize game. You too can be part of the C5 ground news family.
If you have a clip of him giving the take and you send it to me, I'll watch the clip.
By going to ground.news/channel5, currently available in the description box and pinned comment of this video. Or you can scan the QR code on screen right now, and you're going to get 40% off the Vantage plan. Again, that's ground.news/channel5. I think by now, you know what to do. All right, back to Palestine. Musa says that while there are some settlements around Ida and Bethlehem,
if you look there, this is one of the closest colony to Ida camp. It's called Gilo.
Our best bet to get a true candid look at an urban landscape ripped apart by settlements would be about an hour south in the city of Hebron. So we hopped in the car and went for a drive.
So this is an Israeli colony. And all the way to Hebron from now or even before, you're gonna...
Close to 5 seconds before the actual clip. Well, then don't timestamp. Then why send the timestamp for the part that isn't the actual clip? Are you retarded? You keep doing that. There was a whole controversy because Kathy sent some 7-minute audio recording, but the part you're supposed to be listening to only happens in the last 2 minutes. So you listen to the first 5 and think, there's nothing happening here. You naturally skip ahead and you miss the one part that's actually relevant. So Dicker's had a problem with this recording, then I had a problem with this recording. And it was like, okay, if 2 separate streamers are having a problem with the fucking recording center, it's probably an issue with the way you're clipping it.
See lots of Zionist colonies when it's not legal according to the agreements.
He says that it might take us up to 5 hours to get there because of the sheer volume of highway checkpoints that have been built by the Israeli military. Today, there's over 800 checkpoints, and their primary purpose is safety, which means keeping Palestinians away from settlements and off of the pristine, separate highways they've built between settlements and into mainland Israel for cars with yellow Israeli license plates. But our car had a green Palestinian license plate, which destined us to hours in traffic and potential military detention without cause. And here's why.
Yes, every like administrative, like even in very subtle, it just meant to make your like the lives of a Palestinian living in the West Bank more complicated.
So back in the 90s, there was something called the Oslo Accords, an alleged peace negotiation between the Israeli state and the Palestinian Authority.
This is Yitzhak Rabin, who was a more moderate or more left-leaning prime minister of Israel. He was assassinated by a follower of Netanyahu's after Netanyahu gave some speech to a crowd of enraged Israeli members of the Israeli far right. They were comparing Rabin to Hitler. And then later that same night, Rabin got shot and killed.
Which would supposedly end in an amicable two-state solution. During Oslo, and for a 5-year temporary period, the West Bank was divided into 3 administrative zones, Area A, B, and C. Area A, representing 18% of the land, but a far majority of the Palestinian population, was under full control of the PA.
Yeah, when I show you the West Bank, and we're talking about the settlements, that's not like an accurate reflection of like what territory, that's the de jure Palestinian territory. De facto, in regards to what they actually control, it's these little islands. This is what the PA controls. And like, for example, if you live here and you want to go here, or sorry, you can't see my fucking mouse. Can't see my mouse. If you live here and you want to go here, you have to cross through like a fucking a checkpoint, which is like a total nightmare. Get shit sorry, it like takes forever. It's meant to make life more complicated in subtle and very overt, violent ways. Yo! Thank you so much! ZM Punk with the 5! Hello, Aiden! How's it going, ZM Punk? Thank you so much for the 5. Yeah, I messaged Morale. We'll cover this when we'll cover the owlish shit when this is over.
A, Palestinian Authority. Area B, representing 22% of the land and mostly encompassing rural communities and certain sections of Jerusalem, was under the shared control of the PA and the Israeli army. And then Area C, representing a whopping 61% of the land but home to very few human beings, was
like, imagine, like, if you wanted to drive from, I don't know, fucking New York City to DC. You have to, like, you have to cross, what is the equivalent of, like, international borders, like, 20 times just to get there. Like, and each time, they're taking as long as possible, being as invasive as possible, making the experience fucking miserable.
Under full Israeli military occupation. Notice I said temporary because all this land was supposed to be transferred back to the Palestinians by the year 2000. But that same year, peace talks collapsed, sparking the second intifada that I mentioned earlier, and keeping these temporary A, B, and C zones in place to this day. What that looks like in 2026 is the dramatic restriction of movement for Palestinians between West Bank Area A cities like Aida Camp / Bethlehem and Hebron, which are only connected through roads that run through Area C under Israeli military law. And of course, it's in these C zones that almost all the settlements exist, which look almost nothing like I thought. I had a vision in my head, likely informed by social media, that most settlers were young, crazy kids on the hilltops like the one that I'd previewed earlier. Yet the colonies that Musa and I drove by almost every few miles look more like gated communities.
Yeah, it's not all, so a lot of the settlements are started by people on the far right or many predominantly inhabited by them, but it's not just people from, there are moderates that move into these settlements because the pricing is cheaper, there's a lot of incentive to do it, because a part of the Zionist project is inhabiting the historical lands of Judea and Samaria, which entails the West Bank. Right? So they want people moving there. They want it's a slow annexation.
Scottsdale, Arizona, advertising relatively affordable subdivision style.
They advertise it at synagogues in the United States. They advertise real estate for the West Bank.
Cul-de-sac, spacious homes with swimming pools and nearby access to grocery stores.
It's another part, and this is also, I read into this. So you hear about this a lot. There's a big push for making Aliyah, which is the immigration of a Jewish person to Israel. That's a huge part of like a major component of Zionism, getting as many Jews in the diaspora, Jews that live abroad, to move to Israel. That's why they have the right to return. There's even been intelligence operations to like stage like tragedies against Jewish communities in like Middle Eastern countries to basically accelerate like an exoduses or whatever. You'd like I think it was the Levant affair, or it was something else I was thinking of. But that is like it's a major component, and without it, like what the fuck was I just saying? Oh yeah. So Aliyah, they make a big push for it, but it goes so deep that there's a group of, I forget the word for it in Hebrew, but there is a subset of Israelis that leave Israel and go immigrate to other countries. And there's actually like internal memos and like sort of pushing given to Jewish communities that have established themselves in other countries to not, or maybe it's more religious communities, not in general, to not be as accepting of Israeli immigrants to other countries because that's like antithetical to the Zionist project.
Stores and movie theaters. At that moment, I began to understand what Louis Theroux meant when he talked about the diversity of settlements.
I can't say exactly how many settlements there are, but there's a lot. I think more than 100, maybe 200 or 300. And in addition, there are what are called outposts, which are almost like the eggs of settlements.
You should. I don't know enough about this topic to debate it effectively. I'd probably get my ass crushed in the debate on this. I mean, I'd take it if somebody challenged me, but
they kind of
it wouldn't end well.
Embryonic form, where there's a bunch of extremists, Israeli activists, often youth, settle youth, take a hill or take a little area, put camps up, and then oftentimes the IDF will de facto kind of defend them, but they're not recognized by the Israeli state. So we saw one recently legalized under Israeli law, but not under international law, outpost. That was Eviatar, and that was there. It was a kind of religious nationalist settlement of a fairly extreme sort, and the caravans. But there's other settlements where they are larger and more suburban looking. So at least some, or maybe most of the people there will be either economic migrants, interlopers, like they're people who've gone there mainly to get cheap housing. And then some of them are ideological settlers who've come from America or elsewhere. And then there's even more extreme and crazy ones that we didn't get into because most of them don't really want outsiders in there.
You think they know that it's wrong what they're doing?
They know that the world views it as wrong.
As Musa and I drive and are forced to take the long way, I'm struck by the beauty of the land. The rocky rolling hills of Palestine are like a gently astroturfed hybrid of the sweeping cliffs that surround.
Okay, the land, I gotta be honest, and this is not to snark this is to snark whoever created the geography. The land is not that.
Lake Mead outside Vegas, and I began
that's pretty cool looking.
to understand why so many people feel a deep, unshakable connection to the land. It's nice, man. As we make our way to a checkpoint, I notice a strange red sign.
I don't know, man. I'm just like, this is what America is the most geographically beautiful place on Earth. Other countries don't even faze me. If you've really taken the time to travel across this country, obviously we're so big. We have geographical diversity or whatever. But no, in terms of geography, other countries don't come close.
And in the distance.
This road leads to Area A under the Palestinian Authority. The entrance for Israeli citizens is forbidden, dangerous to your lives, and is against the Israeli law.
We need to be quick.
Musa says it's been put up by the Israeli army as a way to instill fear in mainland visitors and restrict commerce, and that it marks the beginning.
Aiden sounded like Trump for us. America is geographically very beautiful. That's not due to, like, obviously, it's not due to anyone's effort. That's due to how the natural disposition of the landmass. But, like, if you've ever taken, like, I've hiked a lot, like, if you've ever taken the time to go, to, like, fucking, I mean, even in LA, looking at the Santa Monica Mountains and everything, it's beautiful.
Of an Area A enclave. Across the street, I also notice a bulldozer on a hilltop that appears to be tearing down a local village.
The mountain you see on top, it was occupied recently by settlers, and now they are setting up caravans. And you see down the road here, they installed the yellow gate. When they close it, Palestinians who own the agricultural lands, they don't have access to it.
I step across the street to get a camcorder shot.
The soldier is watching us.
English. What are you doing? Oh, taking a video. Fuck.
For the crime of taking a camcorder shot of an illegal settlement while in the company of Palestinians within Palestine, I was placed under Israeli detention by 2 teenagers from New Jersey. They couldn't explain the crime, but seemed more than happy to give out the time.
And the reason the Settlers Act was such impunity, where they basically exercise like the authority of police officers, is they know that many times the IDF soldiers assigned to enforcing or jurisdiction over the land, illegally so, agree. They're right-wing themselves. They believe that land belongs to Jews. And they back the settlers wholeheartedly when it comes to a dispute between a Palestinian and a Jewish settler.
If you'd like to see,
so they act with impunity because they're empowered to do so.
And hear about the next phase of our journey, where I explain the interrogation process, visit the Al Ibrahim Mosque on both sides, and witness the invasion of Central Hebron by a group of settlers, head to our Patreon at www.patreon.com/channel5.
It's a good video. I haven't actually watched the Louis Theroux documentary. I wanted to check that out. I haven't actually gotten to watch it yet. Jews from New Jersey. Aiden probably went to school with these people. Not with the types that go to Israel. Those are very religious Jews. They typically have their own schools and stuff. So I grew up, like, I went off to boarding school, obviously, when I was older. But when I was growing up, like, through grades, I was mostly in public school. And it was obviously, I think in my high school, we had more, or in my middle school, middle school, whatever, we had There weren't as many Jewish people as you'd think. And the ones that were there were secular. They weren't overtly religious. Like, I never saw anybody casually wearing like a yarmulke or anything, unless I went to like Williamsburg in Brooklyn or some shit. I didn't see like at school people wearing yarmulkes or anything.
You can also see our complete sit-down interview with documentarian Louis Theroux. As many of you guys know, Channel 5 is a completely independent, probably...
You went to an all-boys school, right? For a year, yeah. That was when I went to school for bad kids. Then I went to a normal boarding school. That was not all boys. Hold up. School for kids on weed. No. Depends. Inbox? Hold up. What is this? I'll check this. We'll do another. I'm done with the Israel segment for today, but I'll definitely check that out maybe tomorrow. Wait, why are people saying Owlish is dating Wick? All right, we're gonna check out this Morale stream. Apparently, there were leaks on this about this Owlish person who called in 2 days ago. So we're gonna check those out. I gotta pee again, so give me 2 seconds here, guys. You're not going to want to go away for what's coming up here in a second. By the way, also leave a like if you haven't already. New game. It is. Thank you for the detergent ad. Leave a like if you haven't done so already. It goes to a great cause, my wallet. Be right back, folks. Here's a little bit of the Duckbringer debate from yesterday. Wait, fuck.
My staying operator, no. But you leaked stuff to him, and so we know for sure that you are leaking stuff. That's why you are leaking, and you just made.
Aiden. Yeah, I think that it's fair, Kathy, if we're gonna use that as evidence to prove it. I think that's probably fair.
I'm not gonna expose the identity.
Well, that's all. That's also.
I can tell you. I can send you in the DM, but not gonna show it in.
That could work. Show me in DMs. Show me in DMs.
I have to switch accounts. That's gonna kick me out of the VC.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Wait, before you go, hold on, before you go, are there examples of Duckbringer leaking that wouldn't compromise your fucking mole or whoever, Kathy?
I mean, everyone in Saki knew that she was like not.
No, you guys all assumed. I have Kathy. I literally have DMs with you where I'm telling you your OPSEC problems are not my problem. I'm not the one leaking. You have a bunch of people you're inviting.
You were leaking to people in server, weren't you?
I have not leaked to anybody. That's the thing. You cannot prove that I've leaked to anybody because I haven't leaked to anybody, and I'm confident of that. You can never prove that I've leaked to anybody, Kathy.
Good one.
So what's the okay? So where did the beef between you two start? What led you, Kathy, to suspect that Duckbringer might be the mole to begin with?
Because the server got leaked after like 6 months when I wasn't there, and there's like a bunch of leaks apparently, including like there's a bunch of details included in the leaks that I could not have possibly logged because I'm
not saying that you leaked. Are you stupid?
You are blaming me for your OPSEC problems, Kathy.
I'm not saying that you ended up you did a major leak. No, I said you were leaking small things.
I'm a convenient boogeyman for you, Kathy.
No.
That's all.
I don't care that you leaked the small thing. Like who gives a fuck?
You are actually the person who leaked your own server, and you are using me as a scapegoat.
Also, yesterday. Like
you are the secret DGG or Kathy.
You think Kathy's a secret DGG? I've heard this theory before.
I think he's the person who leaked it, honestly.
Yeah, I'm a secret DGG.
Like nothing makes any more.
All right, we're back. Goodbye to the 10,000 people that just left. Dude, I'm sunburned. I didn't realize how bad I got fucking burnt. It's coming in now. I looked in the mirror. When I got to look, I saw it in the mirror. It's bad, man. It's bad. It's fucking hot today. It's like 80 degrees. The Fang of Zion sends. Who's the Fang of Zion? Okay, so we got leaked. Okay, I got sent this. So Morale is in like a Tard war with this random like Wick chatter, who's not just a Wick chatter. She downplayed what she does. She is like she works on like on political canvassing with Wick as a part of like Destiny's organization or whatever. she just like her whole goal when she called him was to downplay everyone's association, everyone else, including hers, to DG and all that shit. But I got sent this, which we already saw from her account. This is just her with Wick, I guess. Morale sent me a bunch of shit that apparently is contributing to speculation. Then we got sent this. Interesting. Good morning to my why does he call them that? Hello, beautiful Wick. Huh? Wait, what's this in response to? I only got one eye on chat. I got both eyes, Pookie, don't worry. I mean, to be fair, there are chatters that will talk to, like, occasionally, like, there are chatters that talk to you like this, if they're, like, a fan or whatever. Like, unfortunately, I don't give a fuck, but, like, I mean, it's not necessary, it doesn't mean anything, but then coupled with the fact that they're, like, linking up and shit, and that Wick has apparently, I'm hearing, tried to slide into the DMs of everyone that walks. I don't know, man. Destiny, Wick is mind fucked after the docs, bro. He shook as fuck. Destiny, the dude with the deep voice is called Gelatinous. Huh? Hold on, I have to fucking sneeze, but it's not coming out. You ever, like, feel like you're about to sneeze, and then you just, like, you don't? It just, like, start happening. Destiny, I'm on your side, and Wick is too. I'm willing to vouch for both of you, to be honest. Destiny, if you could spare Wick, bro, I would love you forever. He's hurting right now, like he's on the struggle bus, and I think losing you would kind of destroy him. I get you're part of it, but he's going through the ringer right now. Wait, what was this in rep? Destiny and Wick almost had a falling... Was this when apparently Destiny, like, threatened to stop going on Wick's show or some shit? Fuck a fan address. We're not doing fuck a fan. This is ridiculous. Okay? Absurd. Got sent this screen recording. Let's pull this up.
I mean, I guess. That works. What is Wick TV tweet?
Skip the middle message. I'll go back to it. Hold on.
Out. Now, as you guys know, we have a bit of a game theory. We do have a bit of a game theory.
Wait, fuck.
That Wick TV and Owlish are actually in a romantic, if not, fully sexual relationship. Okay? Now there is several pieces of evidence to support this. Hello, beautiful Wick, says Owlishness. Now, this is obviously, I think we both know what's going on.
It's good snark.
Here, right?
It's good snark.
Me and you, I point at
Who clipped? You can hear them breathe.
Monitor.
Who clipped this? Folks, we love our clippers. The people that clip mice clip like hell on Twitter, on your AG4L clipping account. I'll follow you back, like, repost, all that good shit. We love our clippers, but you know what? We need to step up our clipping game. If you're clipping for me, we need to start hearing you breathing very audibly during the clip because you're out of breath. This is Owlish that clipped this? This is... Oh, it is Owl. No, you're right. It is Owl. What the... That's her? That's her that's doing all that breathing? Also, Owlish, I don't know if you're watching. You're welcome to call in at any point if you disagree with anything I say. Although I haven't really said much yet. So that is her clip. That is her clip where she's very audibly breathing through her mouth, or huffing and puffing in fury, watching Morale. So I agree that this is like odd, but when these are like, we're in a, what you have right now, because they'll do the, is this behavior normal? Is this behavior normal, as in like relative to the rest of the populace? Nothing about anything we do is normal. Nothing about this person is normal. Nothing about nothing about going and like political canvassing with Wick for that is normal. This is the internet. This is a very this is a niche subset of people into like specific stuff that watch specific stuff, and nothing we do is normal per se. But these are also communities that shit flang and dig up stuff on each other to make fun of each other with. You know, short of doxing and everything, right? And Destiny has done the same. Destiny has done the same. How does Destiny know about my, like, sexual history or whatever? Because they went and dug into it, right? And, like, anything that can and will be used as dirt, both sides are doing so. And there's something inherently wrong with it so long as it pertains to public, you know, linked information. Is it odd? Absolutely. But it's as odd as a guy streaming behind a cat avatar. None of this is normal. If you don't like it, then don't get involved in, like, online communities. And don't, like, go on the offense for other communities against other communities. Right? Where people are probably going to make fun of you. But, okay, so Owlish clips that, I guess. I said that. I said I guess in the most gay Californian way possible. Okay, this is the one DGG snark that's really stuck with me. They've been making fun of my accent constantly, and I've started noticing exactly what they're talking about. Okay, I am now mandatorily required to tell you, now that Doobie's name is on stream, that Doobie didn't send me the evidence of him making the FBI report, so I'm no longer defending him on the claim. I also, somebody said, they called in yesterday and they said, Aiden, it's really weird how you have all this heat for Destiny, yet you're just so willing to believe Doobie off of... Dude, did she delete it? Dude, this was so useful. Did she fucking delete it? Are you serious? Foyd Cal, did you delete the fucking... Foyd Cal clipped every single time. Hold on, I was gonna pull this... Did you fucking delete it from the inbox? Fuck my life, dude. That was gonna be a good clip. Never mind, clip ruined. Green deleted it probably. You gotta start saving shit. Why would somebody just delete something they put in the inbox? I don't get it. Hold up. Fuck me. No! Wait, my bad. It was in stream clips. They didn't delete it. My bad. Sorry for the slander, Foyd Cal. It was not an inbox. It was in stream clips. Back to what I was saying. Somebody called in yesterday, or last stream, and they said, it's really weird. You have all this heat for Destiny, yet you're so willing to accept, you're not following up with Doobie for evidence of the FBI report. That's so true. The burden for evidence. I never talk about it. I never talk about it or follow up for evidence, and I've never commented on Doobie and the FBI claim. I said to Doobie, and as I said on stream, I'm not defending him on the FBI report because I didn't see evidence of that. So the June 17th, very, very interesting. I guess that's AI, that's edited. Right? CP bombing like people's DMs, you report to law enforcement, but like you shouldn't interact with it at all or save it or anything like that, right? Okay, unfortunately, CP bombing like people's DMs, you report to law enforcement, but like you shouldn't interact with it at all or save it or anything like that, right? Unfortunately, the reality is, this is also June 10th.
I think somebody's like a child, a minor here, and they're sending child porn to me. You know what I would say?
Yes, my claim has never been that Doobie did this correctly. In fact, it's been the opposite, right? Okay. This is all from June 10th. Then there's 3 clips from June 10th. June 12th? June 12th? Wait, what strong opinion do you want me to conclude from this? I don't know Doobie. I was a fan of Destiny. I don't know Doobie. The only reason Doobie came up is because Destiny used him as a pivot in our conversation. I didn't know him, right? He tried to railroad me with info about this guy. When I say I didn't, that is evidence of a lie about knowing him. I was on a panel with him 4 years nature of the allegations that were occurring. I expressed to him that I disagreed with his moderation decisions, such as me vocalizing that I disagree with his okay, and then this continues, either me saying some variation, I don't need to play, there's 6 clips here, I don't need to play every one, me giving some variation of disagreement with the moderation decision, or explaining that I'm not defending him on the FBI statements because I didn't receive evidence of it, occurs on the 10th, the 12th, and the 17th, and the 22nd at least. So, I don't know if the DGR is going to retract that claim. Definitely not. Anyways. All the clips are on the Stream Clips channel of my public server for you to verify this. Anyways. That's a horrible Twitter clip. He came here to snark Connor with a morale clip of him talking about it. And also, by the way, let me just say, even though I'm not defending Doobie on the claim, and I think he's like, so a lot of his moderation choices are like, really like reckless or whatever. I don't dislike the guy. I'm not gonna sit here and say I hate him. He seems fine personally. I just obviously don't agree with the having minors in any server for that matter. Give me the heat, boss. I can take it. Thank you for the 10, Doobie. I should have not just clarified that I didn't dislike him after he gave me the 10, because I didn't see that, and then I just did. He gives me 10, and now it's like, yeah, and I also need to clarify, guys, this Doobie, guys, I think he's a great guy, personally. You know what Doobie's problem is? He's just like too awesome. Thank you, Doobie, though, for the 10. I'm also bought and paid for, apparently, equally so, by Balls Mahone. Morale debating Owlish made it look like you hosted a cat debate. Good stuff, true. But I'm bought and paid for by Balls Mahone, Will Is Me, It's Uwop, Gooner42, Starfish Duder, and Godspeed. Also bought and paid for. You can apparently buy my agreement as well through Streamlabs Super Chats. So Owlish says, Connor literally sided with him. He needs to know the type of people he's siding with. He sided against fantasying about molesting children. Connor is saying that he thinks what he thinks is the truth. That doesn't mean he's attached to everyone else who also believes that truth. I agree here. I'm not running with what Connor's saying. I haven't looked into it enough myself to verify. I do personally believe some parts of that to be true, but not enough to go argue for it and have that be my officiated position to the public or whatever. The version of what I believe occurred as it relates to the Brit stuff isn't necessarily relevant. What I do know is it almost certainly seems like this Connor guy does believe everything he's saying. There is emotional motivations involved because there's like obviously like, you know, there's personal motivations. This was a friend of his for years. Destiny's going aggro on like also like throwing shit out about him, like Destiny saying on stream that he like molested his kids or some shit. So there's a lot of personal bias on both sides and directions on this particular claim, and you have to understand that when analyzing it. But what I can say is it does seem like Connor believes everything he's saying. So I agree with that. They just agree about a thing. Connor isn't organizing with any of these people. None of us are. The only people that are organizing are some of the streamers, like myself, with clippers. But those are respectively like my own clippers. These are all people from various places, many of which had not even previously spoken, who've all converged on a common position or argument. And many times, if the common opinion itself doesn't cause the linking of these two people, they'll force the link anyways. Like when Destiny's confronting me during the debate about Doobie before I had spoken to this guy or whatever. Like, if it's a case of separate people coming to these conclusions, they will try to force the connection to play into this coordination narrative or whatever. A formal conspiracy isn't needed when interests converge or whatever, right? Like, you have converging interests here. People who want common things and agree with common positions. And also a lot of people who just want to see Destiny fall and are therefore invested in, like, the anti-arguments or whatever. Yeah. He literally saw Morale in chat and agreed with him and said he was on his side. Okay, he agreed with Morale about something being true. He agreed with Morale that Food Shops is a pedophile. Do you disagree? Doobie, you have the money to set up boxing matches. You should do it. Does that mean he's now responsible for all Morale's ideas and behavior? Yes. Yes. If it's snarkers or critics of Destiny, we're doing a macro level analysis where the entire group is collectively responsible for the actions of individuals who they might not even know about or have any verifiable relative association to, right? You're therefore collectively responsible for these things. But if it's a case of like Wick retweeting an account that was threatening to contact members of my family like 2 days after the account had issued that threat, it's just how is he supposed to know everything that guy's tweeting? It's just a retweet. He's just retweeting a separate tweet. And it's like, yeah, no, I totally agree. I don't think Wick is responsible for that account making that threat at all, right? But under their logic, he would be, because that's the same fucking tenuous little bullshit they use to justify collective punishment for all of us. I was so wrong about this Wick guy. I saw Wick with knowing nothing about him when I went into that first debate, and I just saw some, like, he just looked like a nice guy. He looked like a nice guy that was, like, sort of a loser or whatever. I didn't want to be, like, too, you know, fucking hard on him or whatever. I was so wrong about Wick, like, so absurdly wrong about Wick. It's, like, unreal. This guy is, like, just a fucking rat. He's, like, a bullface, like, it's just insane. It, like, to me, like, in some facets, I think Wick is, like, more rat-like than Destiny sometimes. I mean, I literally had him. He tried to run with this claim that these fucking drunken, edgy jokes I made in private that got recorded, clip trimmed, and posted, when Wick was pretending or retweeting tweets that made it seem like I was making serious statements of intent off of clips that negated the context of where this was occurring, who this was occurring with, etc. Wick was insinuating that he couldn't tell if this was a joke or not, right? But then in DMs with some random woman in private, he's admitting seemingly that he knew it was a joke, but was tactically pretending otherwise. So this fucking rat fuck was admitting to lying about me before I even first sat down to, I think, speak to him. Because he was retweeting that before the first debate. These DMs happened on June 1st. Thank you for the 10. Let it go New Zealand. Are we allowed multiple tickets for the FAF raffle? Good one. Good one. And nobody's gonna believe me on this. Nobody's gonna, like, but when I heard he got doxxed, or somebody had spread his, like, a tweet that had his, like, PI in it or whatever, I thought this was, like, just, like, a nice, I didn't, you know, and it doesn't change anything that I still absolutely unilaterally condemn that, right? There's absolutely no reason that should be fucking happening. But also, like, I thought this was, like, just some nice guys. So I felt bad, and I actually wanted to, like, take corrective action. You know, as I slowly realized that, you know, my initial judgment was wrong. But the way he tried to mischaracterize that and further use it against me, to have this unmeetable burden of holding the Wick's doxer accountable, even though there's Queeman has the clips. I don't have them. Queeman's pulled them up on stream. Wick has made comments implying previously. Now he's clarified since, so you should absolutely still treat his full name like it's a dox and should not repost it. There's no reason to do that, right? But he's made statements previously that seem to suggest that he, at one point, didn't consider the further dissemination of his name to be a dox, based on, like, this brief clip I saw. It could be out of context or whatever. And it seemed like he's weaponizing it now as, like, a fucking human shield. But the person that disseminated the PII on the Snark Left server, when corrective action was taken against them, who was Wick going to go after anymore and insinuate has this collective guilt for his dox if the person that did it was removed or penalized for doing so? Well, now it becomes the people that prove that it happened in private to individuals that they trusted. They're also now responsible. And he needs those names. And he even says, I don't trust whatever name Aiden's going to give me. So he sets the groundwork to keep moving the goalposts so that the satisfaction or the satisfactory consequences of his PI being spread are never met. And he can always use it as a tool and a weapon to victimize himself like a little bitch. $5 from your local cryptid. I was just informed by someone in Icy I won some kind of raffle. What is this about? The raffle is fake news. Fake news. Aiden, Aiden will be visiting Arkansas on his way home. We can meet him there for the. You will never see me in Arkansas. I want to visit all 50 states, so you might see me there once. Okay, then as we continue. That was quite literally the only part he agreed with. If I remember correctly, he even explicitly said he doesn't sign on to anything else. Food Shops is a pedo, though. Pedo light. I can't get over how funny it is that the minor Food Shops was messaging with was tagged as a minor on politics. Yup, he explicitly clarified. I don't know what she's saying. If only she had... if only she had some kind of way to spot them. It sure seems like he's getting fed talking points from J-Stock. This is always the go-to. Do you know how many times me and J-Stock had DM back and forth in like the last few months? We DM'd on May 29th. He shoots me a DM on June 3rd, which I didn't respond to. We have a brief conversation on June 4th. We have a brief conversation on June 5th. He sends me an invite to his server on June 7th. On June 11th, he links me a clip from my own stream telling me he like related to something I said. That's it. That's the extent of how much we've DM'd. We didn't even have DMs the days, because when was the debate? On the 3rd, right? He sent me one DM on the 3rd after the debate ended. It's just, it's like so funny. It's, first of all, it's actually offensive. It's offensive that if you think my arguments are bad, that's fine. Just understand that they are my bad arguments. Those are my bad arguments, which you can then attack accordingly. I don't like other people being credited for my arguments. If I do agree with an argument that somebody else gave to me, oftentimes I'll say I heard this from such and such, right? But my arguments are my arguments. If I read something in a debate from chat, I'll say somebody in my chat is saying, or, you know, but anyone who's actually tried to DM me during a debate knows how ridiculous this constant, like, insinuation is of, like, this person's DMing you this person's DMing you, where did you read that from, or whatever. And they know that this is why it's such a fucking dumb strategy, because it allows you to completely avoid addressing anything on substance, right? It allows you to go into the meta and question the motives and sourcing of the argument as opposed to the argument itself on substance, and it is unfalsifiable. It's unfalsifiable. If you say, who's DMing you that talking point, you've muddied the waters for everybody. You've made everybody think in their head, oh, this guy's potentially getting DM'd by somebody, all of his talking points. So, for example, let's say I show all my DMs to Jason. You know what they'll say? Oh, so it wasn't just a goal. It was Queeman, or it was, and they'll keep moving that goalpost and maintaining the insinuation that you were reading these DMs from somewhere else, knowing you can't disprove it. $5 from Will. Aiden, will the FAF have a babysitting area for people who have kids? Okay, good one, buddy. It's not happening. Ogre Boy and Connor admitted to it. Who's Ogre Boy? Oh, isn't that the guy? Isn't that the fucking, isn't that like some loner box person or whatever? Read Tyrone's previous message. It's important. LOL. Hold up. What is Tyrone's previous message? Aiden rubs his... Okay. Okay, good one. I'm not... Thank you. Don't own labs? Thank you, Martin, with the 5. I heard some owners have pets that look like them. Guess the same goes for some streamers and their fans. Wick and Owl, fraternal twins or dysgenic lovers? You decide. It would be really embarrassing if it would actually be less embarrassing if they're in a relationship with the sweeping she like does or whatever. Like, it would make more sense to me if these two were in a relationship. I think it's more embarrassing the efforts this person's going to if they weren't in a relationship with Wick. And they admit getting messages mid-debate, so it's not an unfounded claim. Destiny accused me of reading messages mid-debate, despite the fact that the things that I did read, like from chat, I said somebody in chat is saying, or credited the person that, or credited the source that I was deriving it from. Every other thing that I would say that he couldn't respond to resulted in an accusation that I was being fed that talking point by somebody else. Anyways. It's so obvious Wick would pass on the info to Destiny purposely. Yeah, like, even that you could have, like, if Wick said to me, I'm not going to give you this piece of information because I don't want Queeman to see it, I wouldn't, do I know me and know that I wouldn't necessarily pass certain things on if someone asked? Sure, right? But I wouldn't blame Wick for thinking that. I wouldn't, right? It would be actually pretty logical to assume that, like, people that are coalescing on a common position against this given community, and it's taking up a substantial part of their given coverage now, and they both communicate with one another, if, like, some snark talking point was given to them by Wick, it would probably be valid for Wick to assume that if something he sent was like some snark talking point or whatever, that it would be passed on by me to others, right? And the same goes for them. Anti-snark talking points or whatever that I give to Wick, you could probably assume that it would be passed on to Destiny. I don't know why we're pretending otherwise. Okay. What is this? So, to keep us going here, and by the way, leave a like if you haven't already. You could also tip through Streamlabs and Super Chat. Do not tip for the raffle. That is not happening. But also, join the Discord and follow me on X. So, what we can do now is we have something that I saw. I was scrolling through YouTube drama looking for shit to talk about on this stream, and I came across this. We're not watching the actual video. Does anybody know who Go Motion is? Go Motion, known groomer and stalker, is trying to come back again.
When I went to go see the FNAF movie on opening night, I couldn't help but feel like, man, this...
So, this person is some, like, animation channel or something, but I found the original accusation, also linked in the Reddit comment. You already believe it? Well, let's take a look really quick. So, hold on, I just want to make sure this is okay to take a look at. Alright, how long is it? Oh my fucking god. Holy sweet. We could get through this. Alright? We could get through this easy. Quickly, too. We'll skip some parts. We'll get the base premise. The document exists to bring attention to years of inappropriate manipulative behavior by Go Motion, a popular YouTuber. Most prevalent in the Delta Rune. Okay, skip that. We don't need the... The general argument will be redacted and also redacted. Okay. Beginning. I first began consistently interacting with Jody on March 19th, 2020. I was 15 years old at this time, and Jody was 18. Oh my god, dude. Jody was 18. I was pretty active within the FNAF community, and that was how she came into my DMs eventually, asking about a fan game team. Is this the worst part? This is the worst age gap in this entire scenario? Because we're just going to move on. 15 and 18 is, like, weird as fuck, but, like, document worthy in this context. That happened like 6 years ago. I don't know. Scammed in? Wait, did I miss a tip? No, I don't. Okay. Over the following weeks through March and April, many of the VCs that are involved were crying and venting to me and consoling her and giving the best advice I could. It felt like a lot at once, but I really wanted to be a good friend. I thought at the time that Jody was very cool and that I was being a shoulder to lean on, even though it would leave me pretty emotionally drained. But the good times outweighed the bad times, right? I really looked up to her and enjoyed the stuff she showed me, and I thought she was a cool YouTuber, and even if I'd never seen her or met her before, she often vented to me about her dysphoria. I really wanted to be a supportive person, so I always tried to be open-minded, but looking back, I realized how many of the things she was having conversations with me about were not things she should have said to a 15-year-old, including having conversations with me about her transition that were not appropriate. Okay, this is where it gets shocking. She also admitted some incredibly heavy stuff to me in a short time that left me completely shocked. And this was a point where I did reconsider being her friend, but she seemed desperate for companionship, and surely she had changed. Yeah, well, I did just get my ears pierced. I'm pretty much invulnerable to any pain at this point. That's still scary. Also, I sort of used to self-harm kind of a bit. Okay, so the thing is, and I hate to say it, this is 2020, so this is pushing it on the later years. But there was a time where, as I said before, because I was a teenager at this point, especially in like the commentary space or adjacent spaces, teenagers were just welcome into like servers and shit, and treated many times like any other friend. Like people would treat like a 16-year-old like they're, you know, adult friends or whatever. They're friends in their early 20s, which is weird. Do not get me wrong, but it was super normalized back then. But it seems like that's what's going on here. They're talking to somebody about deeply personal shit as if they're some normal friend, not accounting for the fact this person is 15. This entire conversation was so fucking scary and traumatizing, I'm not gonna lie. This is, okay, disturbing at 15, maybe a little bit traumatizing. Traumatized. I think that's pushing this a little bit. This is like some autistic, like antisocial 18-year-old that is treating some 15-year-old like they're one of their normal friends or whatever, and like sharing a bunch of deeply personal shit that should not be shared with or talked about with a 15-year-old. So that's like the inappropriate part here. But like, what's the traumatizing part? Why is she? I don't see any like overt like signs of like attempting to establish a relationship or like grooming going on here. I just see inappropriate conversations, but not inappropriate conversations where the end goal seems to be like acquiring a relationship with the given minor. It could be, if this progresses, this could be a part of, whoa. And I did bad things mostly when I was 14 to 16. I was rude to people, other channels who made edits, drove one kid to attempt suicide. I don't talk to him anymore. I abused people. I was generally just kind of a dick to everyone. I need to hear more about the details of that. I need to hear more of the details about that. Like, was it you were making mean videos on somebody, so they threatened to take their own life as a result, and you're now trying to, like, war story about it to look cool to some random 15-year-old? This incident genuinely struck a bit of fear of her into my heart. She elaborated on this situation of voice chat, telling me she told this kid to turn on camera so she could watch. Okay, that's pretty bad. But we don't have proof of that part. Another major area of friction involved my current boyfriend at the time. I really don't know why, but she was incredibly jealous of him to the point where she would lash out rudely and angrily at him for no reason. I believe now she was so jealous I was spending time with someone who was not her. Yeah, it's creepy. She became incredibly obsessed with me within a very short time. The friendship quickly became codependent, but I felt obligated to help because that's what friends are supposed to do, not even realizing how truly out of my depth this is. Venting became an everyday occurrence, oftentimes multiple times a day, and I was always expected to help her. She would often ask me to make promises that things would/wouldn't come true, and would only calm down when she heard the answer she wanted to hear. This will become a lot more prevalent later. I can't be nice to myself, though I don't deserve kindness. No, I don't. I'm kind of a piece of shit. No, you're not. Yes, I am. I can do this all day. You know that, right? You're not a piece of shit. You're a wonderful person. I'm really happy to be friends with. I'm not that good. I'm still shit. Yeah, this is like some fucking loser, a 18-year-old using a 15-year-old as their therapist. This is weird as fuck. But I don't see anything like inherent to like they're trying to establish a sexual relationship. God, I'm going to describe everything to you. Good, because I'm very curious. Well, I mean, I won't get too personal if you don't want to, but like, wait, what the fuck? Yeah, that would be weird. You're 15. Like, am I overthinking this? You might be. I'm not sure. Okay. So they're just venting to this person over and over and over again. Is that just all this is? That's another thing. I'm jealous about you. I guess you were lucky to be born in the right body. What they mean they're jealous that this person's gender is congruent with their biological sex. That's what they're jealous of. I don't think this was a compliment about appearance. She sent a message or two here and deleted when I did not instantly respond. Okay, so it's just like weird possessiveness and venting, but I'm not seeing anything overtly sexual. Is this it? Is this literally the whole allegation? Surely it fucking... There's something else here. The crush. I was experiencing homelessness and also serious relationship problems with my then boyfriend. Jody's fear of not having a crush was still a common topic. However, one day Jody approached me with something that sounded exciting. She said she had a crush on someone who was a mutual friend of ours who met her by being a fan of her channel. Things seemed very hopeful for 3 days. Jody dumped this friend 3 days after admitting to a crush to them, and it was horrible. My friend's self-worth was... Got it. The victim! The victim of what? Of getting... Of some, like, maladjusted, like, weird attachment style, avoidant, fucking neurotic individual that's, like, venting to randos online, suffering from gender dysphoria and probably a bunch of other comorbid shit. They get with someone they have a crush on, or whatever, and then dump them 3 days in because they're being into... Like, yeah, that's, like, shitty. But this person was 19 at this point in time and obviously, like, mentally ill and shit, like, and we're just, like, into... I don't think that, like, this is a shitty thing to go... Like, it's shitty to get with someone and get dumped 3 days later, but to consider yourself a victim is, like, insane. Also, I don't know what the age has to do with any of this when this seems like it's, like, a 2-year or less than 2-year age gap. Which would be legal, if I'm pretty... Except in California, but almost every jurisdiction in the U.S. Well, it would be legal for them. It would be illegal in California if they had intercourse, I think. Because California doesn't recognize Romeo and Juliet, but there's prosecutorial discretion. I haven't heard many cases of prosecutors going after 18-year-olds for, like, fucking 17-year-olds. I saw this as a horrible abuse of the feelings of an already vulnerable friend of mine, and thinking about the situation, it still makes me viscerally angry, and the screen below you can see her change her mind in real time. So this is about the other person, the 17-year-old when she's 19. 3 days. Ouch. So, okay, this is just like... This is e-dating, by the way. All of these people are, like, mentally ill, BPD, autistic, histrionic, the entire DSM applicable, and obviously just not going to be very well-adjusted individuals, especially when this is somebody that is finding friendship with and venting to a 15-year-old. I've explained this before. There are inappropriate things that somebody could do with a minor that are not sexually motivated, but also worth criticism, right? The inappropriateness, the reason that's worth distinguishing is because when it's done sexually, it's indicative of some sort of paraphilia that follows you for life and makes you a risk to kids, right? If it's a case of like an adult that makes a joke that a kid was in the room and could hear and was listening to and shouldn't have heard or whatever, like you should have done that, but that's not like an irreparable, like, you know, I'm worried about you around kids or some shit. You have something like this where you could tell this person is obviously a loser that is treating this person that's 3 years younger than them, who's 15, like they're any other adult friend. To be fair, this person was 18. They are basically a kid themselves. I navigated the internet very young. I navigated the internet very young when it was normalized to have minors in certain spaces. I was never groomed. But I did have adults talk to me like I was just one of the guys, right? Tell me if they were going. I had people talking about their relationship troubles. People talk when I was a kid. Was it traumatizing? No, but in hindsight, I would never talk to like a minor about my fucking relationship or something, right? It was like teenagers were just considered like outside of the context of overt sexual exchanges. Teenagers were just considered they were allowed for certain jokes, conversations that they shouldn't have been allowed for. I'm having a seizure and I'm watching. What is this segment? We have nothing to cover. You don't need to elaborate. Talk to your therapist. I'm not traumatized by an adult talking to me about their problems with their girlfriend. That was not traumatizing. Hi, I'm the individual who was crushed on. It's a statement from the victim. Bear in mind, this person is a victim of having some 19-year-old weirdo have a crush on them, get with them, and then dump them 3 days later. That is what they are a victim of. This was a totally online relationship. 3 days is not enough to establish such substantial connection to another individual where I'd be considering you a victim because you got fucking dumped. Thank you for the 5. Free Tyrone. Just saw you were using my likeness on the Fuck a Fan website to promote a POC Black Stage Pass. Without my... That is not real, okay? This is snark. It's not true. Not true. Not true. When Jody approached me about having feelings for me, I felt a lot of joy for the first time in months. Unfortunately, that did not last. For months, I held on to hope and feelings that would not again be reciprocated. It made me struggle to figure out how to even approach Jody and left me confused about my feelings. I got so stressed out about life that I was throwing up almost every day because some random person online that you're in a relationship with for 3 days while you're 17 backed out? You were in a 17, you were throwing up every day over losing a 72-hour relationship. Listen, I know 17's a kid or whatever, but you're 17. Come on. Grow the fuck up. Grow up. How is this making you throw up for days? Sound like a pussy. In late 2021, without my knowledge, Jody approached one of our mutual friends in a panic. Shit is serious. Okay, this is, I'm assuming, where there's an actual substantial allegation. Because what we've got so far is at 18, treating the 15-year-old like they're one of your adult friends. Which is not, the way the mature subject matter, conversations, trauma dumping, etc. Inappropriate. But not predatory. Nothing I saw there was predatory, demonstrated intent to get with this person, demonstrated attempt to groom them for the eventual attempt to get with them. Nothing that we saw showed that, right? It just is them being like really mentally ill and venting to some fucking 15-year-old, and also at 18, and then when they're 19, they're with a 17-year-old for 72 hours and dump the 17-year-old because they're like indecisive. I'm not even sure I could possibly preface this. Throughout this document so far, we've seen clear examples of Jodi's jealousy and obsession with me, as well as her manipulative tactics with the goal of keeping me as her friend forever. At this point in our friendship, I felt that if I ever voiced any frustration, anger, or generally negative emotion towards her, something she's done, she would break down in panic and cry and beg for my forgiveness. If she was actually like, it seems like this person is legitimately like has some attachment issue. Does not sound like they're faking this or being manipulative per se. I've known Go Motion for roughly the same amount of time as I've known the Tickler. Who is the Tickler? Huh? Huh? The Tickler? Not the Tickler, man. Sharing a lot of Discord the Tickler. Sharing a lot of Discord spaces with them and being within their the Tickler. I don't know what this guy's accused of doing. He's guilty. Okay, they need to lock that guy up. You know, when I was in middle school, our janitor had that nickname. That's a joke. That's a joke. It's a joke. Although my messages with Go Motion were rather brief, some things stick out to me. She would usually call me slurs when I had noted that they made me uncomfortable in the past, would raise her voice in VC to me at times, just generally at a hairpin trigger, and most relevant to what is being discussed in this section would mostly enter my DMs just to vent about issues. Usually I'm fine with being the friend people vent to, but it felt excessive at times, and she would dump some pretty heavy stuff on me, without much warning beyond a "can we talk?" Some of the stuff was pretty weird, but nothing is as weird as what she confessed to me regarding the Tickler. Huh? That she would pleasure herself to art made by them, imagining herself as them, or characters drawn by them in their art. This is obviously extremely gross and odd, and should have set off 500 alarm bells in my mind. However, with the way she would constantly cry type and ask for reassurance that they wouldn't leave her and how scared she was, it manipulated me into feeling like I would be a really bad person if I told her off or came to them about it. To me at the time, it just seemed like an extremely twisted way to cope with dysphoric feelings, and may still be what it was, but it is still concerning behavior to think and behave like this behind the back of someone close to you like this. Oh, got it. So she's being called out because behind somebody's back, she's jerking off to their art. I mean, it's like a tree falling in the forest type scenario. Like, did it ever make a sound? Nobody's there. I guess they're telling this person about it, but... When the Tickler attacks, he leaves a calling card, and all it says is... Oh god, it's so stupid. Statement from Anonymous Quandavius. Anonymous Quandavius has entered the picture to elaborate on the Tickler allegations. Let's hear it, Quandavius. I've known Jodi since about when I joined the Ticklers. I've known about Jodi since about when I joined the Ticklers server back in 2020. Before that, I'd only ever heard things about her and nothing more, and we were mutuals for quite a bit. However, when I joined that server is sort of how I ended up talking to her more. It was refreshing being able to talk to different people due to how bad my trust issues were at the time, and I really enjoyed talking to Jodi. I had heard lots from other friends regarding her behavior in the past, about 2016. I didn't pay mind to it because it was so long ago and obviously people can change. She was nice to me and I enjoyed talking to her. These are one of those moments where I wish I'd listened to my friends. There were often times in VCs where she made me feel lesser, insulting and berating me, even when I was trying to have a genuine conversation. I was a punching bag. I just had to laugh it off. The Tickler broke up... The Tickler broke up with Jodi back in December 2024, and during that time, I offered my support to her as her friend in my DMs. It was a mentally taxing couple of months with constant back and forths with her. Jodi constantly pushing a boundary and me getting mad at her. I constantly foolishly believed that she would change, and every time it felt that change was occurring, she'd fall right back into the same holes she dug. Sorry, I don't know why I said dug. The breaking point for me was a friend telling me Jody saw the tickler interacting with a trans woman on Blue Sky. After she told me that Jody saw the tickler interacting with a trans woman on Blue Sky, it was over. I'm kidding. That's not the end of the sentence. This also indirectly confirmed she was still stalking the tickler, despite telling her over and over not to. She took what the trans woman was saying to the tickler as flirtatious and began shit-talking her, saying things as vile as, she doesn't even pass. So this sounds like she's projecting her insecurities from her own gender dysphoria. You see this actually with ED Twitter or whatever. They like get pleasure out of calling other people fat, and it's obviously a projection of their own internal insecurities and alleviates their own suffering and feelings about themselves by projecting it onto somebody else. So I'd imagine there's a subset of trans people that feel alleviated from their gender dysphoria by making fun of other trans people for not passing or something. Also, this is literally like a scorned lover, like making fun of the new girl, right? That the guy's with. This is very common. In this context, albeit it's being contributed to by the fact that everybody involved in this is some antisocial, e-dating, mentally ill degen, but this is only back in May. With that happening, as well as her total transphobic rants on Twitter, I knew things weren't going to change. Since then, I've blocked her on everything and haven't spoken to her since. I've witnessed a lot of friends do everything in their power to support Jody and make sure she was okay, especially with their constant need to freak out in our mutual server. Now, all of those friends, do not talk to her. She needs to be held accountable for every single one of her actions, no matter what happens next. If you're reading this, Jody, I'm sorry I ever trusted you. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream and want to tickle my wallet, you can do so by tipping through Streamlabs and Super Chat, or the tickler is going to come into your bedroom tonight. Another great way to support us is to like the stream. It's a great way to help us out. It's quick, it's easy, it's free, and it involves you moving your lazy ass and pressing one fucking button. Oh shit, we're 22 away from goal. 22 away from goal. We can totally hit that shit. I could tell you if you'd like, but you gotta promise to not tell anyone else. Go ahead, I promise not to say. I'm a terrible fucking person. Why do you say that? So there's this thing called, wait, it's a little NSFW. This is not outright gross. Just, yeah, I'm fine with it. Okay, so autogynephilia is something where trans girls, like, get off on the idea of themselves being a girl. I think that's the name for it anyways. Half the time, I don't imagine myself. I imagine myself as another girl and get off to that. I was 17 when she admitted to this initially. Which would make her what? 19? 20? What is... Unless we're talking about you two being in a relationship. Like 17, as an adult, you shouldn't be having conversation about mature subject matter with 17-year-olds. But let's not pretend like this, like 17-year-olds. Like, I'm thinking myself, I was 17 not that long ago, 4 years ago or whatever, right? Like, maybe I'm just, maybe I'm just assuming that I'm the norm. I'm definitely not the norm, but like, I could handle mature subjects at 17, like talking about it, right? Like, this is inappropriate to be talking to a minor in this way, but you two are relatively close in age, and so I don't know what the relevance is of that, other than you trying to push like some pedo insinuation. So is them admitting to having to being AGP or something? I don't know. Heavy guilt tripping. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. So Jody spoke to the person above about this in August 2021. She did not admit this to me until March of 20... Wait, I'm sorry. This was in August 20... So she would have been 18 or 19 when this happened. Got it. So I was 17 when she admitted this initially. This is in reference to a, at most, 2-year age gap. So you being 17 has no fucking relevance in this conversation. It would be okay if this person was dating you with that at a 2-year gap, nevertheless talking to you about some mature subject matter. So Jody spoke to the person about this in August 2021. She did not admit this to me until March 2022. She kept this hidden from me for years, going behind my back and telling friends to keep this horrible secret from me. Even when she did finally admit it in March 2022, she didn't tell the entire truth. Wait, hold on. Oh. Okay. So her friend is a cis woman. She's a trans woman that self-admittedly has like autogynephilia, which is actually the first trans person I've ever seen that actually seems to have that. I'm sure there's more, but like people throw that term around for everybody who's trans, and it's obviously not true. But it seems like they're imagining this cis person that who is a minor, but they're relatively close in age with, they're fetishizing being them and admitting this to someone for some reason because they seem to have a tendency to overshare. Jody again approached the same friend in a panic in March 2022 after not speaking to them for 2 months. That's right, you need space. What's happening? Okay, you alright? Fuck, no. When I first met, she would draw like me, and how I imagine myself as a girl, but I think of myself as my friends. Okay, so this is just this is weird as fuck, but it's happening in her mind, not her actions. So I don't know if this is I don't know why she's admitting to this, but I don't know. This is not necessarily it seems like some insecure or some admission of wrongdoing due to a thought crime or something, I guess. It's weird as fuck, don't get me wrong. But it's not like an action, right? She never told me about this and hid it from me forever. Well, yeah, because the only harm that if somebody is masturbating to the thought of you for any reason, that's only harmful if they tell you about it, right? Is it weird? Sure. If you know about it, of course it's weird to think someone's jerking off to you or some shit, right? But the harm from that would come from them telling you and you being worried as a result. If it's just happening in their mind, nobody's being hurt except their soul, maybe. Her mind, she's confessing this to some third party, not believing that third party is going to tell the person this pertains to, which would cause the given distress as a result. This person is a fucking weirdo, and a freak. But in regards to some level of wrongdoing where after 5-6 years they're not able to make videos and exist in the space, I haven't seen anything yet to substantiate that. I've seen adultification and inappropriate levels of friendship and venting with a minor that don't seem to have necessarily intent to form a relationship with said minor when they were 3. They're close in age. Them and the minor are 3 years apart, and then the other minor it's 2 years apart, or 1 possibly. They'd all be in high school together. Obviously, this is outside of high school, though. But they're not pursuing this person simply for a relationship. They're just they're just befriending them, and then also, in the process of befriending them, using them as a part of their fetish when they're jerking off, and then confessing it to somebody, I guess. She only knows about the drawings. She doesn't know I imagine myself as her. I don't know why you'd tell anyone about that. She never told me about this in him well, it's probably a good choice not to tell you about it because that would cause you distress. I feel this just seems like a guilty conscience thing. She admitted she had done this when I was 15 with non-sexual art I made of her as a platonic friend. She was 3 years older than you. I think 15, 18 is weird as fuck. 15 is young. At 18, you're ready, you're an adult or getting ready to, mentally a lot of 18-year-olds are not adults, but you should at the very least be mentally preparing yourself for that. But we're talking in the context of somebody that has probably lived their entire life and all of their social interactions through the internet, so they're probably maladjusted. And this is just this is a 3-year age gap, so I don't know if this is inherent predation or anything. It's weird as fuck, but Complimenting the chain gets you bumped in the queue. The queue for what? Dude, this fucka fan rumor needs to stop. I was thinking this week, since everybody's here for VidCon, like doing an open doors policy for my stream, like how Ice Poseidon used to do it, where like I'm moving soon, so I just give the address to like a few people I know or whatever. They could pull up if they wanted to while I was live. That'd be cool. But I with these rumors about, I'm not giving out the address. We might have some people over. I don't know yet. I'll have to see how it works out. But I'll see if anyone wants to come by. Dumpy's here. I don't know if he wants to come on stream. But we're probably gonna link up. How about another London? The next time I'll be in London is when I'm burning in hell. And that's what Satan has chosen to torture me with. By placing me in London for all of eternity. That will be the next time I'm in London. It's not a rumor if it's good one. I think I'm following along with the general picture. Well, yeah, like you said, it's understandable. She's uncomfortable with it. But again, you haven't done it in a while, right? As long as she knows you aren't doing it anymore and haven't been for a while, it's in the past by now. Processing this kind of stuff is difficult, but okay. I wish I could say this nightmare ended here, but literally the same day she admitted this to me, she also spoke to me about flights and coming to visit during the summer. It was an extremely awkward time to confess such a vile thing to me. My emotions were torn. I was disgusted, but she seemed so sorry. Looking back, this was never, ever acceptable. I'm fucking furious that this disgusting secret was hidden from me through our entire relationship. They were friends, as far as we know. I feel violated and sick. Somebody is not required to disclose what they're thinking about and has no obligation to disclose what they're thinking about. It's bizarre this person did disclose what they're thinking about to anyone, for that matter. They seem like the... You know, I'm a sad, lonely F-slur. Here's some embarrassing information to bully me with personified. The, you know, autistic oversharing. Even they're doing it with this 15-year-old, like the venting and shit. The first couple days seemed normal, I guess. We went on a hike at the local park and came back. This was in 2022, so they were 18 at this point. Okay. We haven't, and up until this point, we haven't seen any grooming per se. Kel been trying to link with you, but you gang out. I mean, what is she wants me to go to like some... Kel has like weird friends and does like weird shit. I mean, I'm down to meet up with whoever, but like... I don't want to go to some fucking IRL streamer party where it's just like the cast of like Duck Dynasty, and there's like 15 allegations that result from that meetup or whatever. I don't... If someone was your friend for years, and the entire time they were secretly thinking about railing you, do you not think if you learn about this, it would color your relationship in a more cynical light? Yeah, but in her case, she was not thinking about railing this person. The fantasy was imagining herself as this person. Which, like, played into the AGP and also, like, gender dysphoria they have or whatever. But if a friend of mine told me that they were jerking off to me for years, that would make the whole friendship weird, but I'd be even more weirded out that they told me about it. I'd be more weirded, like, it's like you could have just kept that to yourself. I didn't need to know that. My emotions were torn. I was just... Oh, wait, I already read that. Later that afternoon, we'd gotten home, and, Later that afternoon, we gotten home, and my mom was out of the house. She admitted that... Wait, hold on. Jody had been complaining that her legs hurt, and when I asked why, she said it was from all the walking she was doing, which seemed reasonable to me. Later that afternoon, after we'd gotten home and my mom was out of the house, she admitted that was a lie. Her legs hurt because she was constantly stretching and flexing them to redirect blood away... Okay. She was constantly stretching and flexing them to redirect blood away from the erections she kept getting around. Okay, now that's fucking weird as shit. She would consistently cover her lower half with blankets or sheets or pillows. When I was sent to the school for bad kids, okay, in the general common area, there was a strict no pillow, no blanket rule in the general common area. Very strictly enforced, okay? You would get consequences if you were caught with a blanket. And I never knew why they had this policy. And then one day, somebody told me the story. Apparently, somebody in the common area was caught jerking off under a blanket. So that's why there's no blankets allowed. I don't know why I'm telling you this, but I just thought of that. That was very funny. But this is weird as shit. This is the type of shit that gets you. Yeah, it's true. What the fuck did you? I didn't do anything. I was like a kid. I was like a kid. What did you? I don't even know how someone could do that around people. That's like weird as shit. Like wouldn't there be like so much shame associated with doing that in the moment that it would make you unable to actually go and do that? I guess unless you have like a exhibitionist fetish where like you actually get off on showing it off. Okay. This was the biggest mistake I made in my life. I was still in a relationship. I basically broke up with that guy and got with her the exact same day. I was definitely rebounding hard, but looking back, I kind of feel like now I was groomed. Like this was what she wanted the entire time. I still don't see any clear evidence of grooming. I gotta be honest with you. It could be grooming, depending on the end result here. But what I see more of is some hypersexual, fetishistic, autistic, maladjusted teenage freak that is confiding all of their deepest, darkest secrets to random people they're friends with online, including people that are minors, 3 years younger than them at the time, in a way that doesn't look predatory to me, but looks incredibly inappropriate. And then coupled with the fact that they're actually they have an attraction, imagining themselves as this person. They meet up and they're allegedly getting erections the whole time. This is like fucking weird. I don't see predation per se, but this is weird as fuck. If I ever thought that when I was meeting Parry, he intended to fuck me, I would have kicked him out. I would have spoken on. If he said anything about that, I would have assumed it was a joke. And I would have certainly used it to snark him. According to Parry, he propositioned me for sex and I said no. I don't know why that would be embarrassing for me, or I would deny that if that happened. Because according to him, I said no, right? But also, if I wouldn't have thought that was a serious thing. I didn't even know he was gay. Are you gonna fight Diorio at VidCon? I'm not going to VidCon. She admitted to sexually inappropriate actions involving me when I was a minor and tried to excuse it. When she eventually did visit me, she made sexual contact with me when I just turned 18 and then made herself into my girlfriend. She alienated any other people close to me and consumed every possible moment of my free time so that I could only be around her. This is just like an overly attached, like, parasocial, or just like an overly attached, like, neurotic friend or whatever. Her arguments to me being a platonic sister all completely go out the window when you consider that they dated for 2 years? When? Jody visited me 2 or 3 more times after this. Honestly, each visit was worse than the last. The second time she visited, we all got COVID. She would weaponize her anxiety against me and others as means of getting attention, refusing food and worrying everyone in the house until I would go and comfort her. The third time she visited, we tried to go to Canada and have a nice time, but Jody was totally miserable the whole trip apparently. Even though I thought we were having a nice time, the end of the trip was horrible. We ended up trapped in Canada for an extra day. Trapped in Canada. Trapped in Canada. It's literally right. It's right of, you're not, how are you trapped in Canada? It's like right there. You can cross without a visa. How do you get, you had to rebook your flight because you got sick by 1 day? Your flight got delayed by 1 day because somebody got sick. Trapped. She didn't want to go back to the UK. Oh, she's British? She had told me to run out of the check-in area and out of the airport entirely and continued begging me to come get her. I was frustrated and angry. Her ass needed to go home. She had been living in my room for the past 2 months. This massively reinforced my issues with her obsession over me and her clinginess. Jody's all-consuming obsession. Jody's company was often suffocating. Wherever I was, she also had to be. She wanted to be in every voice chat I was in, every server that she could be in with me all the time. I would get home from work, and immediately she would ping me, begging to join VC. I work a job where I'm standing for 7 hours of the day, and I suffer from scoliosis. It was a frustrating and exhausting feeling, being expected to spend every single free moment of my day and night with her. So end the friendship. She always expected me to call her every single night while we slept. I could never say no because she would break down and beg and plead with me to. So block her. So many times we'd sort of call for her to just start crying. I usually tried to console her, but eventually I reached my limit. Were any of these grievances vocalized to her at the time? So many times we'd call just for her to start crying. I usually tried to console her, but eventually I reached my limit. I was never able to hang out with any of my other friends. She would often be extremely aggressive towards me. I have had friends that were this clingy, and I have had to eventually that typically result in a cessation of the friendship. There are people that like get overly attached. That in this case, there seems to be some sexualization, but in regards to imagining themselves as this person, as opposed to necessarily wanting to fuck this person themselves or whatever. But like there are people that get like this clingy and attached in a case of friends, and it's odd. It is weird. It's like they're often BPD. Sometimes. My other friends would often come to me with complaints about her aggressive and rude behavior. 99% of the time, her aggression was entirely unwarranted and out of pocket. This caused a lot of people to not want to hang out with us at all. I would repeatedly voice my feelings about this issue and attempt to set a hard boundary. She would act like she was going to change, but things always stayed the same. Her jealousy and anger would cause her to go as far as lash out in toxic and rude ways towards other people I was friends with and cared about. She was never prepared to take any kind of accountability or consequence for her actions, though. She would literally grovel and blubber at me, begging for my forgiveness. This woman was 3 years older than me. 3 years? The kind of stuff made me feel like I was wrong for ever getting mad at her for her actions, because she would act sorry, but then she'd inevitably do the same shit again. It makes me sad watching me try to ask her over and over again to let me hang out with others, and clearly nothing ever changes because I need to keep bringing up this issue. I should tell you, I did some really bad stuff earlier when I was feeling like shit. Again, I'm sorry, or is it the stuff you told me about? No, more stuff. Oh no, Jody, what happened? I really hope you don't get mad at me. I want to fix all of it. Talk to me. Call what happened. Broke some stuff on your server. The Minecraft server mine existed before I knew her. I played on it with my trusted friends and my boyfriend. I invited her. Oh my, did she? Okay, this is going to actually turn me against her completely. I'm already against her. She's a freak. It is the most dick fucking move on earth to go fuck with someone's Minecraft server. I gotta be honest. And there are people like, it's just a video game. It's just a game. It's a game that you put real time and effort into. Okay? Who could explain this better than me? I think Jimmy O had a good clip on this. Where is it? Who could explain this better than me? It's a game. It's it's a game. It's a game. It's not a game, okay? It's not just a game, okay? It is a medium for which you have the potential to create art, okay? To create art. You devote very real hours into contributing, true, pieces, brush strokes to the canvas that comes together to potentially create the most beautiful painting anyone has ever seen. And it's like you have somebody running over while you're painting this. Okay, what I've said this before. What if Van Gogh was painting the Starry Night, and while he was in the mental hospital, some other mental patient came up and was like, "Duh," and then like smeared shit all over the Starry Night, and then another employee was like, or an orderly was like, "Why are you mad? It is just a painting, Vincent. It is just a painting." And he goes, "Just a painting? Just a painting?" God. True. This is very true. We built a magnificent fucking J-Town was beautiful. It was glorious. Some have called it the best Minecraft settlement. They call it the Mesopotamia of Minecraft, actually. And for no reason at all, I just log in one day. Hold on. I just log in one day, and this was the town. Hold on, I need to censor the chat, the Minecraft chat. Hold on. This was it. My work. The glories of... Does anyone have an OG photo of what J-Town looked like? I can't show you what they typed in chat. I mean, look at... This is like the fall of Rome. We had a statue. We had the fucking Parthenon. We had... it was everything one could want. Look what they did to me, man. You want to know why? It wasn't London that made me the way I am. It was this. Okay? It was this. This made me. This was the fall of Rome. Okay? This was the fall of Rome. Anyways, back to the document. Sorry, quick side tangent. By the way, thank you so much to Gaming Person for the $2. Or for the $5. Hey, Aiden, Samantha won't answer my DMs. I don't think she's been seeing it. Can you ask her out for me? I want to make sure she sees it this time. I don't want any context where I'm talking to Samantha about anything ever because she sucks. Gaming with the 2. Why does Green always get the good ones, man? Okay. I missed this, and I'm so sorry, Cog God. I completely missed this. You shouldn't have had to remind me. This was my bad for missing it. Thank you so much, Cog God, for the $20 fucking dollars. Super based, biggest tip of the stream. I am outbidding Doobie. Your opinion is now that he's a creep. Doobie's a creep. What can I say? With that being said, we're 15 away from Streamly goal. If we hit it, that would be awesome. You could tip through Streamlabs Super Chats, all that good stuff. We're not doing the debate today. I don't think there's a debate today. It's all right. I got to figure out what day Darius wants to arrange this debate. Okay. Okay. So... what happened? I'm sorry. I feel horrible about it. I don't want to stop being friends or anything. What did you break? There were creepers behind your house. Some chunk off the back walk got blown up. Oh, that's not bad at all. That's fixable. But your sheep died too. And they were the ones I spawned with the console, huh? I did worse. I stole 6 diamonds. Sigh. Are we serious? Okay, so it wasn't even server to... What? I stole 6 diamonds from your boyfriend. Sigh, Jody. I understand you're jealous, but please don't take it out on him. He hasn't done anything wrong, and he's really tried to help you. I'm sorry. This is not real, dude. This is not real. Stealing diamonds from her boyfriend? And by the way, it's 6 fucking diamonds. Like, I thought this was like, she griefed the whole server, and I was gonna be like, okay, that's a total dick move. 6 diamonds were stolen. Go mining for like 20 minutes. You'll get all that back. Is everyone here like 12? Well, the youngest, so the allegations start in 2020. This document is being written by a person who in 2020, they were 15, and the person they're writing this about was 18 in 2020. There's another person that comes in to testify that was talking to this person when they were 17, and this person might have been between the ages of 18 to 19. But everyone involved here at any point in the story was between the ages of 15 to 19. Why does she... My keyboard is broken and I don't type this bad. What is this, like... Holy, like, fucking... Who types like this? I know he doesn't deserve her that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's nothing I can't fix, but tub. No one can't do this any ein more. I can't keep treating people like this. I used to be so much worse when I was 14. I hasn't totally gone away. I'm really scared I'll do something really bad. You gotta try and figure out some good coping mechanisms then if you're... Yeah, a lot of this also seems like this person is using people as their, like, confessional for their guilty conscience, I guess. I don't know if this is, like, a compulsion thing. I don't know. You gotta try and figure out some good coping methods then. If you're feeling upset, you should take a break from your computer, go on a walk, and get frustration out. This could be manipulative, to be fair. I don't want you, ma'am Dora, sped at me. I'm not mad. But, boo, I made... you sapped at me. What the... Who types like this? Ivy, I had never done that before. I'm really scared. Is this about her stealing 6 diamonds? The way of... I'm sorry, she stole 6 diamonds from your boyfriend in Minecraft. Are we serious right now? When was this document even written? This was at least 3 years after these DMs happened. Dude, I can't wait, because I've been at this shit, what now? I've been at this shit, we're going on 10 years in February. I've met so many people and had so many friends or whatever that I don't even remember all of them. I've probably stolen 6 diamonds from someone at one point, and I hope that 5 years from now, if I'm still at it, they write a document about me stealing diamonds from them. That'd be awesome. I wonder what all the other thing she was so worried to tell me about was. Here's another horrifying example of Jody wanting to literally be me. It was from me wanting to be you. I was so incredibly jealous of you and your boyfriend. I didn't realize it. Is because, you know, you were dating a guy, and I'm only kind of recently learning that. Maybe I kind of want to date a guy too. I don't know, but boys can be nice. She was always coming up with different reasonings to her jealousy and acting like she had it all figured out. Of course, she did not have it all figured out. I know I'm scared I'm coming off as controlling or anything. I promise I don't mean that. I just don't VC anybody other than you in DMs, and VCing over DMs is special to me or whatever. I feel anxious. I don't know. I'm sorry. If I'm talking too much, please tell me. I don't know what to say. I feel like I'm not allowed to talk to anybody else if you're not there too. I'm just trying to take space. It's not that I'm just scared you'd rather hang out and laugh with blank than me. I'm jealous and I'm scared you like her more than me. Is this person BPD? I'm not saying that... BPD is very stigmatized. There's a lot of misconceptions surrounding it. I am curious, though. With the, like, how extreme their attachment... I mean, maybe not, because you're not seeing, like... They are saying they have frequent periods of, like, lashing out or whatever. But why can't I join too? I don't know. It's never happened before. I'm scared. Things changed. Space continue below. The specific situation arose. I was spending time with another mutual friend of ours on a private call. Because this behavior is getting so much emotional strain on me that I can't take anymore. I can't sleep because of it. I feel like we are less friends and more than I need to take care of you all the time. You're 3 years older than me, and I feel like whenever I try to do anything to myself, you freak out. If you can't even emotionally handle the fact that I'm talking to somebody else, then something is wrong. When you yell at your friends and behave that way, the way you did, there's bound to be consequences. Your friends might feel a bit uncomfy being around you because you yelled at them over a misunderstanding. You get so angry over the fact I was with my BF that you would steal shit and blow stuff up in our world, and you'd block him all the time, and you were mean to him, and if you don't make a change, and it's about to happen all over again, I don't know what to say anymore. Well, we're going to stay best friends no matter what, because you love me and I'd love you, and I'm going to log off Discord for now. You don't even acknowledge what I said. I just got called an F-slur when I went out. Yeah, this person's BPD. Especially, like, when you take into account, like, them talking about, like, that they were self-harming and shit, and then just, like, the level of attachment they have with this person that would otherwise be a friend, and then the flipping out at, like, perceived, like, signs of rejection, like, them talking to other people. Jody, I'm kind of like, and I wanted to have Blank and I wanted to have an evening unplugged and hang out and stuff, and you were spam calling and texting us so much it was seriously stressing her out, and I had to turn off her phone. You didn't even try my WhatsApp. I don't use that. I'm so sorry. We need to have a serious talk. You need to be okay with hanging out, me hanging out with my friends without you around all the time. Calling was nice, but sometimes it got a little awkward. Shit, I didn't know it got awkward. Aiden, check what I sent you real quick. Let me check what you sent me. What is that? This is an Aiden edit? We don't get many Aiden edits these days. Performative crash out. Performative. True. It's just like people see I'm having fun and they just want to ruin it. They just want to ruin my fun. They want to ruin my mood. They want to destroy my existence. And what have I done to them? Ask yourself this. What have I done to you? What have I done to you? How have I wronged you, my friend? Because if the roles were reversed, and I saw that you were enjoying something, so that you were getting a sprinkle of joy in the black hole that is your life, I would be happy for you, okay? I would be happy for you, and I would support you in doing that. I would support you. And what do I get in return? What do I get in return? People that just see the most tiny little thing that I'm enjoying, the most tiny little speck of joy, and they decide, you know what, I'm gonna take it, I'm gonna drop a giant fucking shit on it. Many cases. Was this pre-London Aiden? This is pre-London Aiden, isn't it? Is it? You could still see sort of a glimmer of a soul in his eyes. It might be pre-London Aiden. Dude, did my sunburn turn into a tan? I'm not like ghostly pale anymore. That's awesome. This is your first step. I think your first step to improving is you should hang out with other people more without me involved. Wait, hold up. Where'd chat backer go? Don't talk about yourself in the third person, weirdo. He'll talk about himself in whatever way he sees fit, and you can't do a fucking thing about it. Blank likes you. I think you should hang out with him. You don't even have to tell me. Wait, I'm sorry, Call God. You gave me $20. I'm sorry. I won't talk about myself in the third person. I forgot. My bad. Yo, thanks for the 5, Martin. In the FAF raffle, is it the case that you were always the agent and the fan is the patient? Role reversal, perhaps, is setting out. There is no FAF raffle. There is no FAF raffle. I will be reinforcing my doors. Getting a guard dog and a whistle, okay? From this point, going forward. Okay. So this person seems to be pretty aware at the time of, like, the problems in their given dynamic. So I'm wondering why they didn't have the foresight to just block this individual. Get a rifle while you're out. I've been unironically thinking of getting one. Just for fun. I think your first step is, to improving is you hang out with other people more without me involved. Probably shotgun. Probably shotgun, actually. What's a good first shotgun? Blank likes you too. I think you should hang out with him. You don't even have to tell me and just don't even talk about me. Just play games and talk to them. Sometimes I can't or don't want to be in every VC you're in, and that's okay. I want you to exercise some independence for me a bit, okay? I'm really serious about needing you to change because the way things have been really can't work anymore. It's not healthy for a relationship. I don't want to have to leave you. I know you can be better. Hug. I know I can be too. You should block them after this. The hug. They should absolutely be blocked. Yo, thank you so much, Tyrone, with the 2. First rule of FAF is there is no FAF. Okay, there actually is no FAF. You guys are going to the Food Shops and Friends meetup? The Food Shops and Friends meetup happening at local NAMBLA headquarters? It takes a conscious effort. Well, I guess happening at WAMBLA. Is WAMBLA a thing? Happening at WAMBLA headquarters? Okay. Of course, Blank, I understand it's serious and I want to better myself. Feel like I already am in a way. Good first shotgun is with an 870. Is the recoil gonna break my arms? Is it actually like super illegal to saw a double barrel? Nah? Okay, well, agents at the ATF, user Bobby B has just confessed to potentially having a sawed-off shotgun at his home. Get an AK for your you can't get full, you can't on a full, I'd love to. You can't on a full auto AK. And what the fuck is what is a full auto AK? I would want like a original like Soviet AK. I mean, you can actually, that's not even true. If it was made before 1980, like I think it's like 84, 85, you can buy a full auto rifle so long as you have a permit for it. Which is insanely expensive, if I remember correctly. We call one-on-one every night, sweetheart. No, but before we go to bed, I know you miss me, I miss you too, but I also miss my friends. Big VCs just scare me. I know, but shit, I'm sorry, baby. Hug, 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 hug. A wum, I'll be taking an edible. Huh? It'll help with my anxiety. I think the biggest thing to convince me to quit weed again is looking at other people who consume marijuana. Is he actually looking up potential guns to deter us from FAF Friday with $20 entry? No, I've been thinking about getting a gun. Just because I fired one once and it was fun. I want to do it again. And also, you know, I live alone. Never know when those evil criminals are going to decide to, for some reason, do a home invasion of an apartment with a person occupying it. Shit like this was commonplace for her throughout our entire relationship. 1044, 1047. Okay, rings 3 times. Rings this person 3 times. I miss you so bad. Rings again at 1108. Please be there. Rings again at 1110. I miss you so bad. I want to... Yeah, okay. Jody, we don't need to hang out together all the time. No, I know. I know you love me, but you need to be able to exist and be comfortable with yourself too. And you can hang out with other people too. I really don't mind, but I want to be able to hang out with my friends. We don't want a codependent relationship. I don't want that. I know. I just wish I could fly you down here right now. I know, but that wouldn't solve the issue. This person lives in London, by the way, if I remember correctly, or the UK. So flying out, some rando online to the UK for a meetup, what could go wrong? You're like 6 foot? I don't think people mess. Tell that to my mom. Tell it to my mom. She's like, are you being safe? Are you being... I don't like you walking around the city by yourself. They snatch boys like you up. I'm like, no, they don't, Mom. Stranger kidnappings, statistically, are extremely rare, and when they do happen, they're mostly occurring against women and children, not 6 foot adult men. She's being worried. I mean, I guess that's her job as a mom. Someone's gotta worry, right? Ignores what I said. I wanted to hang with friends. Hold up. I love hanging out with you, but I get kind of sad when no one else comes around the chat. I haven't joined a VC since you were kicked. I feel bad leaving you, but I miss hanging out with other people too. I don't know, I'm kind of bored. She never followed up? It's okay, Mom. Aiden doesn't leave the house. You know, when I lived with my family, I'd spend a lot of time in my room, especially as a teenager. And I get comments like, not like that, but when I come downstairs, it'd be like, we never see you anymore. Are you going to be graduating from your room university? Every time I come downstairs, man. Every single time I come down, all the snark, because I like to be by myself. It's ridiculous. It's hard to make it in this world as an introvert, I'll tell you that. You're just supposed to always be with people. Being alone's not so bad. Jody, I kind of feel like every time I want to hang out with other people, you get lone wolf posturing. It's not posturing. There's nothing cool about being a lone wolf. It's just you're an introvert, which is probably due to some undiagnosed, probably some undiagnosed condition or something. I don't know, right? There's nothing cool about that. It's just my preference. I prefer talking to people online because when I turn off my PC, I don't have to deal with them. In real life, it's like, you just like, they want to hang out with you and shit. It's fucking boring. I'm just generally feeling a tad low stills all. I know, but I'm worried you're just miserable and lonely while I'm gone. You should see about maybe making some connections with the community, maybe. I'm sorry, but I'm really kind of grumpy right now. I need a little break. I want to take a nap so you feel better, please. But I don't know what I did wrong. Introvert turns to the internet and firearms. Okay, when you put it like that. I mean, I wasn't always an introvert. I was alone a lot, not out of choice, just out of circumstance. But I eventually realized there's freedom to being alone. You get to live on your own time and do exactly what you want when you want. And you don't have to do anything that anyone else wants to be doing instead, or be adapting to their schedule and shit. And you get to watch what you want, and it's fucking nice. I really just need to be left alone for a bit right now. You didn't need to do anything. I'm just kind of grumpy right now. And please give me some time alone. Seriously, I'm just really stressed out for pretty much no reason. All of these could just be solved with the usage of the block button. I don't know why nobody uses this feature. I try to set a boundary here. She seems to take it fine, but nothing ends up changing. Yeah, this person is obviously some immature, mentally ill freak. They're probably not going to take any productive conversation productively. Sort of a major freak out because I wanted to spend time away from her. This will last quite a few screenshots. Okay, this is a major freak out. Where'd you go, baby? You missed a call from Jody. I'm playing VR, but I didn't mean to do anything. I was just messing around. Please come back. I'm so sorry. I promise I won't do it again. Please. Please, I promise. I didn't mean to. Please come back. Jody was just too loud. But I wasn't thinking. I swear I won't keep doing it. I promise. I want to come watch you play. I didn't mean to do anything wrong. I swear. This person might be BPD. Yeah. You're blowing this up. Please let me play with them for a while by myself. But you left and you won't come back. I didn't mean to make you upset or be too loud. I won't be loud, I promise. Try to be fucking serious right now. I had a friend who had BPD, which kind of makes me very sympathetic to the people that have it because it's such a fucking debilitating, miserable thing to have. But like, there would be times where it was like the most rewarding friendship, like in the sense of like, you know, they show up, they're always there for you and shit. But like at the same time, you end up with shit like this where they're like overly reading in to some like minor thing you did that you don't even realize they took as a slight and start freaking out about it. Because they perceive some sort of rejection. I don't know what that. Every single time I try to hang out with someone else, you always try to involve yourself. Also, by the way, folks, we are $7 away from Streamly goal. If we hit it before the end of stream, I will be happy. I'm happy anyways, but I'll be happier, right? You never be too happy, right? The servers are wrecked right now, and I have to fucking deal with it, and I was trying to fucking hang out with my friends. I'm sorry. Jody, I'm so frustrated. You need to go to therapy. You need to take your meds. There's no more of this. Your behavior is often self-destructive and you lash out at others. You can barely function when I'm around. I swear I want to get better, and you still haven't asked your dad about therapy. I'm going to start taking my meds first thing tomorrow, I swear, but I'm going to talk to Tom about therapy and ask if he can help. Fun session until I made others for myself. Today's being so social I completely forgot. The problem with BPD as well is that if that assuming that's what they have, is that like medication can treat like some of the byproduct symptoms like depression, anxiety, etc., but the underlying like attributes like the perceived fear of rejection, etc., there's not really a cure for. You could use DBT or dialectical behavioral therapy is recommended for people with it, and it does actually show promising results as you get older. Symptoms tend to reduce, but you have to understand when you're getting into a relationship like that. People with BPD deserve to have friends and relationships. They shouldn't be excluded from that just because they have a mental illness. But you should know what you're getting into when you're befriending someone that has this, and it is going to be a lot of stuff like this for many people that suffer from it. Yo, Will, thank you so fucking much. Helping us hit Streamly goal. Super based. Gay. Who's gay? Much appreciated. I'm gonna start typing like this. But I don't want to be with you the whole night. Jody, you'll be asleep for half of it, most of it even, but I love falling asleep with you, and it's comforting, and I love you. Please, but I've never even asked for this before. I've never asked for one night's break, but we always do. We always sleep together. Exactly. They sleep together in calls? They're doing sleepy time calls? Exactly, every single night we do. But what if I want to spend a night with my friends? We could still sleep together after, right? She absolutely will not accept no for an answer. Please, I need a break. Please give me a break just for tonight and a bit of the morning. That way you could take your meds and work shit out with your dad. But this is like the equivalent of, in regards to not accepting no for an answer, this is the equivalent. I don't have a dog with me, but I have a family dog who I'm thankfully gonna go see soon. But when I go to eat food that is bad for him, if he was to consume it, he'll sit down right in front of me, look at me with the cutest face ever, and start whining to get me to give him the food or whatever. And I'm like, can you not? But he just keeps going. And I've realized the strategy to get the dog to stop is just pretend like he's not there when you're eating. Just ignore it, and he eventually gets bored and walks away. I've rewarded him for when he's quiet. But this is like the human equivalent of that. That won't work for me. You have to, with dogs, it's about, you have to understand like classical conditioning, and Pavlovian concepts, and it becomes pretty easy to understand how dogs work. And how to, deal with unwanted behavior and encourage positive behavior. If you can't bear sleeping apart for a single night, maybe that's bad, Jody. Maybe that's really bad. Attachment issues. You love me so much that you won't let anybody else have me without you being there. I used to be in your position, and it's awful, Jody. And that's why I'm trying to urge you how important it is to be independent. But I'm mad at myself for doing something that made you leave VC. It's spiraled into this, and today's been so bad, and we haven't been able to call for much of it, and I miss you. I'll be here tomorrow, but I want to cuddle. I'm going to go play VR chat with my friends, Jody. I want you to do some thinking and reflecting. But you'll be back? This person definitely is. Yeah. I can't set it up. This is like, seems like it's BPD. But you'll be back? You know I'll always be back. But because the overarching theme of people that have this is this irrational and hyperperceptive fear of rejection and abandonment. Mr. 4.0 explains how to teach a dog. It's Mr. 3.9 now. I got my first B in college. So it's actually, I'm Mr. 3.9 now. God, even saying it out loud, I get like a little anxious to even fucking admit that now. It just like sucks. I look at my transcript, it's like rows of A's, and now I have a fucking B that's just like sitting there. Anyways, fuck. But you'll be back. You know I'll always be back. I just want a little break for tonight. I'm taking a break tonight. I need a break for my own sake. I've never spent a night with my friends since you left. Server she got kicked from. She absolutely will not accept any answer that isn't the one she wants to hear. Further continued below. Tommy C was right. Tommy C said I'd drop out of college. By maintaining that 4.0, I got into my dream school as a fucking transfer. Is this what your DMs with Soul Skibbity were like? No. I had a one-off thing with the guy when I met him. I was like fucking drunk in the UK, and he took that as wanting some sort of, I guess, relationship with me or some shit. But I was ignoring him after I got back, and he didn't like that. So he was like fucking, he just wouldn't like leave me alone. Followers from Plants, Aiden, where do we send the hair inspo pics? Your hair texture is actually super trendy right now. There's a million guys coming in for perms. Are you a stylist? Send it in inbox. You can send funny ones too. That's more what I was looking for. Check DMs.
Politically, specifically. Look, there's some snark stuff I want to go over too, but I don't want to make that the focus of my channel. But there was a recent conversation between Counterpoints and Destiny that I feel is worth discussing and talking about, and I might do that next week as well. Also, again,
wait, sorry, I just zoned out for a second.
Counterpoints and Destiny. Snark stuff I want to go over too, but I don't want to make that the focus of my channel. But there was a recent conversation between Counterpoints and Destiny that I feel is worth discussing and talking about, and I might do that next week as well.
Some snark stuff?
Also, again,
it seems like Connor is the one that is these claims, like other people have implicitly like believed they might be true or like have sort of like subtly signal boosted them. I haven't seen like, it doesn't seem like the brick claims are universal across the anti-Destiny sort of collective or whatever. It doesn't seem like everyone's running with that. That seems like an allegation. The correct way to word this would be an allegation being levied by a former friend based on information provided by a party that Destiny was sexting with.
Like, I know I don't talk about it regularly. I do on occasion bring it up, but this campaign by the Snarkers against Destiny, Ethan Klein, me, Lonerbox, Hutch, all of us. And
I don't know what a Hutch is, and this I personally haven't had any beef with this Lonerbox guy because I don't watch it. I saw some clips of his. We watched his like clip on the Snark Left server or whatever. I didn't hate him. I didn't like him. He's just very boring.
And those affiliated with us is still going on to this day and is in some ways escalating. There has been more people added to the casualty list, so to speak. And it's bad. And it's not getting better. And we need to discuss that and we need to discuss like.
No, there was some crazy stuff that happened 2 days ago where Destiny accused Connor of sending him CP and told him community to call CPS and get him fired. How would I have missed that? I'm obsessed with Destiny. I'm thinking about him every hour and every minute, following every claim made against him, watching every piece of snark and critical coverage with a giant board on my wall, pinning together pieces of evidence to finally take down Mr. Benelli. So how could I miss that? Obviously, it didn't happen if I don't know about it, because I'm obsessed. I could call real quick and give you TLDR, let me MVC? Sure, but I gotta pee again. This is what happens when you are drinking fucking liters of water on stream. Give me 2 seconds here, guys. Whoa. Where's the VOD from earlier? I'll just put it on while I go. All right, we don't even have it. All right, I'll be 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Yo, I'm back. Sorry. Goodbye to the 50 people that just tuned out. That was my last piss break of the stream. Sorry. Okay. Kathy, I'll let you call in. All right, give us the scoop. What's been going on?
Hi. Okay, so Darius has been feeling left out of all this Destiny drama, so he wants to be involved. So he has been going around doing all these debates with quote-unquote snarkers. So one of the debates he did is with Connor. So Connor was present with him and some other random not random, like the melting pot people in a panel with North. I don't know if you know him. So they were debating the whole Destiny thing, the same like Brand, Devil, like all the spiel that we heard like 10 times already. But during the debate, because Darius is like retarded. I don't know if you know much about him. I heard that he was going to debate him.
Yeah, he reached out. He wanted a convo with me. I agreed to it.
Yeah, he's doing like Snark Week. He wants to, because Bootshop's doing all of this, and he wants to take her viewers away or whatever they are having. Anyway, so Destiny, obviously Destiny was watching, and he felt frustrated. He wasn't supposed to be in the debate, but he joined in and was yelling at Connor. Like, it was very heated. Like, I think the most heated Connor Destiny debate so far. It wasn't even a debate, but it's like that screaming match. And so at one point, Destiny is now making the claim, and he's like doing it tongue in cheek, but he's kind of signaling to his audience to take it seriously or like use it against Connor. You remember the tweet Destiny posted where he had a picture that Connor sent him with his toddler?
I heard about that. Yeah.
Okay. So now he's claiming that Connor sent him a naked child, and that was like something sexual, and he feels disgusted that Connor did that.
Got it.
And
so another like bad faith.
Yeah, bad faith. Like no one believes it, but they will use it against him anyway. And so it's like, oh, this was disgusting when you said you sent naked photos of naked babies, and like he kept saying that over and over and over again. And at which point he was saying his children should be taken away from him. like the whole CBS premise, like, oh, Ethan Klein, they call CBS, they wanted that's insane, and like he spent months talking about this.
Remember, okay, I don't know if you remember this. We were in a VC in my server, and I was saying, like, at least Destiny has not, like, or at least they don't go after, like, Connor's kid, okay? They clearly still have some lines or whatever, and then you're like, wait a second, you tell me about that tweet. I'm like, okay, well, apparently the one piece of credit I gave them, thinking they still have, like, some bar they're not willing to cross, he goes, he fucking crosses that.
Yeah, they crossed it already. He said in his chat, he said that I don't no, not his, he had a clip where he said like his kids should be taken away. Although he said that multiple times. He doesn't deserve his kids are gonna be better off without him. He keeps saying that, and the funny thing, like with the CBS, like with the whole CBS, is that there is nothing Connor said or did that would make anyone have a reasonable suspicion that he's like abusing his kids or like there's anything. Like it's complete malice.
Yes,
Like,
but
I think with the Ethan Klein thing, I would not defend it with Ethan Klein, but there was something that Ethan said that made someone call, even though I don't think it should have happened.
He recklessly presented information about his family life in an order that would lead like a
But then let's say he's saying that
to believe his kids
CBS should be called on him, and Destiny's telling his audience in DGG chat that they should contact Valor Media. So Valor Media is the creator network that Connor works for. They should contact him to get him fired off that network, and they should do anything possible to get Connor like fired, his children taken away, like everything.
Well, I already know. So you could do this appeal to decency, where you could sit there and say, you know, how the fuck can you go after it? Like, this is disgusting. How can you go after someone's kids like that? And his rebuttal will be, well, Connor's doing it to me. When in fact, Connor is reiterating claims that were made to him by somebody that Destiny was verifiably in some sort of, I guess, like DM romantic or flirt sexual exchange with, right? So he's gonna act like because Connor reiterated those allegations, that somehow makes it fair game for him now to go and do what he's doing, even though he's just making shit up about Connor and his kids, as opposed to reiterating allegations being given to him by somebody who's verifiably in close proximity to Connor.
Yeah, okay, so the reason why I wanted to say that is this Wick timestamp new, right?
Yeah, I got sent that, yeah.
Yeah, the reason why I wanted to give you this information, because Wick, he was a debate, that's what he said. He like the Connor thing, he means this debate. Wick decided now to go, like you need a context that this is what Wick decided to talk about after Destiny did this. Destiny said his Connor's children are valid target, should call CBS on them. They should be taken away from him. He should be fired. He did say and told his audience to do all these kind of things. And this is what Wick has decided to talk about. That's what I want you to have context for.
All right.
Yeah, that's all.
Thanks.
I guess.
It's disgusting. And I know that, like, to say it's like I look like morally like posturing, but it is such a hard line to involve, like, I've made it, like, even, like, in Chud's community, Spicy bans discussions of Destiny's kid, right? Destiny's kid is unfortunately a public figure, that, like, posts some, like, debate of fucking, what's his name, Drew Pavlu or whatever, posts, like, some insane political shit or whatever, but even then, we have, like, a basic understanding of decency where you just, like, don't fucking, like, talk, you don't go for bills like kids or whatever, there's literally no line that he, like, no low that he's unwilling to stoop to. Even when I thought to myself, there is some line he won't cross, I found out he did cross it. I was wrong.
So I want to talk about that a little next week as well.
The only part that is sort of redeeming, hopefully at least for me, is it true that DGG had apparently gotten him to take down the tweet about Connor's kid? Because that would indicate to me that maybe there's at least some line that exists amongst his audience, right? Some line there. Albeit the line is going to be much lower because for people that have our line, the normal line, it was crossed long ago and they've left his community as a result. The people that still remain have a certain threshold and a much different line that would need to be crossed for them to even do anything. No, his audience was saying it was based. Oh.
The
I can't post pics in your inbox, so you're out of luck. I'll fix that.
The veiled threats that certain frog-like individuals have been making towards me, do they think that that's going to scare me or get me to shut up or get me to stop? They are wrong in this case, right? They are stupid if they think that that's what's going to happen.
What?
Saying
threat?
things like, and I want to quote here, I want to make sure I get it right. Boom. When talking about Wick, saying he deserves, someone saying, now that's just mean, don't do Wick like that. And then someone saying he deserves worse, to be honest. He's just lucky I'm not the sort of dude he says I am. Well, first of all, you are. You're far worse than I think that I have said. And secondly, making these veiled threats and things, and not just but in...
That's not a threat. Wait, that's him literally... I'm sorry, that's not a fucking threat. A threat is, I will do this if you don't comply, or I will do this, right? He's literally saying, I would do this if I was the person you're saying I was, which I am not. So the end result, the end implication would be that whatever threatening act would have been implied in the previous messages is now believed, if you're to take the statement in aggregation, to not be at risk of occurrence, because the person has specified that they're not that kind of person. So it's not a threat.
In other venues, again, it's not going to work.
That's not a threat.
Right? It's not going to shut me up. And I'm going to keep telling the truth. And I understand that that's going to put me in the spotlight a little bit, crosshairs on my back and things like that, and that sucks, but someone's gotta stand up for what's right.
You're so true, Wick. Like when you're admitting to tactically lying about me before I'd even sat down to talk to you, and I'd been nothing but great. Unironically, I was nothing but gracious to this guy. He completely rescheduled the debate. I got out of class. It was like, completely reschedules it last second. I get out of class. He decides Destiny's coming on, and I have an hour. Right? I agree to do it anyways, even though he rescheduled. I just dropped that on me or whatever, and I make it and I go live. The happens again where Destiny, without being announced, is brought in or whatever. I go along with it, right? And I was totally gracious to this guy, and he was like, I didn't realize he was just like admitting behind the scenes to tactically lying about me.
And just gotta keep telling the truth. That's the thing about the truth, gang. It has a way of carrying through. It doesn't always win, right? We've seen that in elections with Trump and etc., right? But it has a certain weight and a gravity to it that cannot be ignored. And
Exactly. That's why, despite being able to talk his way out of, there are some things, when the truth is just laid on the table, there are some things you can't even talk your way out of. That's why the Destiny, despite his over a decade of wrongdoing, was able to talk his way out of it time and time again. When the Pixie shit came out, irrefutable evidence that he was unable to explain his way out of, that turned a lot of people out of his audience, because he was faced with the bare truth that he couldn't obscure or obfuscate or talk his way out of, or he's trying to. He's certainly trying to. But the truth does come out, and the truth, when it's laid out in full, in completion, is very hard to contest with your stupid obfuscation.
Trying to ignore it only works for so long. So yeah, I'm gonna keep spitting facts at you and
spitting facts. Facts, Wick. Facts. Let's finish this. You know what we'll do tomorrow? We'll watch the Destiny Connor debate tomorrow. I tell her I don't want to call. I go to sleep and I wake up in the morning to see that she's still trying to wake me back up to call. Okay, crazy. BPD crash outs. This is a constant bad habit of hers. She will set super short deadlines for herself, not meet them, and then... Okay, this is more just like this person being a cringe loser. Okay, got it. Finale. Wow, that was yep. I honestly have difficult... Yep. can we get the Queeman Yepcock DGG chat image, please? Thank you very much. I honestly have difficulty putting into words how absolutely nightmarish this entire relationship has been. I want to apologize to every single one of my past and present friends. Okay, great stuff. Statement from anonymous Mrs. Puff. I started out as a Go Motion fan when I first joined her Discord server in November 2021. In March of 2022, after a few months of being active on her server, I was invited to the Tickler's private server. I'd hang out a ton in VC with them, with the Tickler and Jody, and would become really good friends with both of them. Later on, I started hanging out with the Tickler person. In January 2023, the Tickler came over to my house for the first time and stayed a few nights. Dude, I invited Mr. Molesty to my house, and I don't know why I got touched. What's going on here? The Tickler came over to my house for the first time and stayed a few days, and we had to have Jody on call with us for most of their stay. The last night of us hanging out, we decided to chill, just the two of us, and the Tickler turned off their phone because Jody was blowing it up. The result of this was her also blowing up my phone even after I asked her to please just stop. This is when I started to realize her pattern of trying to constantly having to insert herself into everything the Tickler was doing. By January 2023, me and the Tickler were besties. When we'd all hang out together in VC, Jody would always try to one-up me whenever I did something nice for the Tickler. She would try to take my place when I'd ask the Tickler for something as simple as going together to get wood in Minecraft. She'd get jealous and tell the Tickler, but I want to do this with you, or randomly be rude and interrupt me for seemingly no reason. I had multiple conversations with Jody, but I always felt third-wheeled whenever I'd been called to both them. She then admitted that she was jealous of me for being able to hang out with the Tickler in person more than her, and that she had a fear of something romantic happening between me and the Tickler. Not being friends with her, as rather impossible I wanted to be able to hang out with the Tickler, she always was in call with us. Another time when the Tickler was at my house in March of 2023, we did a bit of shrooms. Jody also decided to do a heroic amount of shrooms for her first time and had a bad wow. So who why? Why would you do that? We had to spend a good part of our trip reassuring Jody and taking care of her while we were also low-key tripping and just wanted to have a good time. Well, maybe that's why you don't do shrooms with somebody for the first time, that you're not preparing a trip set. If somebody's doing shrooms for the first time, you don't know how they're going to respond. They could have a bad trip. You should probably have someone there that's going to be prepared to be a trip setter. After much consideration over months, I decided that it would be okay for her to visit me and stay at my place for a few days alongside the Tickler in June of 2023. When they were here, I had to ask Jody to stop grabbing the Tickler's boobs and... Huh? I had to ask Jody to stop grabbing the Tickler's boobs in public. The Tickler also had to ask Jody to stop being so needy in front of me, as it made both of us uncomfortable. Jody ended up blocking me in September of 2023, which I assume is because of some of the problems that happened with them going back home after visiting me in Canada. The Tickler has been tickled is crazy. After visiting me in Canada, later on in February 2024, after randomly lashing out violently at me multiple times on the Tickler's Discord, violently at me multiple times on the Tickler's Discord server, I finally had enough and left the server. Even after all of that, whenever I hung out with the Tickler in calls, Jody still had to be included despite having blocked me. Below, I thought it might be enlightening to just throw a couple miscellaneous screenshots down here of Jody's extremely erratic, aggressive, and offensive behavior. She often randomly hurl horrible slurs at people when they weren't comfortable with it for no reason. Some of them very interesting. I just took a mean shit, Okay. So here's where we've gotten so far. This person, when they were 18, had some BPD friendship, like best friend person ever with some 15-year-old that they were venting in and using as their e-therapist, getting overly attached to, jealous of when this person was in calls. They feel the need to autistically overshare everything, including the fact that they autistically share that they have AGP or something, and that they get off and imagining themselves to be their female friend that they're talking to or something. And then apparently when them and the female friend met up, they were like having to hide their erections. They got jealous of this friend's boyfriend, so they stole 6 diamonds from them in Minecraft. They also when they were like 19 or 18, they dated a 17-year-old for 3 days online and then broke up. And now we've gotten to the slur allegations where she would violently and randomly hurl slurs at people. I just took a mean shit. My N-word, soft A. That's interesting, I guess. Non-renewable diamond armor now. I don't know why they're balancing things that don't really need balance, because Mojang is full of retards. Why you gotta say that? I'm gonna do it. Do not. What? Don't. Please don't, Jody. Come stop me, y'all. Jody, what the fuck? My brother physically assaulted me. What the fuck? Why? Because he's retarded and insane and needs to be in prison. What? I'm gonna kill my brother. I'm gonna fashion him. I'm gonna kill him and hide his body in the river. You should have stomped his head in for having the nerve to touch you. I don't know what the crazy fucking retard did, but the back of my head hurts, and so does the bruise he left on my forehead. How hard did he hit you? Did he hit you with anything? No, just his fist. He made me fucking bleed. I'm gonna murder him. I hate him. I'm killing him. No more. Her brother's full name. Jeez, if he hit you hard enough in the forehead to make the back of your head hurt, you should get that checked out. Even a minor brain injury can lead to stroke or something worse. I'm gonna kill him. I'm sorry. The example of, like, egregious slur usage is occurring in the context of her calling her brother a retard after he allegedly physically assaulted her. This is not, like, by the way, like, little siblings fighting. This is in 2024. She's a grown adult at this point. I don't know how old the brother is, to be fair. Why is this being included? Leave it to, like, the 15-year-old, like, ACC, MCYT, K-pop, like, autist woke scolds to when someone's confiding and being like physically assaulted, they take issue that the person confiding it used the word retard. Discord is retarded. Fuck my fucking internet. Fuck this retarded bullshit building and its internet that cuts out every single fucking day I've been here. Get fiber. My condolences for your internet. I'm gonna fucking break something. I'm gonna smash my fucking window. Oh, there's more slurs. The R slur. Got it. So that's that. The actual parts that look really bad then are just like them adultifying this 15-year-old when they were 18 and trauma dumping on them and using them as an e-therapist and shit. This person is also like a hypersexual like freak and a loser. But I didn't see anything in here that would result in like permanent career revocation, especially considering everything, like the worst part of what was alleged occurred in 2020 to 2021. So, Aiko, this is, okay, what are you guys are trying to make, there is no fuck a fan event, now or ever. Do not convince people that there is one. Thank you. 2 days without a Dickers stream. Do you know if he's okay? I didn't notice. Anyways. So this is like nothing career ruining here. I am very curious though. I'm very curious though to hear what this hypersexual freak sounds like, because I'm guaranteeing they're gonna sound incredibly dysgenic. So let's take a quick look. Go motion.
When I went to go see the FNAF movie on opening night, I couldn't help but feel like, man, this isn't very scary.
Yeah, we heard
Wait,
it
oh my god,
before.
that's so much better. The horror aspect of the FNAF franchise has been stuck at a long argued.
Listen, they don't have the ACC accent, to be fair. What is this?
I'm still struggling. And hey, look, it even took inspiration from.
Aiden, check your donos. You just got 1,000 joules? 1,000 joules? I don't even know what 1,000 joules does, but let me check that out. Yo! Thank you so much! Sonic with the GOAT trophy. Much appreciated, buddy. Thank you so much. This man doesn't give a fuck. I don't know what joules do. $1,000 YouTube joules. to USD. On YouTube, the 1,000 joules viewer spends converts to $10 USD. Thank you for the 10! Sonic, much appreciated. Super, super fucking bass. Thank you so much. All right, well, this person, very embarrassing, very funny, but they should be allowed to upload if they want to and come back. I don't think anything here was like, this is unforgivable. This person should never be allowed to exist or some shit. They just seem like a freak that needs therapy, but that's like, that's all I can really say on that one. Appreciate your loyal supporters. I do. I do. I am nothing without my supporters. I'm nothing without the people that tip, that dono, that clip, that like, that chat, that view. Okay? Dude, I'm looking rough. You know, about in the post-London incident, when I was a sub, like today we have no topics, we've been above 100. I was a sub 100 Andy for a while, sort of deserved, right? Fell below 7K. The rebound we have seen as of late has been insane, and every single one of you truly is immensely appreciated, and hopefully we just go up from here. So really, guys, it means a lot. I know I don't show my appreciation very often, but let this be my little token of appreciation. It means a lot. Thank you guys for helping us hit goal on this stream. Thank you guys for watching, as always, and I will see you here probably tomorrow. Address the question? What's the question? Will you there is no FAF. All right, thanks, guys. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.